Prologue. June 2016. Mornings were a struggle for Ken Farlow. The cocktail of drugs softened, but did not kill his pain. But the Yorkshireman was made of sterner stuff, and a night of broken sleep wasn't going to stop him relishing every last detail of the sight that he had travelled so far to enjoy. He had lost many good friends to a different battle many years before, and he knew life was precious. The cancer had been discovered a few months earlier, and he had given his daughter a wish list of things he wanted to achieve before the end. Crucially, he wanted to see his beloved Spitfire one last time. The young Ken Farlow had left his Yorkshire roots 76 years before, in 1940. Life had been tough in the poverty-riven mining community he had been brought up in, where a mere apple core could be an item of trade. He had left school at 14 because money was needed to sustain his family. Still, he had enjoyed a loving upbringing with his parents and sister Renee in a house that had been full of fun and laughter. Until 1939, when the world around him changed forever, and it became time to grow up and to give something back. His beloved country and very way of life were under threat, and it would be up to teenagers like Ken to fight back. He joined the Royal Air Force as a mechanic and served around the world for the entire war. It had been both the best and the worst of times. He had dodged U-boats in the North Atlantic and had lived in trenches in the baking heat of day, then the freezing cold of the desert night. Fresh drinking water was rare because of the dead bodies, animal and human, the enemy dumped in the wells. He had formed lifelong friendships, forged in the teeth of conflict, that only those who had been there could understand. He had been strafed by low-flying Messerschmitts and watched his mates die next to him, blown apart by Nazi bombs. He had seen their shattered bodies wrapped in canvas, ready for burial. He had helped to rescue stricken aircrew from burning aircraft and recovered their mangled bodies from catastrophic crashes. Of course, like most of his generation, he didn't talk about the horrors he had witnessed or how they had affected him, not until the end was near. Then the long-buried memories would easily bring a tear to his tired eyes. But he had loved his time in the RAF, working on the likes of Wellington bombers and Hurricane fighters, and, of course, the Spitfire. Now, at 95, he was reliving the happier days of the war that had been the making of him. He sat silently in his wheelchair, gazing through the chain-link fence at Gloucester Airport. Here she was, the iconic Spitfire, sunlight glinting on her long, slender nose and distinctive wings. He marvelled once more at the sleek, elemental beauty of the machine, which perhaps more than any other had secured our enduring freedom. His ground crew friends no longer swarmed around the airfield working on her, ensuring she was ready for battle. Her engine cowling was screwed shut, her cockpit canopy secured, her ammunition long ago removed and stowed elsewhere. Yet he could still hear the beat of her propeller blades, the throb of the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine at her formidable heart. Some described it as Wagnerian, others a roar of defiance. He could feel her accelerating giddily down the runway, lifting off, the gentle clunk of the wheels tucking themselves away beneath her leaf-shaped wings as she reached again for the sky. It didn't take long to fall in love with the Spitfire. Pilots, mechanics, land girls, civvies, they all fell under her spell. Ken certainly loved her. And once you were smitten, she never let you go. It was different for her enemies, of course. For them she was beautiful but unobtainable, and deadly. As Ken stared through the fence, he gave a sigh of happiness, tinged with melancholy. It was also a sigh of satisfaction. He had done his bit. Though he always denied he'd been a hero, he was an honourable man who'd led a good life and fought for his country. Now he had fulfilled his final wish to see his beloved Spitfire one last time before he died. He was 95. It wouldn't be long now. The tears and sadness turned to a smile. Ken Farlow died in November 2016. Introduction. What is it about the Spitfire? Why do people stop and gaze in awe at her sleek lines? Why do eyes turn skywards when the distinctive growl of her engine is heard? Why, over 80 years after she first flew, is the Spitfire regarded as the very symbol of Britishness, of tenacity, courage, dedication, faithfulness? Why is this particular aircraft loved so much? To be honest, I hadn't thought about these questions until I had a chance meeting with an elderly Second World War Spitfire pilot. My background in the Royal Air Force had been on more modern aircraft, the Tornado ground attack and air defense jets. My post-RAF writing career had concentrated on the aircraft of Bomber Command during World War II, the legendary Lancasters and Halifaxes, and the staggering bravery of the men who flew them. The Spitfire had never been on my radar. This all changed during a visit to the Imperial War Museum at RAF Duxford, where my eyes were opened to the legendary status of an aircraft that had first flown in March 1936. Children and adults alike were experiencing the awe of the mighty warplanes close up. The mammoth B-52 bomber, the menacing outline of the stealth bomber, the hedgehog spikes of machine guns covering the B-17 Flying Fortress, the power of an F-15 fighter, and that great British warplane, the Vulcan bomber. The visitors to RAF Duxford were gripped by the aviation giants, eager to absorb as much detail as possible in the limited time they had available. As I stood on the airfield, away from the public areas on grass that had once seen scores of Spitfires take to the skies during World War II, I watched in amazement as an astonishing phenomenon unfolded. For a moment, the cough and splutter of an engine went unnoticed, like the preliminary chords of an orchestra, and people carried on their conversations. Then the stammer turned into a roar, as soothing as anything philharmonic. Chatter stopped, cameras pointed away from the domineering aircraft, even from the majestic Concorde, and towards the sound humming from the runway. People began to pour out of the exhibition halls and move, some even running, struggling to release cameras from their bags, towards the barriers at the edge of the airfield. The aircraft they sought out was small, one of the smallest on the Duxford track. They had recognized the distinctive notes of a Merlin engine. And yet to actually see the aircraft itself, they still knew what was to come. A few heads nodded in recognition. Enthusiasts squinted, trying to identify the variant. Parents pointed and whispered to children, "Spitfire." The hum turned to the glorious crescendo of the Merlin engine at full power as the fighter streaked down the grass runway mere yards away from the admiring crowd. In seconds, its curved, leaf-like wings were outlined above, as the wheels tucked neatly into its lean belly. Cameras tracked skywards. It was a wonderful treat to see a Spitfire in flight, something to show those back home. As the fighter disappeared into the Cambridgeshire sky, the visitors turned back to the other displays with broad grins, happy that they had seen a legend. No, the legend take to the air. Some had frowned at a slight deviation in the Spitfire's usual elegance. A second canopy sat behind the first, for this was one of the few two-seat versions which carried passengers. What they couldn't have known, the reason I was there, the reason this book came about, was that a 90-year-old veteran, who had not flown a Spitfire for nearly 70 years, sat in the rear cockpit, grinning like a schoolboy. After a frantic last few months fighting the Germans in Italy, Brian Bird had eventually landed after his final operational flight and jumped down from his trusty Spitfire on the 28th of June, 1945. It was a sad moment, turning his back on the finest aircraft he had ever flown. As the post-war years went by, the sound of a single-engine aircraft would often turn his head, just in case the distinctive shape of the Spit could be seen overhead. But the years passed, and memories of his beloved fighter seemed to fade. Then, one day in August 2014, the phone was brought to him at his British Legion Veterans Home in East Sussex. Brian was recovering from a hip operation and was on enforced bed rest. The caller was a television producer I was working with on an aviation documentary. When she told me she'd found a Spitfire veteran we might be able to take airborne again, I was delighted. Knowing little about the incredible history of the aircraft, I presumed it would be a veteran of the Battle of Britain. No, she told me, Brian had flown Spitfires in Italy during World War II in 1945. I was confused. Spitfires in Italy in 1945? I asked her to check the facts again. They were correct, and it transpired I had much to learn about the war record of the Spitfire. Initially, Brian was doubtful about the reality of taking his beloved aircraft into the skies again. He was 90, relied on a wheelchair and walking frame, was on a cocktail of drugs and fitted with a catheter. How could he possibly fly again? But his wartime spirit shone through, and a few days later his GP had passed him fit to fly once again. The no-nonsense matron from his care home, understandably concerned about the risks involved and the number of disclaimers that had to be signed, took it on herself to supervise the whole trip. So it was she who had the honor of wheeling Brian across the hallowed Duxford airfield to stare again at the fighter he had loved so much. Scrambling out of his wheelchair, he grabbed his walking frame and slowly, painfully, made his way around his beloved Spitfire. The joy, and perhaps a little sadness, on Brian's face were clear to see, and those of us gathered around were more than aware of the significance of this reunion. We stood back and allowed them both some time together. While aging had marked Brian's face, the Spitfire's perfect lines remained smooth, polished, and unchanged since their last meeting in 1945. He recorded his memories of the day in a letter he later sent to me. They are a testament to both him and the Spitfire. The sight of a Spitfire gracefully sitting there, no one will ever experience the degree of thrill I felt at that moment. It boosted my resolve to overcome my disabilities and get airborne. He marveled at the deadly beauty of the aircraft he had loved and flown so many years before. He was 20 again, smitten by her curves and allure. She too was a veteran of World War II, having been delivered to the RAF in 1944, and flown on many operational sorties towards the end of the war. Refurbished, maintained, and loved by an endless array of engineers and enthusiasts, she had been converted into a two-seat aircraft, and at the tender age of 70 was still flying regularly, now worth many millions of pounds. She is one of just a handful of World War II Spitfires still flying today. Brian was a fount of information about the Spitfire. It was he who educated me about its incredible history and set me on a path to discover more about its fabled status. He was among some of the few surviving Spitfire pilots to have fought in the war, flying during the conflict's closing weeks, hitting the Germans on the ground as they retreated from Italy. He had flown a Mark IX, in his opinion, the greatest of all Spitfire models. It could fly high, fast, and turn on a wingtip. The Mark IX had evolved from the original Spitfire Mark I, which at the outbreak of war had seen off raiders over the North Sea, helped protect troops over Dunkirk, then established itself as a national icon by fighting alongside the sturdy Hurricane to keep the Luftwaffe at bay during the Battle of Britain. The aircraft was constantly improved, getting stronger, faster, and more deadly as the war progressed. Every time the Germans fielded a competitor or developed a new threat, our scientists and engineers came up with a new mark to counter the Nazi challenge. It evolved, grew, and adapted during the war. The final version of the near 23,000 Spitfires and its naval counterpart, the Seafire, built, would be the Seafire Mark 47. The Spitfire had fired its first shots in combat in October 1939, when 603 Squadron brought down a German bomber off the Scottish coast near Edinburgh. The last time a Spitfire fired its guns in anger was during the Malayan conflict in 1951. By the time Brian was flying a Spitfire, it had long evolved from its legendary status as a fighter in the skies during the Battle of Britain, and he was tasked to use it to strike targets on the ground, increasing the danger to pilots, bringing them well within reach of the Germans' anti-aircraft guns and small arms fire. This fact had been made brutally clear to him in the briefing before his first operational flight in April 1945. Hence his nerves as he waited for the pre-dawn takeoff, the Spitfire's engine ticking over. I can still remember the collywobbles I had at the end of the runway at 5 a.m., and I tell my family this: sometimes, if you get nervous, just switch off. Ignore the fears, and you will become lethal. And that is exactly what happened when I got to the end of the runway. I turned the fear off, and I became lethal. On the Duxford airfield, Brian was surrounded by former and current RAF flyers, including myself, who had experienced similar dangers in later conflicts. Air Marshal Cliff Spink had volunteered to take Brian flying again. Cliff had been my station commander at RAF Coningsby and had commanded part of the Tornado Air Defence Force during the First Gulf War in 1991, when I'd been shot down over Iraq. He had also amassed huge experience on countless aircraft: Spitfires, Hurricanes, Mustangs, Hunters, Lightnings, Phantoms, and Tornadoes, to name but a few. A renowned aviator himself, he was keen to ask a World War II pilot what it had really been like to fly the Spitfire in action. "Did you take any hits?" he asked. "Oh, yes. 1 or 2 during strafing runs," Brian replied, shrugging his shoulders as if seeing bullet holes appearing in your aircraft was as common as ice on the car windscreen. "But generally, only in the wings," he added, almost apologetically. Having taken a few hits myself when I was shot down, I couldn't help laughing at his nonchalance. And in a further nod towards just how much times had changed, he added, "When you came down with holes in your wings, you just went off to breakfast, and by the time you came back, the mechanics had mended them, and you were airborne again." Sticky tape and filler, with such meagre items, battles had been fought for our nation's survival. It was time for the next part of Brian's adventure, as Cliff asked him, "How would you like to fly a Spitfire again?" His smile of unbridled delight said it all. "I'd love to. Absolutely love to. Yes, I'm game. I have not lived this long not to have another go." Despite his ailments, Brian was already trying to clamber back on the wing, as Matron carefully moved to restrain his enthusiasm. Getting Brian, who could not stand unaided, into the cockpit was something of a battle itself, but 6 of us managed to lift, carry, and push him up some hastily found steps, and lower him over the side of the fuselage, and down into the cockpit where he was securely strapped in. Although Matron wisely wondered how he might get out in an emergency, Brian wasn't about to wait for the answer. Brian knew the drill from here. As Cliff went through start-up checks, he secured the hood. Then his eyes roved over the instrument panel and settled on the oil temperature gauge. "Cliff," he spoke into the microphone to the former senior RAF officer piloting the plane, "should it be showing 50 degrees before engine warm-up is complete?" "Not bad for a 90-year-old memory," the retired air marshal replied as he opened up the throttle. As the remarkable song of the Merlin engine, that spoke of power, endurance, and consistency, filled the cockpit, Brian instinctively checked left and right, above and behind. He was back in April 1945. On that early morning in northern Italy, a line of Spitfires assembled in front of him, propellers blurring amid the collective sound of their Merlin's dominant roar. I had 2 250-pound bombs under me, and guns full of ammunition. At the age of 19, I was flushed with nerves as I sat at the end of the runway, awaiting instruction to take off. It was Brian's first operation against an enemy who had developed a canny skill in using anti-aircraft fire to bring down ground-attacking Spitfires. He looked down the dusty runway and up to the brightening sky. He was struck by the sudden anxiety of going into the unknown, where the law was kill or be killed. His grip tightened on the stick. Bloody collywobbles. He opened the throttle, and he felt his nerves calm as the plane gracefully lifted into the air. His instructor's words came back to him: "Become absolutely lethal." Immediately I was airborne, those nerves had evaporated, never to return. Thus it was no surprise to me at Duxford that once the Spit was in the air, I felt no nervous emotion at all. He felt a bump as Cliff let the Spitfire rise from the grass runway and into the friendly skies above Cambridgeshire. 70 years on, the fighter was still as doughty and reliable as it had been during the war. For 20 glorious minutes, the present became the past, as Brian swooped and roared around the airfield. The aching bones, the painful hips, the failing body were all forgotten. He had waited for this moment since 1945. Sergeant Brian Bird, Spitfire pilot, was back. For those of us on the ground, it was a magical experience. We had managed to give something back, a tiny reminder of a glorious past, to a man who had given so much to his country. As time went on, we began to search the skies in readiness for Brian and Cliff to appear. Matron, who had gone to enjoy a well-earned cup of tea, returned and asked, "Where's Brian now?" As the words left her lips, we all ducked, as the Spitfire roared over our heads at around 50 feet, waggling its wings in salute. I pointed to the sky at the retreating shape of a Spitfire. "He's up there." As the Spitfire taxied back towards us, Brian pushed back the hood and undid his harness, just as he had done during his wartime sorties. His enthusiasm was contagious. "It's a dream come true. It brought back so many memories. It was great. Terrific, really terrific. Everything came back to me." "Do you think you could take her up on your own?" I asked. There was no hesitation as Brian replied, "Yes, yes." And I believed him. His face suddenly lit up, perhaps thinking it wasn't in jest. "Do you want me to do it now?" His hands hovered over the throttle as he glanced towards Matron, who gently shook her head. There were a few more chuckles. The Spitfire had acted like an elixir on Brian, as if the short flight had restored something from his youth. Not quite a spring in his step, but certainly a revitalization of the spirits. The freedom and delight of flying a Spitfire had never left him, and to step back into the aircraft in his 90s was a tonic he thought he'd never take again. I could see a mental and physical change in his demeanor. It had been a privilege to see how one of the last of those who had flown the Spitfire in its fierce wartime role could now revel in the pleasure it gave in peace. Sadly, it was to be Brian's final flight, as he died just a few months afterwards. In his last letter to me, he wrote, "After a gap of 70 years since my last operational sortie in a Spitfire, the opportunity to sit in a Spit cockpit and to get airborne was an unimaginable thrill, and made me wish for a return to my youth." In a way, though, he truly had recaptured a sense of his youth on that last flight. So here was the very essence, the magic of this aircraft. The Spitfire was more than a plane. It was an aircraft like no other. It was an icon, loved, worshipped by all those, apart from her enemies, whose lives she touched. I was determined to find out more about her, and subsequently discovered many hundreds of books that already recount the technical development and wartime record of the Spitfire. This is not one of those books. I wanted more. I wanted to hear that human story of the Spitfire, the story of the men and women who flew, serviced, and built her. People like Brian Bird and Ken Farlow. Why were they so desperate to have one last glimpse, one final flight in their beloved Spitfire before they died? I wanted to understand the personal story of the Spitfire, and why those connected with her seemed to fall in love with this iconic lady of the skies. Chapter 1. Birth of a Fighter. Spring 1932. Half a crown was all 11-year-old Alan Scott needed for the 10-minute flight circling above Southport's landmarks with the flying circus which had come to town. It was 1932, and many people were still wary of entering the strange machines that left the safety of the ground, with a mere engine to keep them aloft. It was less than 30 years since Orville and Wilbur Wright had tossed a coin to see who would be first to try out their new invention. The Wright Flyer, a skeletal flying machine constructed out of wood, string, and muslin. That very first 12-second, 120-feet flight over the sands of Kill Devil Hills, Kitty Hawk in North Carolina, changed the world forever, and gave mankind a tool that would revolutionize both peace and warfare. The science of flight was still in its relative infancy, as Alan headed alone to the Fox Moth biplane. He was gripped by the excitement of taking to the air. I could not believe that it was me, that it was really me, following the attendant towards the Moth. My heart thumped all the way. Alan was helped up the ladder into the small passenger cabin, similar to a train carriage with bench seats facing each other. He sat facing forwards, glancing out of the window at Southport's flat, sandy beach, anxiously anticipating the moment of takeoff. "Hello, this is the pilot," a voice called from the cockpit above him. "We're just about to take off." The aircraft rolled forwards, moving faster and faster across the ground. I found myself staring at the sand whizzing by in a long strip at what seemed like a dizzying speed, until it came to that incredible, magical feeling of lift. We were in the air. We were flying. As the left wing dipped and they headed out to sea at 100 miles per hour, Alan marveled at the tiny dots of cars and people disappearing below. It was the most wonderful, most exciting sight to behold, but I had only a few moments to take it in before the sand was whizzing by again, and I felt a bump. They had landed. The whole trip took 10 minutes, But what could I expect for only half a crown? 12.5 pence. As far as I was concerned, it was worth every single penny. The seeds of my future were sown the minute I had stepped into that moth. A few years later, as the storm clouds of war spread over Europe, Alan found himself drawing precise lines and reading mighty tomes as an architect's apprentice. He was bored, and his mind drifted both to flying and to duty. His thoughts went back to the empty seats in the Fox Moth and to his twin sister, Lena. They had both been caught by the tail end of the influenza epidemic that had followed the Great War. Alan, being the stronger of the two, had survived. Lena, aged 4, had not. Somewhere in his heart he felt that she had died so that he could live. He would make something of himself, something of which he would have been proud. He now knew precisely what that was. He was going to be a fighter pilot. It was perfect timing. Flying was no longer the exclusive preserve of the rich or the military. The sleek, streamlined aircraft competing in the Schneider Trophy heralded a new era of speed that seemed fully in tune with the decade of Art Deco, Hemingway, champagne, and jazz. Crowds of 200,000 or more would clamour to watch the race for the world's fastest seaplane. The trophy had largely been won by Italians and Americans, until a Staffordshire-born engineer stepped into the arena. Hard-working, plain-speaking, and brilliant, R.J. Nichol built the swift and elegant S5 and S6 racing seaplanes, which from 1927 won 3 Schneider competitions in a row, thus securing the trophy permanently for Britain. The S6B was the first to break the 400 miles per hour barrier, setting a new world record in 1931. Other nations took note, none more so than the Germans. They were beginning to take their flying and everything else very seriously indeed. April 1935. 2 years into power, Adolf Hitler had openly established his air weapon, in direct violation of the Treaty of Versailles. The time of secretly training pilots in glider clubs or the Soviet Union was over. The Luftwaffe began its first fighter pilot training sorties in February 1935. Winston Churchill warned of Nazi belligerence. "A terrible process is astir," he wrote in the Daily Mail. "Germany is arming." But he was virtually a lone voice. Britain and the rest of the world still chose to avoid confrontation. The Nazi threat was seen firsthand by RAF pilot Geoffrey Quill, when he flew a grand tour of Europe soon after. Quill was a cool, astute observer of people and places, and not readily fazed by confrontation. His skills had been quickly recognized by the RAF. He had first flown solo after just 5 hours and 20 minutes of instruction, when the average was over 10 hours. He achieved an exceptional rating out of the 4 possible categories for trainee pilots. And he took one particular piece of wisdom from his instructor very much to heart. Aeroplanes are not inherently dangerous, but they are very unforgiving. His fortitude had been further examined in the hazardous meteorological flight. Taking temperature and humidity readings at 20,000 feet in an open cockpit Siskin biplane was a challenging occupation. Foul weather sometimes made it impossible. But for every calendar day of 1935, bar Sundays, Quill and a fellow pilot flew through storms, hail, fog, and blizzards, earning the Air Force Cross, awarded for valor while flying not on combat operations. He was a good man to examine the caliber of the new enemy at close quarters. On his flying tour of Germany, Quill landed first in Saarbrücken, which Hitler had recently managed to get returned to German sovereignty by plebiscite. no booted and strutting Nazis appeared at the small airfield before Quill refueled and continued to Munich. A visit to a beer cellar further calmed his fears. The mood was jovial and boisterous. Buxom waitresses carried 5 massive steins of Bavarian beer in each hand, and slender women polished them off as if they were cups of tea. Then he began to notice aerodromes packed with paramilitary aircraft, and flying clubs full of purposeful-looking air and ground crew. The atmosphere of vigor and menace made Quill uneasy. There was only one conclusion. Britain was being left behind in a race that had no rules. The RAF had been basking in the glow of bygone days. Small, agile biplanes with a couple of Vickers machine guns were the norm. But some members of Britain's defence establishment had begun to share Churchill and Quill's concern. As the Luftwaffe sprang into life, the Air Ministry issued specification F-1035 in the search for a new fighter. The RAF had woken up to the demands of modern air warfare. They needed a single-engine, single-seat fighter armed with 8 machine guns that could produce the greatest destructive power possible in one quick attack. Building on his success in the Schneider Trophy, R.J. Mitchell seized upon F-1035 and assembled a team at Supermarines headquarters at Eastleigh, Hampshire, to come up with the best possible design for a fast, maneuverable aircraft. Its planform wing, a leaf-like elliptic or oval shape, was close to perfection aerodynamically and allowed the thinnest possible structure to accommodate 4 machine guns. Using the technical skills evolved from the successful seaplane designs, the prototype took shape in an erecting shop at Supermarines aircraft manufacturing plant in Southampton. Hitches were overcome. Rolls-Royce's magnificent Merlin engine had originally been developed for the Wellington bomber, not for a high-altitude fighter, and lost efficiency the higher it went. Rolls-Royce's engineers resolved this by using a coolant of pure ethylene glycol, which boiled at 160 degrees centigrade at sea level and 120 degrees centigrade at 27,000 feet. Mitchell had more difficulty with the aircraft's name. He had hoped to call it the Shrew. Sir Robert McLean, chairman of Vickers Engineering Company, who now owned Supermarine, wanted it named after his daughter Anne, a little Spitfire. On such a minor whim, a legend was born. Willy Messerschmitt did not need a name for his deadly efficient fighter. A number was enough. 3 years younger than Mitchell, aged 36, the brilliant German aircraft engineer designed the prototype of the 109 that took to the air in May 1935 and moved swiftly towards mass production. Spitfire prototype K5054 made an 8-minute maiden flight over Southampton 10 months later. It had cost £20,765 to develop, looked good, and flew well. Everyone at Vickers Supermarine was delighted. But it was not headline news. The very next day, the 7th of March 1936, Hitler's stormtroopers marched into the Rhineland demilitarized zone. Summer 1936. There was a certain elan about the members of White's Club, the exclusive gentlemen's club in Mayfair, London. Blue stock and Tory, many had time on their hands, and most had a sense of duty and a nose for danger. Some were restless, some eccentric, and some had the prescience to realize that defending the skies would be vital in any future conflict. Lord Edward Grosvenor, son of the Duke of Westminster, an habitué of White's and a former naval flyer, had set up 601 as one of the 5 new squadrons in the Royal Auxiliary Air Force. The auxiliaries were formed as an elite corps of civilian pilots who would fly for the RAF in time of war. The initial batch of pilots for 601 was almost exclusively recruited from the distinguished drinking clientele of whites. It seemed only sensible that their summer camps should be held at Lymm Airport in Kent, close to Goldenhurst Farm, owned by Noel Coward, and Port Lymm, seaside home of Sir Philip Sassoon, the urbane politician and art collector. It was to prove a most satisfactory way of balancing the intensity of flight with the more indulgent demands of their lifestyle. And there was much that was indulgent about Port Lymm. Gilt-edged chairs with jade-green cushions stood in the dining room. Nude statues disported themselves among the greenery of the splendid landscaped garden. Its guest list was as notable as the roses and juniper trees. Hollywood's Charlie Chaplin, Winston Churchill, the backbench MP, and T. Lawrence of Arabia fame. The men of 601 Squadron were welcome any time. Port Lymm was their unofficial mess, where officers came to swim, sunbathe, and play tennis. Wealth counted for something in Lord Grosvenor's selection criteria, but not everything. One recruit who turned up for interview wearing a shiny suit and scuffed shoes refused to accept his rejection, and soon embraced the auxiliary ethos. Be a good pilot and a good comrade, but don't take anything other than flying too seriously. Geoffrey Quill certainly took flying seriously. Despite some misgivings, Quill had resigned his RAF commission and joined Vickers as assistant to the chief test pilot. When he saw the supermarine fighter take to the air, he knew he had made the right choice. 3 weeks after the maiden test flight, he climbed into the Spitfire cockpit for the first time. He was immediately struck by a very long nose that completely blocked the forward view. Zigzagging to ensure all was clear ahead, he opened the throttle for takeoff. The acceleration was sluggish. Strangely, he needed to apply full right rudder to maintain a straight line. When the wheels of the Spitfire finally left the ground, Quill was immediately impressed. It was in a class of its own. It began to slip along as if on skates, with the speed mounting steadily. An immediate impression of effortless performance was accentuated by the relatively low propeller RPM at that low altitude. The aeroplane just seemed to chunter along at a very much higher cruising speed than I have ever experienced before, with the engine turning over very easily. In this respect, it was somewhat reminiscent of my old Bentley cruising in top gear. I climbed up to a few thousand feet and carried out some steep turns and gentle rolls. The aeroplane was light and lively, but with a tendency to sheer about a bit directionally. I put it into a gentle dive, and it accelerated with effortless ease. Then it was time to rejoin the circuit for landing. As I chopped the throttle on passing over the boundary hedge, the deceleration was hardly discernible, and the aeroplane showed no desire to touch down. It evidently enjoyed flying. I noticed how the stick hardly moved during the flare-out for landing, and in fact the aircraft seemed almost to land itself. Here, I thought to myself, is a real lady. Despite its smoothness, the plane was struggling to find the speed required of a true fighter. Quill recorded a disappointing 335 miles per hour on his first outing, in the same league as the Hawker Hurricane, the other new single-seat monoplane fighter. There would be no room for two fighters of the same ilk, and no production order. The Spitfire's two-bladed propeller was taken off and worked on by Mitchell's team of engineers to make it produce more speed by refining the tips, making them more aerodynamic. It was also given an ultra-smooth paint finish. "I think we have something here," Quill said on landing in May 1936, Its top speed was now 348 miles per hour, close enough to Mitchell's 350 miles per hour objective for it to be sent to the RAF for official trials just 3 months after its maiden flight. On the 26th of May 1936, Humphrey Edwards Jones, commander of A Flight at the RAF testing airfield in Martlesham, became the first Air Force pilot to fly the Spitfire. On landing, he had been instructed to immediately call the Air Ministry. "I don't want to know everything, and obviously you can't tell me," the Air Ministry man said. "All I want to know now is whether you think the young pilot officers and others we are getting in the Air Force will be able to cope with such an advanced aircraft." His answer was affirmative. Edwards Jones shared Quill's sentiments. "The aeroplane is simple and easy to fly and has no vices," the official report said. "The controls are well harmonized and appear to give an excellent compromise between maneuverability and steadiness for shooting. Takeoff and landing are straightforward and easy." The ministry immediately put in an order for 310 of them. On the same day, the 6th of June 1936, it signed a contract for 600 Hurricanes. Finally, the RAF would have a force of modern fighters. The Germans flew the V-1 prototype Me-109 proudly over the audience for the Berlin Olympics in August 1936. Willy Messerschmitt had focused on combining the most powerful engine with the lightest possible body. He built an advanced all-metal airframe with closed canopy and retractable landing gear. German test pilots were impressed with its speed and agility. When it went up against the Luftwaffe's HE-51 biplane in a mock dogfight in front of the Reichsminister of Aviation, Air Marshal Hermann Göring, he too was impressed. With news of the major Spitfire and Hurricane commitment, Göring ordered it into production at the Regensburg factory in Bavaria in November 1936. It was also going to have one significant advantage over its British rivals. The 109 was going to war. By February 1937, the first models were delivered to the front line in Spain to help prop up Franco's nationalist government. As the Germans trialled their aircraft in combat, the British were using dried split peas to improve performance. The prototype Spitfire, serial number K5054, had employed flush riveting to create a smooth aerodynamic surface. Cheaper dome-headed rivets would be required for mass production. Supermarine glued hundreds of split peas to the flush rivets in various key locations and then removed them progressively in order to identify the most effective balance of cost and performance. The Spitfire's pilots quickly discovered that its slender wings produced turns so tight that the resulting G-force induced blackouts. The classic elliptical wings also allowed for an excellent climb rate and lower stall speed. More importantly, and unlike the Me-109, the elliptical wings also produced an alarming wobble if a turn was about to lead to a stall, giving the pilot a chance to pull out. Being able to outturn an opponent in a dogfight and pre-warning of a stall could prove decisive in the fast-evolving world of aerial combat. New exhaust pipes boosted the top speed to 362 miles per hour. Engine heat was diverted to the wings to prevent the 8 machine guns freezing at high altitude. The first Spitfire Mark I was soon ready to take to the sky. Sadly, it would not be witnessed by its creator. R.J. Mitchell finally succumbed to cancer, aged 42, in June 1937. His work, wrote one admirer, is his memorial. Seeing the Spitfire in the skies gave some succor to a British public worried by an increasingly bellicose Germany. Jimmy Taylor, a schoolboy at Eton, the renowned English public school, was on manoeuvres with the Officer Training Corps when one streaked low over Aldershot's bracken. It was a wonderful moment for the 15-year-old aeroplane enthusiast who always had a camera to hand. The sight encouraged his belief that he might one day be alone with his thoughts in a flying machine that responded instantly to his every wish. His father, the Reverend Harold Taylor, had administered to the dying and led the burial service far too often as a chaplain in the First World War. Such conflict, he concluded, was obscene. So he had taken his son to Portsmouth a few years earlier to see firsthand what life was like aboard a submarine. The exercise worked, much to his delight. When young Jimmy clambered out of the cramped, oily and nausea-inducing vessel, he had vowed never to join the Navy. He would join the RAF instead. Jimmy Taylor had seen just a single Spitfire. Delivery dates for the batch of 310 were badly adrift. A desire to rapidly rearm was one thing. The practicalities were altogether different. British industry simply wasn't equipped to deal with the demands that it now faced. Large-scale specialized expansion with skilled labor could not happen overnight. Supermarine had to subcontract the work, which led to further delays. Delivery of its wings was held up for months. Manufacturing fell at least 6 months behind schedule. The Southampton plant managed to roll out its first production Spitfire in May 1938. At the same time, Me-109s were coming off the Bavaria assembly lines in their hundreds, and the Luftwaffe had 20,000 airmen with operational experience from the Spanish Civil War. In just 5 years, it had become the best-equipped, most technologically advanced and battle-hardened air force in the world. Many hoped that it would not be put to further use. Foremost among them was Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, who flew to Munich in September that year to head off Hitler's threat to seize the Sudetenland. A chunk of Czechoslovakia was the price for appeasement. Chamberlain returned to Heston Airport, waving his piece of paper and declaring, "Peace for our time." Then his car got stuck in the mud. Jimmy Taylor was on hand with his Eton pals to help push him out of the quagmire. He had survived the bullying and beatings at Eton by closeting himself in his study bedroom and building an armada of 1/72nd scale models. Hawker Furies, Wellingtons, and a Spitfire were carefully constructed and painted. He also lost himself in the tales of dashing pilots like Biggles in his Sopwith Camel. Reverend Taylor had first taken his family on a tour of Nazi Germany, along the fast and impressive Autobahnen in their Ford V8 in 1935. Then the only sign of military activity on that first trip had been a Labour battalion carrying polished spades. 3 years later, during the Taylors' most recent visit, the shadows had lengthened, though Jimmy had found some kindness among the swastikas and massed ranks of stormtroopers. One helped him find a space to photograph Hungary's Admiral Horthy driving through Berlin to meet Hitler in August 1938. Jimmy retained a warm spot for that soldier, whatever his future role. While Goering's boasts of Luftwaffe supremacy were widely reported, Vickers remained an old-fashioned institution that saw publicity as vulgar and undesirable. So when Geoffrey Quill flew the Spitfire from London to Paris in a record-breaking 42 minutes and 30 seconds in November 1938, virtually nothing appeared in the press. 1939. While Messerschmitt employees were hard at work in Regensburg, the gentlemen of 601 Squadron were not far away, enjoying fresh snow in the Bavarian mountains. With poor weather in January and February, and a scarcity of Spitfires or Hurricanes to practice in, downhill skiing seemed a good alternative. Germany might have been considered a curious choice of venue in early 1939. The remilitarized Rhineland was churning out arms. The Condor Legion had subdued the Spanish Republicans. Czechoslovakia had been eviscerated, and Hitler was making noises about Poland. However, Chamberlain's peace still held. Although the snow was glorious, the edge of their enjoyment was taken off somewhat when they skied alongside a detachment of German Alpine troops. There was something in their swagger that suggested both confidence and menace. Something was afoot. The Germans could build 3 Me-109s in the time it took to construct 1 Spitfire. With its revolutionary wings and complex engineering, the British fighter was a tricky machine to assemble. Under the muddled leadership of motoring magnate Lord Nuffield, the Castle Bromwich factory, set up in 1936 to turn out 100 Spitfires a month, was experiencing major delays. The First World War plant in Eastleigh, near Southampton, Hampshire, had to step up to the plate. But as the American millionaire flyer Charles Lindbergh, famous for his solo non-stop transatlantic flight in 1927, could not fail to notice on a visit in 1939, it lacked the chromium-plated modernity of Germany's Regensburg production line. Lindbergh had been invited to Europe by Goering for a red carpet tour of the ultra-modern Messerschmitt factories, where 2,000 fighters had already been assembled. He was invited to Supermarine's Eastleigh works afterwards. As the aviator's eye roved over the old wooden roof trusses and factory floor, Geoffrey Quill detected only a passing interest in the Spitfire. I was suddenly aware of a burning anger and resentment, which I hope I managed to disguise. As he taxied out, I felt like shouting after him in the American idiom, "Okay, wise guy, just you wait." Sadly, it was the RAF that would have to wait. Things at Eastleigh were not about to improve, and progress at the Castle Bromwich factory verged on the non-existent. Then, in June 1939, a government memorandum appeared. It suggested that on completion of the order for 310 Spitfires, Eastleigh should concentrate on building Beaufighters, the heavily armed twin-engine night fighter. There were no plans for continuing with the Spitfire beyond the Mark I. Ken French's love of trout fishing should have kept him casting into the lakes and rivers that flowed through the green hills of West Cork for the rest of his life. But a well-off Protestant family was always going to be a target in post-independence Ireland. His uncle had been taken hostage by the IRA, and his father only just avoided summary execution. In the end, it was the economy that lured Ken French abroad, as it did for thousands of his compatriots. For an educated young man, England offered opportunity. It was his brother's suggestion that the number of pretty girls there were worth more than a boatload of trout that finally made up his mind. In July 1939, aged 18, he landed the princely sum of £83 a year as a clerk for North British and Mercantile Insurance in London. He arrived in Southend in time for the carnival. Everyone was happy and carefree, and his brother's promise was not unfounded. Ken's love of dogs and slight limp from a knee injury sustained at Portora Royal School, which had counted Oscar Wilde and Samuel Beckett among its past pupils, provided frequent openings for conversation that he rarely passed up. Hugh Dundas joined the part-time pilots of the Auxiliary Air Force, too late for the Bavarian Alpine jaunt. But the 6-foot-4-inch redhead was made of the right stuff. He wanted the kind of excitement that wasn't on offer in a solicitor's chambers. For reasons never given, he failed his medical 3 times, despite being at peak fitness. so found a rugby-playing Irish doctor to sign him off, fit for duty. By June 1939, Dundas was a pupil pilot flying Avro Tutor biplanes with 616 Squadron. The thrill of flight swept aside everything else going on in the world. Nicknamed Cocky by one of the veterans who thought he resembled a Rhode Island red rooster, he was a quietly popular source of advice. But during annual camp among the orchards of East Kent, he also showed an 18-year-old's eagerness for the new and the magical. He learned the joy of taking off into the dawn sky, of crossing the Channel when the air was crisp, of glimpsing the luxurious Pullman coaches that waited at Calais and Boulogne to transport travellers to far-off places. Afternoons were reserved either for drinking gin in the mess tent or dozing in the sunshine, or both. There was little to trouble them beyond their imminent inspection by Air Vice Marshal Trafford Lee Mallory, brother of George Mallory, the Everest mountaineer who died in 1924. Formalities over, Lee Mallory took a snifter of gin and accepted the popular mess game challenge to shimmy up one marquee pole through the ventilation hole, along the spine, then back down the other. Despite some middle-age thickening, Lee Mallory achieved the first phase of the mission, but became stuck when he attempted the descent. A climber was sent up to pull number 12, Fighter Group's commander, through the hole. He popped out like a champagne cork and descended the last 10 feet in free fall. Restored with a stiff whiskey, he promptly left. 2 days later, the squadron was enjoying its post-prandial nap when the mess tent received news that a Nazi-Soviet pact had been signed. "Well, that's fucked it," one pilot, a former Guards officer, said. "That's the start of the fucking war." In less colourful language, Jimmy Taylor's father told his family to pack their bags in readiness to flee France. The family were holidaying in the Pyrenees as Hitler's forces massed on the Polish border. The Reverend's hopes and prayers that his 3 boys would avoid war had proved forlorn. The Taylors were forced to leave the blue skies and tranquility of the mountains when their hotel shut down. They headed north to the nearest port for passage to England, threading through mobilized French reservists. When they got to Saint-Malo, it was crammed with their fellow countrymen fighting to return home. They boarded the ferry to Portsmouth on the morning of the 1st of September, after a final sightseeing trip to celebrate the splendid defiance of Mont Saint-Michel, as the Luftwaffe bombed the Polish town of Wieluń, killing 1,200 civilians. Flames lit the night sky to the north of their Kent home, the night Brian Bird's half-brother was born in 1936. Brian rushed downstairs to tell his stepfather the news that the Crystal Palace, the glory of Victorian Britain, was burning down after an accident. 3 years later, on Sunday the 3rd of September 1939, 15-year-old Brian prepared to bring him an even more momentous bulletin. He crouched by the wireless, waiting for the Prime Minister's 11 a.m. announcement. His stepfather had gone to church, having left him with strict instructions to be kept informed. "This is London." It was 11:15. Brian felt the tension crackle in the air as Chamberlain began speaking. "It is therefore with regret that I have to tell you we are at war with Germany." His address had barely ended when Brian was pedalling hard through the deserted streets of Sittingbourne. Somewhat self-consciously, he marched up the aisle of St. Paul's Church and delivered the note his mother had written just as his stepfather began the sermon. Air raid sirens wailed as he cycled home. Brian stopped and raised his eyes to the sky with a deep sense of foreboding. Even at the tender age of 15, the young Brian Bird was shaken by the sound. He contemplated what the future might hold for both him and his country. He could never have imagined. The show still went on in London's West End. Anne Todd was treading the boards on her way to becoming a Hollywood star, winning praise for her poignant performance in The Man in Half Moon Street, the story of a man who retains his youth and cannot die. The morning sirens had disturbed the city's Sunday peace. She counted 10 people dotted about the stalls. They were ushered to the front, and the show began with blackout curtains in place. The performance was completed in half its usual running time, and audience and actors gratefully left the building. Anne Todd took a taxi and drove through the night to Shropshire, to be reunited with her small son David from her first marriage and her budding fighter pilot boyfriend, soon-to-be husband, Nichol. They made an intriguing couple. Todd was a diminutive and beautiful blonde, nicknamed the Pocket Garbo. Tangy was a tall, good-looking Cornishman with a colourful history. He had combined journalism with clandestine work for MI5 during the Spanish Civil War, and had joined the Auxiliary Air Force a few months earlier. He had just been called up by the RAF. Anne Todd experienced the same moment of introspection that couples all around the country were feeling: uncertainty and fear. During that long drive, I realized how important it is to belong to someone who cares when one is in danger, and to a woman how necessary it is to have a man around. It was interesting when the raids were on, and there was fear for survival. Couples who weren't getting on or even disliked each other rushed into each other's arms and clung together rather than be alone. The Vickers Supermarine workforce in Eastleigh looked at each other in resignation and dismay. They had known for some time that their precious fighter would be tested in combat, and were working their hardest to assemble as many as they could. But resources and capacity were still limited. As the bungling at Castle Bromwich continued, all Eastleigh could manage in September 1939 was 33 Spitfires. The Messerschmitt factory built more than 120 Me-109s. At the outbreak of war, little over 300 Spitfires had been built, with less than a dozen squadrons operational. They did not have to wait long for the first Spitfire action. Sadly, it was an engagement all concerned wanted to forget. At 6:15 a.m. on the 6th of September, Spitfires from 74 Squadron were scrambled by ground control to vector on an enemy presence over the River Medway in Kent. 2 aircraft were shot down, but they were Hurricanes, not Messerschmitts. The scientists had to come up with a solution fast to prevent further friendly fire tragedies. The first identification friend or foe system that could spot friendly aircraft was introduced. A transponder that was fitted onto RAF aircraft amplified and returned the incoming radar signal. It gave a distorted blip on the radar operator's screen, which made it easily identifiable as non-hostile on the ground controller's screen. German bomber crews were not new to combat, nor were they particularly nervous. Most had seen action in Spain or Poland. They had confidence in themselves and their aircraft. The Junkers 88 crews had more right to be confident than most. Their Schnellbomber, fast bomber, was designed to outrun fighters. Twin UMO engines could power it to 320 miles per hour, roughly the same speed as a Hurricane. They had been briefed about the Spitfire. They knew it was dangerous and fast, that it could top 350 miles per hour, possibly 364 miles per hour. But they also knew its 85-gallon fuel tank limited its range to 425 miles. Thus, when Lieutenant Horst von Riesen was ordered to bomb the Royal Navy at their Scottish base in the Firth of Forth on the 16th of October 1939, he was content. There was enough speed in the V-12 UMOs to get them out of trouble, and they had a 1,400-mile range. After the 2-hour trip across the North Sea, he watched with satisfaction as his boss, Hauptmann Helmut Pohle, straddled the cruiser HMS Southampton with 3,000 pounds of bombs. Moments later, his face fell. Pohle's aircraft ditched into the chilly Firth of Forth, riddled with bullets. Seconds later, von Riesen saw the sleek outline of a Spitfire for the first time over his right shoulder. He acted swiftly and instinctively. The procedure was to drop to 50 feet above the water, protecting their vulnerable underbelly from enemy fire. As von Riesen streaked across the wave tops, raindrops peppered the surface. Except there was no rain. The clatter of metal on metal a split second later confirmed his fears. Then came the unmistakable churn and screech of mechanical failure. The starboard engine cut out. Von Riesen shut it down, reducing the fire risk, and held the Ju-88 steady. There was little else he could do. He risked another glance over his shoulder. Thank God, the Spitfires had broken off. Some 375 miles of open sea separated them from Germany, and they were limping along at barely 100 miles per hour. He consulted the 3 other crew members. Turn back and ditch in the Firth of Forth, or carry on? No, never, one rasped over the intercom. If we go back, the Spitfires will certainly get us. He was right. Better take our chances swimming in the North Sea rather than face the ferocious fighters again. Von Riesen kept the Ju-88 aloft for the next 4 hours, until the seaside lights of Westerland, lying off the Danish peninsula, twinkled on the horizon. They were home. German bomber crews were not going to be put off by a few losses, and they were out to prove a point to the RAF. We're not scared, and we're coming for you. Despite growing rumors about the Spitfire, the Staffel squadron of HE-111s that left Germany early on the 8th of December 1939 were confident of catching the Royal Navy in port. If they came from far to the north, there was little chance of detection by whatever paltry defences the British might muster, and thus a greater chance of surprise. The squadron was cruising south of Aberdeen when the gunner radio operator in the lead aircraft received a 3-letter code. Careful, you have been detected by the defence. He repeated it to the Staffelkapitän. Rubbish, the officer replied. The English defences are no good. But he took the precaution of gaining height on his way down to the Firth of Forth. It was a wise decision. Flying directly towards them, and a few thousand feet above, were 5 Spitfires from 72 Squadron. They had been scrambled just after midday, when radar picked up 7 enemy aircraft flying towards the warships moored in the Firth of Forth. For the first 3 months of the war, Flying Officer Desmond Sheen, 22, had spent hours searching the skies for his first enemy targets. He had come over from Sydney, Australia, 2 years earlier to join the RAF, and by December 1939 he was impatient for action. When he spotted the bomber formation, he felt his heartbeat quicken. "Blue flight strike," he ordered over the radio, not caring whether he used the right terminology. The lead Heinkel's gunner saw them coming. "Behind us! Fighters!" "All right, turn away to the North Sea," the Staffelkapitän calmly replied. "We can fly for a long time. They cannot. We'll have to shake them off." The Heinkels dropped to sea level, then closed in tight formation as the Spitfires dived near vertically down onto them. The fighters were met with a curtain of defensive gunfire. Sheen ignored the streaks of tracer and fired on the rear bomber, scoring multiple hits. The Nichol quickly lost height. The Australian turned his attention elsewhere. He pulled a tight turn, swept past a lighthouse 15 miles out to sea, and zeroed in on a Nichol on the extreme right that had already been hit. The other Germans fought hard to protect their comrade, but to no avail. The bomber's guns went silent, and it began to drop away. The lead German gunner was not going to let the British fighter claim another victim. He was a veteran and excellent shot. But this was his first close combat with a Spitfire, and he knew their weapons would be deadly at close quarters. He waited patiently for the British pilot to close in, then let go burst after burst of 7.92mm fire. Sheen was caught in the crossfire of 3 Nichols rear-facing machine guns. A bullet smashed through his canopy and sliced through his earphones, cutting his ear as it skimmed past his head. Another speared through the cockpit and into his thigh. The damage to his body he could deal with, but not the damage to the aircraft. A round had blown a hole in its fuel tank. Petrol streamed into the cockpit, stinging his skin, blurring his vision. Sheen tried to pull round for another attack, but he felt light-headed, dizzy, verging on blackout. He manoeuvred back to the coast. The battle was far from over. Seeing Sheen hit put his 72 Squadron comrades in vengeful mood. The Spitfires went for the Germans, diving and firing in fury. The Nichol gunner looked left and right. Only one other rear gunner remained in action, but he was inexperienced and slow, engaging the enemy only after they turned away from his tail. The 72 Squadron pilots were quick to spot an easy prey. They dived on him relentlessly. The Nichol gunner fired a long salvo in his comrade's defense. There was a metallic click. He'd finished his last drum of ammunition. He turned and shouted at the Staffelkapitän, "All the ammo you have, back to me at once!" The Staffelkapitän didn't need to hear it twice. He made his way on his hands and knees along the catwalk, between the bomb racks, dragging the much-needed ammunition behind him. The gunner whipped on a drum and fired. As he pulled the trigger, he shouted, "More! Quick!" The Staffelkapitän crawled back as quickly as he could. For what seemed like an age, the gunner aimed, fired, and changed drums, while the officer frantically fed him ammunition. Another Spitfire was hit and began smoking. The fight had taken them far out to sea. Finally, the British broke off and headed home. The Nichol gunner sat back, wiping the sweat from his brow. He looked over at the Staffelkapitän. They both grinned and shook their heads. The officer pointed to his trousers. He had donned his best uniform that morning. Now they were threadbare at the knees. The Nichol's interior was a mess, its aluminium fuselage torn apart by .303 Browning rounds. Brass casings and empty ammo drums were strewn everywhere. The gunner wiggled his toes, then pulled off his flying boot, emptying a cascade of shell casings. The plane lurched, and he looked out of the window in time to see one of their fellow bombers gently ditch onto the water. They could do no more than wave at the survivors, before setting their own mauled Nichol on a southeasterly course for home. But they had a problem. The wireless had been shot to pieces, and after the long-running battle no one had any idea where they were. At that moment, one of the 2 engines stopped. The Nichol lost height. 500 meters, 200 meters. "We're going to join our comrades in the sea." 100 meters, 50 meters. Slowly, the pilot managed to get the nose up. 30 meters. Their position held just above the waves. At any moment they expected the machine to give out and plummet into the sea. Then they had a stroke of luck. The direction-finding instrument suddenly sprang into life, giving their position and course. The nearest airfield was Vesterland, on the island of Zult, just off the Denmark peninsula. They headed straight for it, making a belly landing. They had survived. Just. It was a testament to the HE-111's durability. It had been estimated the bombers needed to be hit a maximum of 300 times to be sure of destruction. "Counted holes in aircraft," the gunner recorded. 350. The bomber's resilience and the Spitfire's inability to bring it down only strengthened German confidence. 72 squadrons' encounter did not go unnoticed. RAF Fighter Command pored over every scrap of after-action report. How could 7 Spitfires fire 2,400 rounds each, their full complement, and only account for 2 out of 7 HE-111s in such favourable circumstances? An inquiry was ordered. It found that the bullet groupings of the 8 Browning machine guns was too far apart, lacking the concentration needed to fatally damage a plane. It recommended that the muzzles be refocused to concentrate the spread of bullets at 300 yards rather than 400 yards. Fighter Command was learning some valuable lessons. 1940. Diana Bonato Walker joined the British Red Cross in the belief that there would be mass casualties on declaration of war. By early 1940 they hadn't materialized, and her services were not required. For the granddaughter of Barney Bonato, joint founder of De Beers Mining, and the daughter of the multimillionaire racing driver Wolf Babe Bonato, there was only one thing left to do: socialize. After a long night dancing at the Embassy Club on Bond Street, Diana decided to go skiing in France. It was mid-January 1940. Bar the odd sandbag, the war had barely touched London, and she'd heard the Scots Guards were on manoeuvres in Chamonix. Diana came from a hugely enterprising and fearless Jewish family. She was not going to let a war put her off, and the opportunity of skiing with the Guards was too good to miss. Driving off the ferry in Calais, she discovered that France offered a number of immediate benefits. With no rationing, she could fill her thirsty Bentley as often as she liked. She motored south, via an overnight chateau stop, to the slopes of Mont Blanc. She couldn't pass Paris on her return without dropping in on her friend Gogo's atelier studio. During Diana's 5-day stay, the House of Schiaparelli created a collection for her that included a pink satin evening dress and silk afternoon outfit in duck egg blue with fine red and blue stripes. Before finally heading back to Calais, Diana lunched with Count Henri de la Falaise in Amiens, where he was acting liaison officer to the 12th Lancers. As the two friends shared an excellent duck pâté at the Café Godebert, the German General Staff were finalizing their plans for the invasion of France. Joe Roddis felt the same joy when he tinkered with a motorcycle as he'd had assembling his red Meccano steam traction engine. He understood it, cared for it, and could fix it. Joe passed the RAF recruiting office every day as he fetched the sandwiches for his mates at their Sheffield motorcycle workshop. His desire to service fighters that could fly at 5 times the speed of a Royal Enfield Bullet motorbike increased each time he saw the Spitfire and Hurricane posters, as did his determination to provide his impoverished family with a steady income. When the 18-year-old Yorkshireman's application to join up was accepted, he was overjoyed. His sandwich delivery duties were cut short, as was his mechanics course, when he was put on a wartime footing. Joe was posted to 234 Squadron at RAF Leconfield in Yorkshire to await delivery of their Spitfires. When the red Very flare went up over the airfield, signalling a scramble for another squadron, Joe sprinted across to see his first ever Spitfire in flight. It was magical and elegant. The tail was just coming off the ground. It looked like it was doing 400 miles per hour. It was a beautiful war machine, especially to have on our side. But the thrill quickly evaporated as a Miles Magister training aircraft taxied onto the runway. The Spitfire pilot could not avoid a collision. His whirling propeller cut through the open cockpit of the monoplane trainer, which disintegrated in a shower of plywood and fabric. The Magister's pilot was killed instantly. There was nothing we could do. It was just a mass of human flesh scattered around which had to be cleared up. I picked up a flying boot with a foot in it. The seagulls had been feeding on it for a while. A terrible sight. It was the 21st of February 1940, and Joe's first view of death close up. The gloom lifted considerably a fortnight later, with the arrival of 18 brand-new Spitfire Mark Is. We crawled all over them, taking the cowling off and drooling over the Merlins. It really felt we were becoming part of the war, part of the fight. You could also see the change in the pilots. They were drooling over the aircraft too, desperate to get airborne. He and his fellow mechanics learned the intricacies of the Rolls-Royce engine, and could soon feed the gun belts all 2,400 rounds and fill the 85-gallon tank in 20 minutes. The pilots learned to fly and fight the plane, whose value was so high that they were dispersed to fields a few miles away every night to protect them from marauding German bombers. With his RAF pay packets, Joe made regular visits to the local pubs, and when he really felt flush, took a bus to the pictures in Hull. But at that point there was little social mixing between what he described as the different classes. Ground crew would never dare initiate a conversation with a pilot. The air crew then were from rich backgrounds. They were only used to telling a garage mechanic to fill up their Bentley or wipe the windscreen. They were not rude, but we rarely spoke to them other than about the aircraft. But the distinctive lines of the British class system, which had survived relatively unscathed from the Great War, were about to become severely blurred. The divide between mechanic and pilot would quickly close, as neither the Spitfire nor the war would be any respecter of class. Chapter 2. The Fall of France. The incursions across the North Sea proved useful continuation training for the Luftwaffe bomber force. In April 1940, following the pattern set in Spain and Poland, they started bombing civilians in Norway. Britain's hapless participation in the Norway campaign led to Chamberlain being replaced by Churchill on the 10th of May 1940. Hours later, the German Blitzkrieg, Lightning War, was launched on the Low Countries. The British Expeditionary Force, BEF, had been sent to France on the outbreak of war to bolster the French army, as it had done in the previous war, but it was ill-equipped to fight the Blitzkrieg. German paratroopers swept through Belgium's defences, rendering France's fabled Maginot Line an irrelevance, and the campaign came to an irreversible conclusion when General Erwin Rommel's 7th Panzer Division ghosted through the Ardennes. The French rustled up a mixed bunch of 826 combat-ready fighters and 250 bombers. Their command and control systems were chaotic at best, and at times non-existent. More than 4,000 Luftwaffe aircraft were released to bomb them into submission. As the French lines collapsed, the BEF called for Spitfires to cover its headlong retreat. Churchill had fought in the trenches alongside the French army and felt compelled to assist, but Air Chief Marshal Dowding had other ideas. Sir Hugh "Stuffy" Dowding, head of Fighter Command, was not widely loved. Socially awkward and abidingly obstinate, he appeared to deserve his nickname. However, he was also focused, clear-sighted, and iron-willed, essential qualities for the times. It was Dowding who had the foresight to ensure the RAF had a modern fighter, and to make radar integral to home defence, He had overseen the introduction of the fighter control system, which used a combination of radars, direction finders, and the observer core. It gave Fighter Command Headquarters the direction, height, and time of incoming raids, allowing them to vector fighter squadrons for the intercept. This saved on fuel, engine use, and perhaps most importantly, pilots' energy, as they were not required for airborne patrols. It also sapped German morale. The Luftwaffe had underestimated Britain's complex home defense system, which left its pilots bemused how nearly every raid was met with RAF fighters waiting to pounce. But Dowding now had to answer the most burning question of the conflict thus far. Would his Spitfires be able to blunt the Luftwaffe's efforts long enough for the French army to regroup? In a 2-page memorandum to the Air Ministry on the 18th of May 1940, he set out his arguments. While the Allies might still prove victorious, defeat had to be contemplated. If this happened, he presumed Britain would fight on, and therefore required a minimum fighter strength. I would remind the Air Council that the last estimate which they made as to the force necessary to defend this country was 52 squadrons, and my strength has now been reduced to the equivalent of 36. The Air Ministry needed to decide, as a matter of paramount urgency, what numbers should be left to defend Britain. Once they had done so, he wanted reassurance that not one fighter will be sent across the Channel, however urgent and insistent the appeals for help may be. Then came the final, career-risking but visionary paragraph. If the home defense force is drained away in desperate attempts to remedy the situation in France, defeat in France will involve the final, complete, and irremediable defeat of this country. Dowding was listened to. Not one Spitfire would be deployed in the defence of France. The force of 452 Hurricanes, joined by the woefully inadequate Bristol Blenheims, Fairey Battles, and Lysanders, would have to make do. May 1940. RAF pilots who made it home after crash landing in northern France in late May reported chaos on the ground. Former portrait painter Hugh Riddle, 28, of 601 Squadron, was among them. Refugees block main roads and there is a sense of complete confusion. Soldiers without rifles roam aimlessly about the countryside, all making their way westwards. Bombed to near madness, French soldiers would run panic-stricken at the merest sound of an aircraft engine. For an orderly withdrawal to have any hope of success, the skies had to be protected from the marauding Luftwaffe. 12 squadrons of Hurricanes had been in France since the outset of the Blitzkrieg, and Dowding had been powerless to prevent another 8 going in mid-May, although he cannily ensured they were half squadrons. Churchill had done his best to keep his closest allies in the fight, but it was not enough. He finally conceded that the attempt to hold off the Germans was a colossal military disaster. To retrieve anything from the impending defeat, the 400,000 men of the BEF, the whole root and core and brain of the British Army, had to be saved. It was vital, therefore, to protect the northern evacuation ports. Dowding could not argue against using the most modern aircraft available to cover the troops streaming towards the beaches of Dunkirk. The Spitfire was about to be pitched into battle against an undefeated foe. All the toil that had gone into its creation would count for nothing if it proved a failure. I saw another Messerschmitt curving round. It had a bright yellow nose. Again I saw the ripples of grey smoke. Red blobs arced lazily through the air between us, accelerating dramatically as they approached and streaked close by across my wing. It was the 28th of May, Day 2 of the Dunkirk evacuation. Hugh Dundas had left the Garden of England for the Dunkirk beaches. He was about to confirm the adage that the fighter pilot's first fight was his most dangerous. I pulled my Spitfire round hard, so that the blood was forced down from my head. The thick curtain of blackout blinded me for a moment, and I felt the aircraft juddering on the brink of a stall. He straightened out, and his vision cleared, to reveal the twisting confusion of fighters locked in combat. Another Me-109 took a shot at him. Dundas threw his Spitfire into a turn so tight it led to another blackout. For a split second, a Messerschmitt filled his windscreen. Dundas pressed the Dunlop firing button for the first time in anger. His deflection shot, estimating his foe's flight path and shooting ahead of the moving target so the bullets would intersect with it, was wide of the mark. The enemy were all around him. I was close to panic and bewilderment and hot fear. Instinct drove me to keep turning and turning, twisting my neck all the time to look for the enemy behind. The consideration uppermost in my mind was the desire to stay alive. Suddenly, he was all alone, far out to sea and uncertain in which direction safety lay. It was then that panic took hold of me for the second time that day. Finding myself alone over the sea, a few miles north of Dunkirk, my training as well as my nerve deserted me. He set off blindly in what he thought was the right direction, directly north into a wilderness of sea, then came to his senses and turned back. Perhaps he could crash land and get a boat home. Spotting 2 destroyers below restored some calm. Then he saw the French coastline. He forced himself to work out the simple navigation problem which panic had blinded him to. Soaked in sweat, he took a few deep breaths, then set on a northwesterly course. He soon picked up Essex, then Southend Pier, and landed at Rochford, where 616 Squadron had arrived the previous night to assist the evacuation. He recalled the unimpressed looks the 72 Squadron pilots, fatigued and scarred by the loss of comrades, had given them the day before, after 616, then yet to be blooded in battle, had demonstrated a perfect formation landing. As he taxied to the dispersal point, knowing the ground crew could see he had fired his guns in anger, he felt himself transformed, Walter Mitty-like, from frightened child into debonair young pilot. His barrack-room mirror demanded a more honest appraisal. "Well, Hughie, you couldn't insure your life now for love nor money," he told his reflection. He was 19 and felt far from immortal. The whistle of artillery fire punctuated the screech of Stukas as the Germans closed in on Dunkirk. The beaches, crammed with soldiers, became, as one German pilot saw it, a place of unadulterated killing. Discipline was just holding in the long lines waiting to board the boats. Signaller Sidney Leach had queued for 10 hours, when a naval officer told him a ship was waiting at a pier several miles away. As shells dropped around them, the soldiers trudged through the sand, fighting exhaustion and the scars of battle. At 4 a.m., just as Leach reached the jetty, a shell burst in front of him. He was thrown backwards along the pier, just managing to avoid a plunge into the sea. Painfully, he got up and dusted himself down, then saw the piles of French dead stacked on the pier. He stared at the pale, blank faces for a moment, then quickly walked past. Finally, at 6 a.m., he boarded a minesweeper and put out to sea. They did not get far. Whether it was a bomb from above or a shell from shore-based artillery made no difference. The ship began to sink by the stern. Leach scrambled onto a lifeboat that rowed them to another minesweeper headed for home. But that still did not mean safety. The Luftwaffe did not want a single British soldier surviving long enough to fight their Wehrmacht comrades on the English beaches. Leach and his companions were attacked every nautical mile, until they were halfway across the channel. Planes followed us, continually bombing and machine-gunning us until about halfway across. The Luftwaffe appeared to have freedom of the skies. Many a Tommy had looked skywards at the black crosses of the German planes during the crossing, and cursed the scarcity of RAF roundels. A bitter feeling took hold. Where the bloody hell are the RAF? The vast black smoke cloud that now stretched for 70 miles across the beaches might have helped as a navigation aid for the British rescuers, but it was working more in the enemy's favour. The thick, oily plume from burning equipment was used by the Germans as cover for their bombing and strafing runs. At least 2, if not 3, RAF squadrons were patrolling constantly overhead in daylight, but intercepting the enemy far from the English coast, and their radar cover, was tricky, and they could manage little more than 40 minutes at a time over Dunkirk. The Germans also had far more planes to throw into the fight. Pilot Officer Johnny Allen of 54 Squadron had been patrolling up high without success, so took his Spitfire down to 4,000 feet. When he got there, he instantly regretted it. Immediately overhead was a formation of 20 enemy bombers escorted by 40 fighters, and had given up the precious advantage of height. Allen rammed the throttle forward, pulled back the stick and soared upwards, speeding towards his first dogfight against an Me-110. Happily, he found that the Spitfire's maneuverability far outclassed the twin-engine fighter. In a matter of seconds, the enemy's rear sat nicely at the centre of his sights. He thumbed the trigger button once, then twice. The smell of cordite fumes blowing back from the Browning's 153 squirts a second filled the cockpit. Flames spurted from the enemy aircraft as rounds hammered home. For a fraction of a second, Allen saw the pilot's head half-slewed round to see what was attacking him. Then the 110 plummeted downwards. Wow, that was bloody dangerous, Allen thought, as the exhilaration of the dogfight wore off. The Messerschmitt pilot was almost certainly experienced, but he was not prepared for the ferocity and agility of their new foe. The British attack was the fury of maniacs, a surviving comrade wrote in his diary. The RAF pilots faced 2 certainties. The Nazis were ominously close to their home shores, and they had to do everything possible to save the troops below. This was not immediately apparent to those on the ground, bruised by defeat and retreat. One army officer made the mistake of confronting the high-class amateur boxer-turned-pilot, Ken Manger, after he had just bailed out onto the beach and queued patiently for a destroyer. "All boats are for the army and not the RAF." Manger responded with a punch that sent the officer sprawling into the sea, then calmly stepped on board. He was back in the fray, flying over the beaches the very next day. Jack Bell, a former solicitor and now with 616 Squadron, sampled similar chagrin in more trying circumstances. He had dived after a flight of Messerschmitts, machine-gunning ships, downed one, then had to bail out himself. He spent some time in the water, until an open boat crewed by Navy ratings came alongside. Instead of bringing the shivering airman on board, the sailors used their oars to push him away. When Bell finally persuaded them he was an RAF pilot, he was sarcastically told they thought all airmen in the area were German. A diminished RAF presence was not the Luftwaffe's experience over Dunkirk. Our bombers pressed home their attacks, but were constantly harassed by the RAF, who inflicted substantial losses, wrote the Luftwaffe ace Ulrich Steinhilpe. I understand that it is a complaint of many British and French soldiers who were on the beaches that the RAF were nowhere to be seen. Believe me, they flew to their limit. The 23rd of May, 1940. Squadron leader Francis White, of 74 Squadron, had got into a tangle with some Me-109s and a two-seat Henschel 126 reconnaissance plane, whose rear gunner scored a lucky hit. With glycol pouring out of his cooling system, White was forced to crash-land his damaged Spitfire at Calais-Marc airfield. Germans were driving past the main gate as he landed, and Calais was encircled. There was no way back to the beaches. His friend, Squadron Leader James Prof. Leithart of 54 Squadron, had seen White go down and was determined not to let him fall into enemy hands. He dashed back to Kent and grabbed the squadron's two-seat Mars Master trainer. The Master had the advantage of a Kestrel engine that gave it 142 miles per hour. But as a trainer, its underside was painted bright yellow, not ideal camouflage for a combat zone. It was decided to fly very low level, escorted by two Spitfires flown by the New Zealander Al Deer and Johnny Allen, 24, and already credited with 54 Squadron's first kill, shooting down a Ju-88 the previous day. The plan was for Leithart to land on the airfield and taxi with engine running in the hope that White would show himself and they'd take off. Leithart began his approach to land unobserved by the German trucks and motorcycles driving past, but not by those in the skies above. Deer had sent Allen upstairs to provide top cover while he shepherded the Master. Allen abruptly ran into a dozen 109s, all streaking towards Calais-Marc airfield. "I'm going to have a go at them," he brusquely told his wingman below, and thrust his throttle to maximum power. No one could alert Leithart in the Miles Master. He had no radio. Deer was contemplating waggling his wings as a warning when he spotted a Messerschmitt tearing down onto Leithart's Master. He squeezed off a burst that was enough to divert the German's attention. "Red One, I'm surrounded. Can you help me?" Allen pleaded as he tore into the fighters above. "Try and hang on, Johnny," Deer replied, "till I kill this bastard in front of me and I'll be right up." He stayed doggedly on the 109's tail, waiting for him to make a mistake. The German was desperate to get away. In a final attempt to avoid Deer's fire, he straightened out of a turn and, perhaps overestimating the Me-109's rate of climb, pulled vertically upwards. For Deer, the pilot had written his own death warrant. He'd presented the Kiwi with a perfect point-blank shot from dead below. I made no mistake. Scores of rounds raked the 109. The fighter slowly heeled over, then plunged vertically into the water's edge from 3,000 feet. Leithart had just managed to avoid the attentions of the 109 as he came in to land. I pulled around in a tight turn, observing as I did so the Messerschmitt shoot straight past me. I literally banged the aircraft onto the ground and evacuated the cockpit with all possible speed, diving into a ditch that ran around the airfield's perimeter. Just as I did so, I saw an Me-109 come hurtling out of the clouds and crash with a tremendous explosion a few hundred yards away. Leithart watched the drama unfold from the ditch that happily contained another occupant, Squadron Leader White, the friend he had come to rescue. Both looked on anxiously as 109s continued to swoop out of the clouds, usually with a Spitfire on their tail. After watching 3 German planes plummet to earth, the officers leapt out of the ditch and raced to their plane. But there was a problem. The Master had no electric starter. One turned the crank handle to start the engine, while the other jumped into the cockpit. As German vehicles continued to trundle past, the engine spluttered, then roared. When it seemed safe, we made a hasty takeoff and a rather frightening trip back to England and safety, Leithart said. Throughout the rescue, German troops failed to spot the drama that had unfolded under their noses. Despite his bravery, Deer was beginning to feel the psychological effect of being outnumbered. Odds of 20-1 and 12-1 in consecutive engagements were too much for one's nerves. Deer received the Distinguished Flying Cross for his actions. Deer was resilient, others were not. Unable to contemplate a duel to the death in the skies, a fellow pilot had broken down in tears as he went to climb into his plane. The medical officer was quickly summoned. He was clearly of the old school. "The doc gave him a terrific punch and a few well-chosen words," a 616 officer observed, "and we had no further trouble." There were some who relished the thought of closing with a force they increasingly viewed as downright evil. "I felt no mercy must be shown to a people who are a disgrace to humanity," said Brian Lane, the 23-year-old commander of 19 Squadron, after a Stuka became his first kill. "I had wondered what it would be like to shoot down an aircraft. Now I knew, and it was exhilarating." Dueling in the air was an intimate affair. The most successful pilots were those who got in close before opening fire, sometimes seeing pieces fly off the pilot as well as his plane. They were experiencing the full spectrum of emotions that came from fighting a fellow human being to the death. For some it was a killing rage, for others cold, clinical, and remote. 19-year-old Tim Viggers' first success over Dunkirk felt similar to bagging a pigeon. The Anglo-Irish Old Etonian of 222 Squadron said, "I was aware that I had killed a fellow human being, and was surprised not to feel remorse. Of course, Hitler's atrocities had been well publicized, and we had got into the way of identifying all Germans with their leader." Late May 1940. With Dowding limiting Spitfire numbers, the RAF threw whatever they could into the fight. This included the Hawker Hector, a 187-mile-per-hour biplane whose only previous action had been on India's northwest frontier, keeping musket-toting insurgents at bay. The situation in France was desperate. The BEF needed some relief from the German onslaught closing around Calais. 613 Squadron were in the process of converting from Hectors to slightly more modern Lysanders when the call to action came. They were to bomb a German artillery battery in a chalk pit outside Calais. Bernie Brown was among those assembled, who looked at their CO with a mixture of dismay and astonishment when he was allocated an older Hector. Even if the Hectors did get past the modern German fighters and vicious anti-aircraft fire, what difference would our two paltry 112-pound bombs make? It was not what Brown, 22, had signed up for when he had left his job as a postman in New Zealand in 1938, and followed his boyhood desire to join the RAF and fly. But desperate times require desperate measures, he consoled himself, as he putted across the channel. With Calais looming, Brown decided to test the Hector's single Vickers machine gun. As he pulled the trigger, there was an almighty bang. Something wet splashed over his face. His skin stung. He smelt fuel and experienced the darkest terror of every pilot: fire. Damn it! His goggles were smeared in fuel. He pulled them off and looked over the nose. There was a gaping hole in the main fuel tank and bits missing from the Vickers. A piece of the machine gun had flown off and gouged the tank. Behind him he could still see the English coast. He glanced below and released the two bombs into the sea. He ate up the miles back to Kent, spotted a strip of green, and finally managed to put the battered Hector down on Herne Bay Golf Course. Bernie Brown was forthright in his view. It was damn dangerous. Most of my fellow crews were captured or killed. There were 9 of us on the squadron, and only 2 survived. I thought, to hell with this job. I knew that if I stayed on Hector's, I'd be dead. He was convinced his future would be more secure if he could transfer onto a faster, lighter aircraft, one with more punch, a fighter. Despite his reservations at committing precious aircraft to the doomed mission, Dowding conceded that some invaluable lessons had been learned over France. The early skirmishes over the North Sea had already suggested that focusing the Spitfire's cone of bullets to meet a kill spread for the 8 Browning machine guns at 400 yards was too cautious. Without the heavy-caliber 20mm cannon, the .303 rounds were not causing enough damage. The most effective pilots in France were those who got in close and had their guns refocused to within 250 yards. It soon became the standard. The ring and bead circular iron gun sight of the First World War had been replaced by a system of lenses set behind the windscreen. Its illuminated amber circle with a dot at the center gave much greater accuracy and the ability to fire in poor light. It was not only good shooting that was making the Luftwaffe's aces begin to twitch, but the fighters' agility. "The bastards make such infernally tight turns. There seems no way of nailing them," was an observation many German pilots were making about their new adversary. Despite this, the Luftwaffe knew the Me-109 was far superior to any other fighter aircraft. It could climb quicker, dive faster, and with its 2 20mm cannon and twin nose-mounted 7.92mm machine guns, could deliver far superior firepower. The problem was, in a dogfight, it couldn't grab the Spitfire by the tail. Other lessons were absorbed, and improvements quickly made. A rear-view mirror was installed, along with a 2-inch thick slab of laminated glass on the windscreen against head-on attacks. An alloy cover was fitted over the main fuel tank, and 73 pounds of armor plating behind the pilot's seat. But nothing was done as quickly or as efficiently as the replacement of the Spitfire's propeller. The original 2-speed propeller did not give the performance it deserved. An improved, constant-speed version that had been developed for the new Spitfire Mark II. Initial plans not to develop the aircraft beyond the Mark I version had already been dropped. Offered even greater maneuverability, better climb, and a higher ceiling. Dowding understood the implications. He ordered it to be retrofitted on the Mark I's as a matter of supreme urgency. On the 24th of June 1940, de Havilland began producing 20 air-screw conversion kits per day. The conversions began at a dozen squadrons, at the very moment the French army formally surrendered to the Germans. Working 15-hour shifts, supreme urgency was clearly fixed in their minds. The new prop reduced the takeoff run by more than a quarter, from 320 yards to 225. More importantly, the climb rate to 20,000 feet reduced from 11 minutes to less than 8. The speed of these improvements reflected the realization in the RAF establishment that they had a world-class fighter on their books. The decision was made to build as many as possible, as quickly as possible. By the 15th of August, 1,051 Spitfires and Hurricanes had been retrofitted with the new air screw. Eventually, 1,567 Spitfire Mark I's were built, along with 920 Mark II's. June 1940. It was crucial to the RAF to find out the weaknesses and strengths of the leading German fighter before the coming battle. Fortunately, an Me-109 captured by the French had arrived in England before France's defeat. It was decided to stage a mock dogfight between a Spitfire Mark II and the Messerschmitt at Farnborough Airfield. The British plane dived from 4,000 feet and stuck relentlessly to the German aircraft's tail. Despite the Messerschmitt's efforts to shake him off, the Spitfire remained within effective range. The Spitfire pilot then allowed the 109 to maneuver behind him. It didn't last for long. With a few maneuvers, the Spitfire was free, and by executing a steep turn, was back on the enemy's tail. The Spitfire was also now faster in straight and level flight. The first supplies of 100-octane fuel had arrived from America a few months earlier, replacing the less powerful 87-octane and producing the capability for emergency boost. If in trouble, the pilot could push a red thumb lever to override the engine's boost control, activating fuel injection for an extra 34 miles per hour. To preserve the engine, it had to be used sparingly. The trial made the RAF confident that the Spitfire could outfly, outclimb, and outfight the Messerschmitt. But it was misplaced confidence. The 109E model used in the test probably had engine cooling problems. Its two-stage supercharger normally gave it far superior climbing and diving capabilities than both Spitfire and Hurricane. And the Germans never intended to fight in the way the RAF wanted them to. Their tactic was to climb high, dive fast, strike, then race back up to safety. As well as packing more punch with their cannons, the 109s had self-sealing petrol tanks, which reduced the chances of fire. Better still, the 109E had fuel injection at negative gravity, allowing the pilot to push his stick forward into a steep dive, confident the engine wouldn't cut out. No fuel could get to the Spitfire's Merlin engine in a vertical dive, as there was no fuel injection to feed back up to the engine. The only solution was to flip it onto its back, turning the engine upside down and getting the fuel running back. It was an awkward way to fight a plane. The Luftwaffe was also learning things about the Spitfire that gave them confidence. They were quick to test one captured in Dunkirk when the pilot failed to destroy it after a forced landing. The German ace, Werner Mulders, was less than complimentary. As a fighting aircraft, it is miserable. A sudden push forward on the stick will cause the motor to cut, and because the propeller has only two pitch settings, takeoff and cruise, in a rapidly changing air combat situation, the motor is either overspeeding or else is not being used to the full. But they were only testing the early Mark I version, and had yet to capture a Mark II. Both sets of trials had flaws, and the harsh reality of combat would prove a very different testing ground for the aircraft and their pilots. If the Germans had greater numbers, more experience, and better aircraft than their RAF counterparts, why weren't they making it count? It was a question both sides asked themselves, soon after a lone yacht slipped off the northern French beaches on the 4th of June and carried the last handful of Dunkirk evacuees home. As Europe fell under Nazi domination, the escape of 1/3 professional soldiers was a victory of sorts. Wars, Churchill reminded the nation, are not won by evacuations. The Luftwaffe lost 132 aircraft at Dunkirk to the RAF's 99, which included 38 Spitfires and a total of 80 pilots. But numbers, especially for the well-supplied German war machine, were not everything. On the 4th of June, the day the week-long evacuation ended, Fighter Command was left with 331 Spitfires and Hurricanes, despite Dowding's parsimony. The RAF needed flyers and aircraft. The heroics over Dunkirk meant the Spitfire was establishing itself in the public eye, but ready cash was needed to build it in its hundreds. Each production Spitfire cost just under £9,000. Lord Beaverbrook, the press baron turned manufacturer, decided to publish a price list to give it some meaning. The £2,000 engine, the £2,000 wings, and the £800 Brownings were contrasted with the more affordable compass, £5, clock, £2, spark plugs, 8 shillings, and rivets, 6pence. The average civilian worker's pay was about £3 10 shillings a week, with fighter pilots getting around £5. The Spitfire Fund was launched by Beaverbrook through the media in the early summer of 1940. The public duly chipped in. In fact, they did more than that. The £1 checks grew into thousands, and ultimately the fund reached 13 million. The money came from all corners. The people of Basutoland in southern Africa stumped up enough for an entire squadron. A South Wales village raised £5,000 following the death of a son flying for the RAF. In Manchester, prostitutes arrested for soliciting were given the option of donating a princely £3 rather than facing prosecution. The shape and size of the aircraft also drew people in. There is something irresistibly endearing about a very small thing that fights like hell, a Daily Telegraph columnist observed. The fundraising drew even more attention to the Spitfire. It was becoming a national symbol of defiance, as well as a tool for retribution. The British had been quick to recognize and capitalize on the Spitfire's global appeal. Colourful images showing a Spitfire flying over the white cliffs of Dover, with titles of Wings for Victory or Back Them Up, appeared in publications around the world. As a teenager, John Blythe was enthralled by stories of the great heroes of aviation, often daydreaming in class about being in a Spitfire cockpit and taking on the Hun. There was one small snag. Although his parents were English, he was an American citizen from Oregon on the West Coast. And although he talked little about it, his father had been gassed on the Western Front while serving in the British Army during the Great War. After the war, he emigrated with his wife to America, where they managed to scratch out a rural living among the giant redwoods of Oregon until the 1930s Great Depression struck. At one point, John's father resorted to foraging cascara bark, used as a laxative to pay for his son's school uniform. John had excelled at school, reading books voraciously, and aviation ones in particular. One day he opened a magazine to find flights advertised for a penny a pound. As he weighed only 90 pounds, John managed to persuade his father to part with 90 cents and found himself trundling over a bumpy field in a vintage biplane. Then he was in the air. I couldn't see much over the edge of the cockpit, so I had to open the little side door for a better view. I loved it. I really loved it, but never imagined I'd one day take these machines into battle. Blythe learned to fly by joining the nascent Oregon Air National Guard. But he told his parents he felt it was his duty to go to England and join the war effort. I knew about the dangers, but thought that was something that had to be faced. I remember saying goodbye to my parents. They understood the dangers too, but also knew this was something I needed to do. Flying was the most important thing to me, then fighting the war. If Castle Bromwich had been better managed, there should have been 1,000 Spitfires ready for the front in summer 1940, enough to equip all of Fighter Command's squadrons in the south of England. But despite Nuffield's promise of 60 per month by April 1940, the plant had yet to build its first Spitfire 4 years after its foundations had been laid. Churchill recognized in Beaverbrook a man who got things done, and duly appointed him Minister of Aircraft Production. It did not take his lordship long to see things were greatly amiss at the £7 million factory. Not only was the production line chaotic, the unions seemed unaware of the very real danger Britain faced. There were sit-down strikes over petty pay disputes. Workers came in late and left early. There was fraud. In the meantime, we managed to build the odd Spitfire or two, wrote one exasperated manager. The Spitfire was a complex aircraft to build. It required precision engineering and techniques outside the experience of the Midlands automobile builders. Beaverbrook happily accepted Nuffield's half-hearted threat of resignation on the 17th of May and sent in managers from the Vickers Defence Company, who owned Supermarine, to take over. Sackings of workforce and management followed. Things changed rapidly, but not in time. While Hitler easily replenished his stocks after the losses sustained in France, to the tune of 155 Me-109s a month, just 23 Spitfires came off Castle Bromwich's production line in July. The Germans could also now use French factories to replace the 1,667 aircraft lost or damaged during the spring offensive. Fortunately, employees at Supermarine's factory in Southampton were clocking up 72-hour weeks. 94 Spitfires were built in June and 134 in July. And the Luftwaffe had not only suffered physical losses at Dunkirk, their experience of the Spitfire's venom and its pilot's tenacity had asked difficult questions of the master race. The days of easy victory were over. Major Werner Kreiper recorded in his diary, "We had met the RAF head-on. It was time to pause and restock before the British could be battered into submission." To reinforce the fact that he meant business after France's surrender, Churchill ordered the Navy to prepare for the destruction of the French fleet in the Algerian port of Oran to prevent it falling into Nazi hands. The same day, the 18th of June, he stood up in the Commons and left no doubt as to his intentions. "The Battle of France is over. I expect the Battle of Britain is about to begin. Upon this battle depends the survival of Christian civilization. Upon it depends our own British life and the long continuity of our institutions and our empire. The whole fury and might of the enemy must very soon be turned on us. Hitler knows that he will have to break us in this island or lose the war. If we can stand up to him, all Europe may be free, and the life of the world may move forward into broad, sunlit uplands. But if we fail, then the whole world, including the United States, including all that we have known and cared for, will sink into the abyss of a new dark age, made more sinister and perhaps more protracted by the lights of perverted science. Let us therefore brace ourselves to our duties, and so bear ourselves that if the British Empire and its Commonwealth last for 1,000 years, men will still say this was their finest hour." Hitler was riled. Churchill would feel the wrath of blitzkrieg. War Directive No. 16 was drafted. German High Command was ordered to prepare for invasion. The aim of this operation is to eliminate the English motherland as a base from which war can be continued, and if necessary to occupy completely. The key requirement was the defeat of the RAF. The English Air Force must be eliminated to such an extent that it will be incapable of putting up any substantial opposition to the invading troops. Churchill was only too aware of the threat. In the early part of his finest hour speech, he had asked, "The great question is, can we break Hitler's air weapon?" It was time to find out. Chapter 3. The Battle for Britain. Answering Fighter Command's call for volunteers, Bernard Brown swept through the gates of Biggin Hill in his maroon J-type MG. Not one to draw attention to himself, Brown had been seduced by the advert for the sporty two-seater, which promised the car with the racing pedigree. It was certainly an improvement on the plodding Hawker Hector biplane he had disastrously flown to Calais. The Luftwaffe had arrived a few minutes before Brown, and sulphurous smoke now billowed from a random pattern of craters. Ground crew dashed around, planting red flags next to every unexploded bomb. Above the warning shouts and cries for help, Brown could just make out the retreating throb of German bombers. He weaved between the unexploded ordnance and parked his MG outside the officers' mess. Throwing a kit bag over his shoulder, he walked past the broken windows into the building. He was greeted by a mess orderly removing the names of those who had been killed in recent air battles from their pigeonholes in the post rack. He wondered how long his name would stay up there. "You're already an experienced pilot, Brown," the conversion training officer had told him a few weeks earlier. "There's a Spitfire over there. Get yourself airborne and do what you like with her." Brown's soft eyes could quickly harden in a fight. They had gone through the full spectrum as the Mark II swept him through the air. It was unlike any aircraft he had experienced. As he put the Spitfire through its paces, soaring over the southern English countryside, he realized he had a battle-winning aircraft at his disposal. He had spent a joyful half-hour in experiencing the freedom of the skies. Now he took in Biggin Hill's cracked windows and smouldering runway. The Battle of Britain was underway. Churchill had asked whether the RAF could break Hitler's air weapon. If this was the answer, it was not an answer he or the free world wanted to hear. America's support for Britain, vital in terms of materiel, was being openly questioned by Joseph Kennedy, the U.S. ambassador to London. If it continued, would it not be harmful to Washington's future relationship with Germany? His views were gaining support. They were certainly backed by Charles Lindbergh, the millionaire American aviator whose caustic views on Spitfire production had already been expressed. It had been foolish to think the RAF, with little over 300 frontline fighters, could hold off the mighty Luftwaffe. Britain's show of defiance was coming to a humiliating end. Hundreds were dying needlessly. It was far from being the nation's finest hour. At the height of the rout in France, Lord Halifax, the Foreign Secretary, had hotly argued with Churchill to seek peace with Germany. Churchill smote aside all dissenters with characteristic determination. "If this Long Island story of ours is to end at last, let it end only when each one of us lies choking in his own blood upon the ground." Good as strong words were, they could not shoot down a Messerschmitt or stop a Heinkel's payload. And the French had gifted them airfields, little more than 20 miles from the British coast. Now the 410-mile range of the 109s was not such an issue. They could escort their bombers some distance into England. No one really questioned the Luftwaffe Chief of Staff's assertion that it would take between a fortnight and a month to smash the enemy air force. July 1940. In the build-up to their main assault, the Luftwaffe made probing attacks, seeking weaknesses in the British defences. When a Schnell bomber was spotted on the 7th of July 1940, rapidly closing on shipping in the Humber, Green Section of 616 Squadron scrambled. Climbing hard through the overcast, they broke through into blue skies close to the distinctive pencil shape of a Dornier 17. Hugh, cocky Dundas, managed a quick burst before the German pilot dived, frantically trying to hide in the broken cloud. Dundas stayed relentlessly on his tail. There followed an exciting chase as the German pilot tried frantically to elude us. But nowhere was the cloud solid. He was bound to come out into gaps, and by good fortune we maintained contact with him, worrying at his heels like spaniels hunting in cover. He fought back gallantly, desperately would perhaps be a more appropriate word, and for a time his rear gunner returned our fire, though it was an unequal exchange, which must have been utterly terrifying for him. His tracer bullets streamed past, and I received a hit on the outer part of my port wing, but the advantage was all in our favour. The rear gunner was silenced, and the dying Dornier descended in its shroud of black smoke to crash into the sea. The Dornier had no answer to the Spitfire's bank of Brownings, dispatched by Dundas, a part-time flyer. Of the 42 operational squadrons available to Dowding, 12 were auxiliary air force. The fate of Britain rested largely in the hands of solicitors, landowners, artisans, and millionaire playboys. The fact that there was one more bomber lying at the bottom of the North Sea made little difference to German preparations. The Luftwaffe was gathering a fleet so powerful that it would sweep aside any resistance. A force of 2,460 warplanes, 1,200 bombers, 280 Stuka dive bombers, and 980 frontline fighters. Despite the frantic efforts at Southampton, and finally Castle Bromwich, in early July, Dowding could muster only 226 Spitfires and 344 Hurricanes, serviceable with crew. And he still had only 1,000 pilots. This was simply not enough to defend Britain's coastline. Despite the best efforts of fighter command, Heinkels, Dorniers, and Junkers were getting through the defences. Nearby explosions were the only warning mechanic Joe Roddis of 234 Squadron had when a flight of Dornier 17s arrived at dawn over St. Evell in North Cornwall. He dashed outside with the other mechanics. Incendiaries were flaring dangerously close to the row of 8 wooden huts. Then some landed on the roofs. The airmen scrambled up and kicked them off. Roddis felt both terrified and excited. The screaming bombs and flying shrapnel flew through the air. Finally, he was in the war. A final stick of bombs came in, throwing up soil, flames, and debris as they arced across the airfield towards their accommodation. The final bomb struck the last hut along the line. This time, they started an inferno that was impossible to escape. Joe looked at his fellow airmen in horror. They all knew who slept in the end hut. The young women who served them tea and sandwiches, always with a smile. Joe felt a sense of nausea creep up through his guts. The naffy girls. There was nothing that could be done. Joe watched with both horror and mounting rage as the screams subsided. The home defences were doing their best to stop these attackers getting through. The Spitfires were often flown by men like Bernard Brown, who had barely spent a dozen hours in a fighter, or novices with 10 hours training on fighters. Luftwaffe pilots had an average of 13 months under instruction, and 200 flying hours. As one German air ace put it, they were an invincible war machine that had swept previous opponents away. Fighter command had other weaknesses. They stuck to the rigid V formation. The V was formed of 3 aircraft, with 2 behind the leader, covering the rear. It was designed to take on a bomber force in the belief that flying all the way from Germany they would have no escort. Following the fall of France, that was no longer a safe assumption, and those at the rear of the V had little opportunity to avoid a bounce by enemy fighters. The best they could do was follow one veteran's advice. Always keep your head turning. It takes about 4 seconds to shoot down a fighter, so look around every 3. And silk scarves became obligatory. Constant turns of the head quickly brought on a rash when wearing a cotton shirt. In July, 115 RAF aircraft were lost. Defending the southeast, 11 Group was stretched to the limit and beyond. They flew more than 500 sorties a day to keep the intruders at bay. Everyone knew this was just the beginning. The intelligence was overwhelming. It was only a matter of days before the main attack would be launched. The 13th of August, 1940. Joe Roddis was one of 20 ground crew packed onto the wooden benches of the Handley Page Harrow. Most of them could not conceal their excitement at their first flight. 234 Squadron had been ordered to Middle Wallop, Hampshire, at the core of Britain's air defences. The 200-mile-per-hour converted bomber began a gentle descent over Salisbury Plain. Suddenly it lurched into a steep dive. Joe looked at his fellow mechanics. Was this normal? Word came back from the cockpit. Air raid, Middle Wallop. The Handley Page roared towards the ground, then levelled out just feet above the trees and farmsteads. Roddis found himself grinning idiotically. They finally touched down on the grass, rolled past a line of Spitfires, and came to a halt. It seemed the airstrip had come through relatively unscathed. Joe and his mates joined the other Irks in the mess and grabbed a turnip jam sandwich. The siren started wailing as he moved to the T-urn. Another raid was coming in. The newly arrived 234 Squadron boys sat tight, thinking, what a shower, as the more experienced lads from 609 Squadron scrambled for the exit. Then they heard the wail of the Jericho trumpet that had struck terror across Europe. Stukas. Roddis jumped up and ran outside. Bombs were falling heavily now. Not just the 250-kilogram Junkers 87 ordnance. 50-kilogram stick bombs from Heinkel 111s were slamming into the ground. Where the hell are the shelters? He dived to the ground, hands over his ears. A building erupted, then another and another. Hangar doors smashed open. Glass shattered from office buildings, showering the grass strip in lethal shards. The explosions went on and on. It stopped as abruptly as it had begun. Joe hauled himself to his feet. Smoke choked his lungs. Around him, shadowy figures staggered through the billowing dust. He heard shouts and cries for help. He stumbled forward over the fallen debris. Cries of "stretcher-bearer" pierced the clouds of dust. Figures darted before him, some limping, some running. His ears rang with a constant, high-pitched whine that echoed the scream of bombs a few seconds earlier. Tears streamed from his eyes as he rubbed them clear of debris. His foot caught on something mushy. He dared not look down. A forlorn cry pierced the dust cloud, then abruptly stopped. It was the 13th of August, 1940. The Germans had finally launched Adlertag, Eagle Day, precisely 10 weeks after the last BEF boot had lifted from the sands of Dunkirk. RAF fighters were being destroyed on the ground and in the air as all three Luftflotte air fleets launched simultaneously from France and Scandinavia, flying 1,485 sorties on the day. There was no time to mourn the 3 airmen killed in the Middle Wallop raid. Joe Roddis was ordered to don his tin hat, get to the dispersal area, and ready 234 Squadron Spitfires. Another wave was coming in, and they were needed in the air. Fitters and riggers were each assigned their own aircraft. The 500-gallon petrol Bowser pulled alongside it as the pilot left the cockpit. Ground crew swarmed over the machinery, topping up oil, glycol coolant, oxygen, and ammunition. Within just 26 minutes, the starter battery was plugged in, chalk ropes stretched, ready for quick removal. The flight sergeant checked everything was in order and applied his signature beneath theirs to the paperwork, clearing the aircraft for flight. The Spitfire was ready to fly. At 4 p.m. that day, 609 Squadron's 13 Spitfires were ordered to patrol at precisely 15,000 feet over Weymouth, and to expect a large formation of enemy aircraft. The next thing they heard was the voice of a German commander shepherding his 60-strong fleet of Ju-87 Stukas. escorted by Me-109 and Me-110 fighters. Not for nothing was the twin-engine 110 known as the Destroyer. Capable of 350 miles per hour, it carried a potent mix of two 20mm cannons, four 7.92mm machine guns, and a single rear-firing machine gun. It was not something you wanted on your tail. The Spitfires climbed to 20,000 feet, while a squadron of Hurricanes took care of the 110s. 609 Squadron were now behind and above the Germans. More critically, they were coming out of the sun. Some lessons from France had been well learned. With the enemy in their sights, it was time to close for the kill. Just as the squadron leader shouted "Tally-ho," Pilot Officer David Crook, 25, saw 5 Me-109s pass directly beneath him. Crook, a Cambridge graduate from Huddersfield, who had joined the Auxiliary Air Force 2 years earlier, had already claimed a Stuka in the previous month. He saw an opportunity to double his tally. He immediately broke formation and dived on the trailing fighter, sending a hail of bullets from very close range. The Messerschmitt caught fire and corkscrewed down thousands of feet, leaving an endless trail of black smoke behind him. Crook followed the burning machine down through the clouds. Moments later, the tangled wreckage of the 109 lay in a field, the black crosses on its wings visible through the flames. The pilot was still inside. He had made no attempt to get out while the aircraft was diving. Crook decided he must have been killed by his first burst. He pulled back on his stick, but was too late to take part in the unfolding drama above. Just after I broke away to attack my Messerschmitt, the whole squadron had dived right into the center of the German formation, and the massacre started. One pilot looked round in the middle of the action, and in one small patch of sky he saw 5 German dive bombers going down in flames, still more or less in formation. We all heard the German commander saying desperately, time after time, "Achtung, Achtung, Spitfire!" It had been a complete rout. 13 Luftwaffe planes were destroyed in the space of 4 minutes. One member of 609 remarked afterwards that he might have missed the glorious 12th the day before, but the glorious 13th was the best day's shooting I ever had. Owing to bad weather, poor intelligence, and fighter command's resistance, the Germans failed to achieve their objective of knocking out 11 groups' airfields. On Eagle Day, the RAF bagged 71 aircraft and lost 29. It was not just the machines that were having an effect. There was a tacit understanding among their pilots that they were all that stood between freedom and occupation. They were the housecarls of the skies, the men who looked the enemy in the eye and gave them a taste of Anglo-Saxon steel. They were not all from British shores, of course. Some of the toughest came from South Africa, New Zealand, Canada, Australia, and there were also a handful of American volunteers. The fiercest came from those countries already under Nazi thrall: Poles, Czechs, French, and Belgians, men with little to lose and a point to prove. This international brotherhood did not flinch from danger. Some favored charging directly at the enemy, spreading panic through formations. A head-on attack does far more to destroy the morale of the approaching bombers than anything else, one bullish pilot advised. It upsets the driver so much, the poor old pilot. He was the chap who turned tail. Go straight through the formation, turn round when you get through, and try and have another go from the rear. For most pilots, fear was left behind as they rapidly climbed to meet the enemy. Back on the ground, it was never far away, everyone knowing that this day might be their last. Friendships could be fleeting. "See you for a drink down the ship later," pilots would banter on their way to a scramble, knowing that later was an open-ended affair. They had seen pilots come and go. like Arthur Rose Price, brother of the film actor Dennis Price, a 21-year-old who arrived at Gravesend to join 501 Squadron and was shot down and killed over Dungeness, Kent, the same day, leaving the luggage in the back of his car unpacked. While death was ever present, it was a subject rarely raised, until a comrade died. Even then it was often buried in the amnesia of binge drinking. Most of the young pilots dealt with it by blithely telling themselves, "It won't happen to me," but not all. It played on the minds of those who survived and lost close friends. For David Crook, who had just shot down his second German, the loss of his schoolboy friend Peter Drummond Hay, with whom he had joined up, then fought alongside, was almost unbearable. I could not get out of my head the thought of Peter, with whom we had been talking and laughing that day, now lying in the cockpit of his wrecked Spitfire at the bottom of the English Channel. Although few talked of death, it stalked the dispersal room as pilots slouched, slept, joked, talked, ate, smoked and drank, while waiting for the phone to signal the next sortie. When the call came, they all, hardly more than boys, stopped talking. All eyes were riveted on the receiver. Geoffrey Wellham, aged just 19, was among those who found respite through writing in the summer of 1940. Moisture collects on my flying boots from last night's heavy dew. It's going to be a lovely day. Dispersal pen and my Spitfire. I pause and look at her. A long, shapely nose, not exactly arrogant, but nevertheless daring anyone to take a swing at it. Lines beautifully proportioned. The aircraft sitting there, engine turning easily and smoothly with subdued power. The slipstream blows the moisture over the top of the wings in thin streamlets. Flashes of blue flame from the exhausts are easily seen in the half-light. An occasional backfire, and the whole aeroplane trembling like a thoroughbred at the start of the derby. He was ready for when the order came. Bound to come sometime. It'll be a miracle if we get through to midday without one. Waiting. Thoughts race through the mind. Some read, some sleep, such as Butch Bryson. He's out to the wide. Or is he? Could be, after the amount of scotch he put away last night. I must say I enjoyed that little party a lot. You get a good pint in the White Hart. Pleasant crowd in there as well. Had a letter from a girl called Grace yesterday, sister of a school friend. She seemed interested. She'll have to give a bit of thought to her sometime. I must have nodded off into an uneasy doze. How long, I wonder? I find myself sitting bolt upright. The phone must have rung. Yes, that's it, the bloody phone again. I swear that if ever I own a house, I shall never install a telephone, so help me. All heads and eyes had turned toward the telephone orderly. He seems to be listening for an agonizingly long time. False alarm. The NAFI van had broken down. A flat battery. Relax. Try to relax. I suppose that's the answer. Don't know the meaning of the word. Nevertheless, let's make a real effort. Hard work relaxing. The phone went again. A lone German fighter had been spotted on the radar, coming over Grenay, most likely a dawn sortie to check on the weather over Britain. 2 aircraft were dispatched to chase him off. 5 minutes later, the same thing happened again. Black section, scramble! August 1940. In the years since he had dashed to church to tell his stepfather war had been declared, Brian Bird had turned from schoolboy to farmhand. The 16-year-old was cycling to work through the Kent countryside when something made me turn my head. As I did so, I heard with frightening clarity the familiar drone of a German aircraft, and without a doubt it was very low. Turning my head skywards, I immediately saw a German Dornier. It was so low I could see the crew in its cockpit. The thought flashed through my mind that at any moment the road ahead would be peppered with cannon shells and bombs, and that would be my end. I threw myself into a nearby ditch with my head firmly pressed to the ground and my heart pumping with utter fear. In a moment some degree of courage returned, and it was with immense relief that I saw the Dornier had passed overhead. The bomber was on its way to hit an anti-aircraft battery outside the village of Iwade, as part of the plan to level the air defences prior to invasion. It was an exceptionally dry August. German bomber formations appeared on the horizon immediately after dawn. Teenagers like Brian could only look up and stare with a mixture of awe and envy as the plucky RAF fighters tore up to meet them. This was followed by the sound of machine gun fire, and one knew that the Spitfires and Hurricanes were doing their best to repel the attacks. At other times the anti-aircraft guns would open fire, and we watched black balls of smoke near the invading aircraft as the shells burst many thousands of feet above. This was a particularly dangerous moment to be in the open fields because of falling shrapnel. On numerous occasions I found myself lying in a ditch with the female farm workers. We were far too scared of falling shrapnel to have any ideas of a quick romance, although when the all clear sounded there were a few hugs and kisses of relief. During a particularly heavy barrage of anti-aircraft fire, I was sheltering at the doorway of a barn when I heard a whistling noise growing louder and louder. Suddenly, within a few inches of my feet, there was a loud thud, and upon looking down I saw a jagged 18-inch piece of shrapnel embedded in the ground. On another occasion, Bird came even closer to death during a nighttime bombing when he decided to dash from the vicarage's air raid shelter to retrieve his wristwatch from his room. There was a long burst of machine gun fire and the sound of an aircraft flying very low overhead. Bird sprinted in the dark back downstairs just in time. There was the most horrendous explosion. The house was shaken to its foundations, glass blown out of every window, and clouds of dust everywhere. Fortunately, the family remained unscathed, but Brian was determined he was going to do his bit for king and country to defeat the terrible Hun roaming freely over his homeland. Bird's desire to fly had been piqued with the Air Training Corps when they visited an RAF base, and he was taken up in an Anson aircraft. I can vividly remember the thrill of being deputed by the pilot to wind up the undercarriage just after takeoff and wind it down again as we came into land. Brian's future was decided. He was going to become an RAF pilot and take the fight directly to the Germans in the skies. But it was not just farm boys who suffered from the indiscriminate bombing. The Germans were intrigued by the English public school system and its ability to produce leaders. They did not want to leave it unscathed. A shower of incendiary bombs threatened Jimmy Taylor's carefully assembled collection of model aeroplanes at Eton College in Windsor. One incendiary fell through the roof of my house and landed on the armchair in a boy's room, burning his Eton tails and trousers. Walking to lessons next morning, I saw a finned tail protruding above the surface of a piece of wasteland. A follow-up attack a few days later suggested that the school was indeed being deliberately targeted. A 500-pound bomb demolished the music precentor's house. Fortunately, the teacher and his wife and 70 boys escaped unscathed. The next morning, the school clerk entered his office and almost fell down a hole in the floor. At the bottom lay a delayed-action bomb, too awkwardly placed and too delicate to be defused. The area around Upper School was evacuated. Taylor and his schoolmates continued with their schooling, although It was difficult to concentrate on lessons when the wretched thing was liable to explode at any moment. Taylor had completed his evening homework and was about to apply the finishing touches to a model ME 109 when there was a tremendous roar. "Damn the Hun!" he cursed, as a yellow smudge smeared the cockpit. A great lump of masonry had flown over the 4-story Lupton's tower and onto the opposite side of the yard, but the 500-year-old college wing adjacent to upper school remained sturdily in place. For Taylor, the German belligerence provided further incentive to turn his model aircraft hobby into something real. Late August 1940. The first phase of the German plan to pummel England into submission seemed relatively straightforward. Destroy the RAF on the ground and in the air, target harbours and storage facilities, and level the ground defences around London. The Heinkels, Dorniers, and Junkers 88s could bomb from height, while the Fiat Stukas would be used for precision attacks. All would be protected by fighters. Pilots like Helmut Wick quickly learned to use the 109's supreme climbing and diving power, along with its cannon, to great effect. Starting combat operations late in 1939, he did not have the experience of the Spanish Civil War, but already had more than a score of kills to his name. He was certainly not going to be outdone by a Spitfire, especially when he found himself suddenly outnumbered. To the right there is nothing, but I cannot believe my eyes when I look the other way. The sky is full of Spitfires and just a few 109s. I go straight into a dogfight, but at once get a Spitfire on my back. At full speed I try to lose him. Now I have one Spitfire in front and another behind me. Damn it! I dive vertically away to lose him, then climb again. Suddenly I see white trails shooting past. I look back. Yet another is behind me, sending his traces past my ear like the fingers of the dead. I will thank God if my mother's son can get out of this fight. I manage to outclimb the Spitfires and try again to help my outnumbered comrades, but each time the Tommies come down behind me. Suddenly a 109 comes past very fast with a Spitfire behind it. This is my chance. I get behind the Spitfire and center it in my gun sight. After a few shots, it goes down. The ME 109 was proving a formidable adversary for the Spitfire, even for those experienced pilots like Hugh Dundas, who had survived the opening salvos of the battle. On the 22nd of August 1940, he was jumped by a Messerschmitt. The first thing he felt was the explosion of cannon shells along the fuselage. Smoke filled the cockpit, thick and hot, and I could see neither the sky above nor the Channel coast 12,000 feet below. Centrifugal force pressed me against the side of the cockpit, and I knew my aircraft was spinning. Panic and terror consumed me, and I thought, Christ, this is the end. Then I thought, get out, you bloody fool! Open the hood and get out! With both hands I tugged the handle where the hood locked onto the top of the windscreen. It moved back an inch, then jammed. Smoke poured out through the gap, and I could see again. I could see the earth and the sea and the sky spinning round in tumbled confusion as I cursed and blasphemed and pulled with all my strength to open the imprisoning hood. If I could not get out, I had at all costs to stop the spin. I pushed the stick hard forward, kicked on full rudder, opened the throttle. Nothing happened. The earth went spinning on, came spinning up to meet me. Grabbing the hood toggle again, I pulled with all my might, pulled for my life, pulled at last with success. I stood up on the seat and pushed the top half of my body out of the cockpit. Pressed hard against the fuselage, half in, half out, I struggled in a nightmare of fear and confusion to drop clear, but could not do so. I managed to get back into the cockpit, aware now that the ground was very close. Try again. Try the other side. Up, over, and out. I slithered along the fuselage and felt myself falling free. Seconds after my parachute opened, I saw the Spitfire hit and explode in a field below. Dundas had been shot down in a classic Messerschmitt tactic. The Luftwaffe pilots perfected a hit-and-run, diving fast to hit their prey, usually from below, then using their superior rate of climb to get away from retaliatory attacks. It was vital to staying alive. There was growing unease that if you got into a dogfight with a Spitfire, your chances of survival were vastly reduced. While Dunkirk had given some a foretaste of the fighter's abilities, they were only beginning to sink in. In short, the Spitfire was bad for morale. "Spitfire auf meinem Schwanz! Spitfire on my tail!" was gaining wide currency in German radio chatter. From then it sometimes doesn't last long until that voice doesn't exist anymore. Ulrich Steinhilper was one pilot who'd heard the phrase too often. "Spitfire on my tail" was usually a very bad surprise, and sometimes you panicked. Others shared his view. "I know my fellow 109 pilots were very fearful of the Spitfire," said Hans Eckhard Bob. "When the message 'Achtung, Spitfire' came, everyone shuddered. The Spitfire was extremely maneuverable, albeit the 109 being still a bit faster, but you had to bring to bear all your skill and all of your feeling in order to be able to cope with the opponent in situations like that." The 109 was being outturned by R.J. Mitchell's unique wing structure, and did not have the Spitfire's ability to warn of an impending stall if it went into a spin. Messerschmitt pilots also struggled to open the narrow cockpit canopy in the panic of bailing out, and visibility was an issue. The 109 did not have the British fighters' sophisticated gun sights, so the pilots had to do their own deflection shot adjustment mid-battle, calculating how far in front of the moving target they had to fire to hit it. But the differences were marginal. It was now becoming a question of attrition. Who had the numbers of aircraft and airmen? The RAF might have plucky pilots and clever aircraft, but German might was overwhelming. It was time to throttle Fighter Command into submission. From the 24th of August, the Germans went for the knockout blow. For the next 2 weeks, there were glorious blue, cloudless skies. Airfields were struck day after day, telephone lines destroyed and radar stations blasted offline. Spitfires and Hurricanes were hit before they could take to the skies. Pilots flying 4 or more sorties a day were lost to battle fatigue. Some squadrons all but ceased to exist in a single day. The London Blitz had begun, and the German attacks were relentless. For the next 56 out of 57 days, the Luftwaffe bombed London, with 400 civilians killed in the first attack. Throughout the war, 43,000 British civilians were to perish from Luftwaffe bombings. At Middle Wallop, the pilots of Joe Roddis's squadron were taking a mauling. Of the 21 experienced flyers who had arrived on Eagle Day, only 3 remained. "It worried us when so many pilots were shot down. It's hard to explain, but we looked up to them, were proud of them, and we were doing all we could to get them airborne." For those at the forefront of the conflict, it was a desperate time to keep the fighters in the skies. The last flight of the day would usually land by 10 p.m., then had to be ready for action 5 hours later. The mechanics would often sleep under the wings. An experienced crew using 2 hoses from a Bowser could get refueling times down to 3 minutes. Roddis immediately quizzed the pilots on where they might have been hit, then combed the fuselage for holes. We tracked the course of the bullets to see where they had gone, and if they had caused any other damage. If they had gone through the propeller, it didn't really matter, as we would just use a rat tail file to file it out and clean it up. It might whistle a bit after, but that didn't matter. We had to have the aircraft ready to fly again in 20 minutes. If that couldn't be done, it would be pushed aside, and we would help someone else get their aircraft ready. Ziggy Klein and Jan Zurakovsky, two Poles whose aircraft he serviced, were only really happy in the air shooting Germans down, and they were good at it. They and their fellow countrymen made up 5% of the pilots, but their hatred of the Nazis was such that they were accounting for 15% of Luftwaffe losses. The nearest protection mechanics had was a slit trench. Joe Roddis had now been bombed enough to know they had to dig deep into the solid chalk beneath Middle Wallop. The hard-won experience saved his life when the Germans used a new ruse. We'd been brought to full readiness, but not scrambled. Pilots were in cockpits, ground crews ready for a quick start, and still they held us on the ground. Directly above us, pretty high up, were hordes of 109s just circling round and round, but doing nothing threatening. Everyone was watching the show above us when they suddenly stopped circling and headed off for Southampton. "Scramble!" Red Very flares flew skywards, and off our squadron went, closely followed by 609 Squadron, the whole lot climbing up to get the 109s. We watched for a short while in the silence that followed. Then we became aware why they had enticed our Spitfires away. Ju-87s that had been out of sight above the 109s were diving down. We didn't stop to count them, just headed at top speed for the slit trench. I dived in and crouched there, listening to the diving Stukas and the crash of their bombs flattening our buildings. You could see the bombs leave the Stuka at the end of its dive. Their speed in getting to the shelter, and its depth, meant the shrapnel from exploding ordnance whizzed harmlessly overhead. When Jerry came, we got our pilots airborne, then dived for the slit trench. The pilots went out to take them on and often paid the ultimate price. To us, our pilots earned everything we could do for them. Fighter Command was losing dozens of pilots a day, killed, wounded, or missing in action. Squadrons were rotated in from around Britain to replace the dead, the lame, and the exhausted. The strain was beginning to show, with pilots noticeably more short-tempered. Some wondered aloud how much longer they could carry on. At Biggin Hill, intolerance reached new levels. There were occasions when, if a chink of light showed from a window, the offending bulb was shot out by rifle fire. The focus of pilots' attention remained the jangling of the dispersal phone. Nerves were frayed to the extreme. Figures came and went. Veterans could see the look of death on the faces of some young pilots, who they knew would soon become notches on Luftwaffe tally boards. And it was not just the young and inexperienced who were being claimed. Michael Dalton had served in the RAF for almost a decade, having joined the Auxiliary Air Force in 1931. He had not gone into his family's famous ceramic business, Royal Dalton, and instead became a mechanical engineer. Standing at 6 feet 8 inches, Dalton was not difficult to pick out in a crowd, which was probably why the young American, Carol Christie, spotted him while skiing in Davos in 1938. Their romance swiftly led to marriage the following year. Then, a few days before war broke out, Dalton was called up to the RAF. Both knew that as a fighter pilot, his life was at risk every day. In mid-August, he just made it back to Tangmere after his aircraft was damaged in a dogfight. That evening, he went back to the cottage near the airfield that he shared with Carol, who was pregnant. He confessed his fears. She knew the dangers he faced daily. His tussles with the Germans had left him with 3 confirmed kills. Then, on the 31st of August, She waited all night for the sound of his footsteps approaching the door of their cottage, but none came. Michael had perished during a melee over the Thames. Carol met his death with astonishing stoicism. They had discussed it in private and agreed only to dwell on the happiness they had shared. But Carol needed an outlet for her emotions and wrote a long letter to her father in Rhode Island the following day. "I pray that he came down into the sea and that he will just vanish. I have no desire for the horror of bodies or funerals to come between me and my last happy memories of Michael, young and strong and confident. To have him just disappear suddenly and cleanly in the midst of life and never return broken and dead is how it should be. You see, ever since the war started and I expected to lose Michael, I have wanted a child, so that if Michael were lost, something of our love would live on, and so it wouldn't be the end of everything for me. Now what is behind me is all happiness, and no two people were ever so happy right up to the last minute as we were. And I don't look forward to complete emptiness. I have his child to think of. And even if I felt hysterical, I wouldn't be because of the baby. How many times Michael and I have said, if we died tomorrow, how much more happiness we have had than most people. I am now finding that I meant it. I keep looking at his things. Everything reminds me of some happy time together. The little bear he pulled out of his cap at the station when he left Davos. The bluebird pen he gave me to keep me happy while I was at home. The 5 tins of his favorite oxtail soup sitting in the cupboard. His brushes. I don't want to put them out of sight. I want to have them around and relive every glorious moment. Michael was so happy about the baby. Thank God he knew before he died. He made me promise I would go home to you if he were killed. But don't waste grief on me. Remember that I have a child to look forward to, and that I have had 18 months of wonderful happiness." Dalton's body was later found inside his aircraft, the gun button still set to fire, the throttle fully open. The Battle of Britain heroics were witnessed by thousands on the ground, including boys who yearned to join the Knights of the Skies, unashamedly glamorized in the press. Among them was 16-year-old John Wilkinson, who watched the aerial duels from his school in Horsham, West Sussex. Standing outside, I witnessed the fighters perform their deadly ballet, painting condensation trails and machines falling from the sky. It filled me with awe. When the Germans switched to the Blitz on London, Wilkinson experienced the fear and devastation of war firsthand, and it made him determined to fight back. The noise of anti-aircraft guns firing and the bombs exploding throughout the night was horrendous. One night, the house 2 doors from us was bombed and destroyed. Our windows were shattered, walls cracked, and all our heavy plaster ceilings fell down. In the morning, the streets and lawns were littered with small, very sharp shell fragments from the anti-aircraft shells. Getting to work as a junior clerk in the city near St. Paul's Cathedral, Wilkinson had to scramble over rubble, not knowing if his office would still be standing. The streets around the famous church were laced with fire brigade hoses. I passed buildings with flames pouring from their windows. There simply wasn't enough water to put them out. The firemen had to move to areas where they could be more effective. The kernel of an idea that had been forming in Wilkinson's mind began to take a grip. I can get up there and take on the bastards who have done this. 3 years earlier, his mother had paid 7 shillings and 6pence for him to go on a brief flight in a biplane. Wilkinson had been instantly hooked. He looked up from the flames and rubble around St. Paul's, into the dirty smoke obscuring the blue skies. He was 18 and could make his own choices. "I'm going to join the RAF and become a fighter pilot." He also had a point to prove to his mother and the wider world. 8 years earlier, his father had taken his own life after their business in the U.S. went bust during the Great Depression. Wilkinson would prove to everyone that he was a man worthy to lead his family. His ears caught a familiar sound. He looked up and saw a flight of Spitfires pierce the smoke to meet the enemy threat. "I have to fly." But the battle's losses were building, and the time for someone who had more flying hours in Spitfires than anyone else in the RAF remaining a spectator was over. Civilian test pilot Jeffrey Quill knew there would be no point testing new Spitfires if there was no country left from which to fly them. He had to do his bit. He knew Vickers Supermarine would put up a stiff fight to stop its top test pilot going to war, so he told them something close to the truth. "In order to do my job properly, I must gain first-hand experience of fighting in a Spitfire." In August 1940, Quill joined 65 Squadron at RAF Manston, and in a matter of days he began operations for real. Quill's squadron was sent to Dover, where 109s were shooting down barrage balloons. He spotted a fighter and went for him, getting close before opening fire. I saw my tracers going right through his fuselage. I expected him to swerve or half-roll or something, so was all keyed up to follow, but he just went straight on down. So I gave him another burst and another, and still he went on downwards and not very fast. I thought I had been spending too long on him and turned quickly to see if anyone was behind me and found all clear, but a lot of aircraft swirling around some way away. Thinking about it on the way back, I came to the conclusion that I must have hit the pilot in the head or the back with the first burst because of his complete indifference to my fire. Quill had killed the German outright. He was soon to find out that RAF Manston was high on the list of Luftwaffe target bases. On the 12th of August, he was sitting in his Spitfire, engine running, ready to taxi out for takeoff, when there was a tremendous bang behind him. Quill looked over his right shoulder, in time to see one of the hangar roofs ascending heavenwards. This was followed by showers of earth and black smoke, then more and louder crumps. I caught a glimpse through the smoke of what looked like an Me-110 pulling sharply out of a dive, and concluded it was high time for Quill to be airborne. We were being dive-bombed. I put my head down, slammed the throttle wide open, wondering what chance I had of getting airborne, before a bomb dropped immediately ahead of me or even on me. As I became airborne, I glanced in the mirror and saw nothing but bomb bursts and showers of earth and smoke immediately behind. Seconds after his wheels left the ground, a 109 swooped overhead. Quill went to ground level, weaving furiously. In the following seconds, he knew he would be cold meat for any swooping Messerschmitt. He looked around, saw no Germans, and pulled the nose up into a steep spiral turn. We had, of course, been extremely lucky, but our best bit of good fortune was that the Me-109s who came boring down at us just as we were getting airborne, hopelessly overshot because they were going much too fast. They should have slaughtered us. They had indeed been lucky. One part of Goering's plan had worked to perfection, to lure the fighters into the air, where his 109s would destroy them. However, the agile Spitfires eluded them. In terms of accuracy, the attack was a resounding success. The Germans dropped 148 bombs on the airfield, but Manston was open for business the very next day. The only near casualty had been a Spitfire, whose propeller had been bent out of kilter from the blast of a bomb exploding immediately behind. The unfortunate pilot was left stranded in the middle of the target area, surrounded by incoming explosions. but survived, physically unscathed. The British were showing an unexpected resilience that incensed Hitler and his cronies. But their fortitude was being tested to its limits. The clear skies continued into September. The raids on air defences went on unabated. For the first time, Fighter Command's losses outstripped those of the Germans. In a 2-week period from the 24th of August to the 4th of September, 295 British fighters had been destroyed and 171 damaged, with the Luftwaffe losing barely half this number of 109s. Despite Beaverbrook's improvements, the factories produced 269 new and repaired fighters. In the same period, 103 pilots were killed and 128 wounded. Air Vice Marshal Keith Park, the brilliant tactician in charge of 11 Group, warned of the seriousness of the losses. In desperation, the RAF returned units that had taken a battering in Dunkirk to the arena. Among them was 222 Squadron, where Hilary Edridge, 21, and Tim Viggers, 19, had formed a close bond on the ground and a formidable partnership in the air. Theirs was a friendship that would have been unlikely outside war. Edridge was a gentle, church-going Catholic who had a deep love of literature and music. Viggers was a proud Protestant Anglo-Irishman with the tricolour painted on his Spitfire's nose. His grandfather from County Carlow was also something of a player. When caught in bed with a maid, his excuse to his wife was, "If one is going to appreciate Chateau Lafite, my dear, one must occasionally have a glass of Van Ordinaire." Viggers had been hooked on aircraft ever since his godmother had taken him on a flight just before the war. Both Viggers and Edridge had been in the thick of action since Dunkirk, when they were ordered into combat for the first time. Viggers had been scared. My mouth was dry, and for the first time in my life I understood the meaning of the expression taste of fear. I suddenly realized that the moment had arrived. Within an hour I would be battling for my life. Up until now it had all somehow been a game, like a Biggles book where the heroes always survived the battles, and it was generally only the baddies who got the chop. I knew I had somehow to control this fear and not show it to my fellow pilots. Flying out of Hornchurch, they were quickly into the action in late August to meet another incursion. Viggers had made a tight left-hand diving turn to evade a fighter when a Dornier 17 appeared right in front of him, just 200 yards away. As I prepared to fire, the Dornier exploded, and a Spitfire with guns still blazing followed it down. I saw the registration letters of Hillary's aircraft on the side of the fuselage. I yelled with delight. But Edridge took no pride in killing his fellow man. During dinner, his girlfriend recounted her father's excitement at the sight of 2 Spitfires taking out a Dornier. His face reddened, and he asked her where and at what time the fight had taken place. Then he spoke very quietly. "One of those pilots was me." She asked him several more questions, but the loss of life and what had happened to him on a sortie later the same day had darkened his mood. Edridge had been confronted with the terrifying prospect of burning to death in his cockpit. His Spitfire had been hit in the petrol tank and immediately caught fire. The flames licked his ankles, then moved up his legs. His first reaction had been gratitude that the daily struggle to stay alive was finally over. He put up his hand to make the sign of the cross, but his arm was constrained by his parachute harness. He paused. At the very least, he had to try to bail out. He had a duty to fight for his life. Thankfully, the canopy flew back and he made a good getaway. He allowed himself to fall closer to earth before pulling the D-ring of his parachute. Some Germans, aware that RAF pilots who bailed out were quickly returning to the fray, had taken to machine-gunning them that day. Edridge landed safely between the trees, albeit on the back of a sheep, at Broome Park in Kent. He peered skywards, made the sign of the cross, then looked down at his burnt legs. It was nothing, really, compared to some of the things he'd seen. He'd recover soon enough to fight again. Unlike Edridge, who had at least had some combat experience over Dunkirk, some pilots arrived on operations having barely fired the Spitfire's guns. After just 3 weeks of Spitfire training, and a few patrols from Biggin Hill devoid of any action, Bernard Browne decided to go on a foray. He drove his J-type MG up to London, parking it outside the Wagon and Horses on Regent Street, near Piccadilly Circus. Independent-minded and generally underwhelmed by authority, Browne had not bothered to register the car. Emerging from the pub, he spotted a policeman standing next to the MG. "Where's your registration?" the officer asked. "In the pocket of the car," Browne bluffed, hoping his RAF fighter pilot uniform might buy him some leeway. It did. "Okay, then, I shan't look," the policeman said. "But where are you heading to?" "Biggin Hill." Spotting the glint of alcohol in Browne's eyes, the officer offered to drive him back, perhaps in the knowledge that the mess had decent beer, including Scotch ale. Browne was not wrong. Sure enough, that's what he was angling for. I invited him in for a drink. He had to borrow my sports jacket as he still had a police uniform on. I supplied him with plenty of free beer. The hours passed, and Browne wondered what to do. He did not have to worry for long. A few minutes later, a police car rolled up to the mess to collect the inebriated officer. A few days later, Browne was back at the officers' mess bar and looking forward to a break. At 2 a.m., he was still taking advantage of the fact that he would not be flying that day, when his flight commander approached him. "Pity it's meant to be your day off," he said. "You're on at 6. Browne gave a laconic shrug of the shoulders, finished his drink, and headed to bed. He was fast asleep in the dispersal room when the phone shrieked its warning, and had barely had time to wipe the sleep from his eyes when he was tearing down the airstrip. On the squadron leader's command of "Buster," he engaged the emergency boost, giving himself another 34 miles per hour to gain height. Within minutes, he found himself under attack. They were all over me. I didn't have any time for fear, but it was a brutal introduction to the battle. They came down on me, all guns blazing, bullets, shells all over the place. Then there was a 109 below me. I was turning madly at the time. He must have pulled his nose up and let fly. A cannon shell came through the side of my aircraft and hit me in the left leg, exploding on the throttle box underneath my left arm. There was no control of the airplane whatsoever. The engine was roaring its life out, and I couldn't steer. I couldn't do anything. I just thought, "Right, Browne, this is the time." I had to remember what had now become the most important lesson of all, bailing out. I hadn't had any official instructions, but a friend had told me what to do if I ever had to jump out. Funnily enough, I remembered the drill exactly. Take your helmet off because it's connected to the airplane by the cables, and you'll probably get hung. So I took my helmet off and remember hanging it on the hook in the cockpit. Right, now undo the straps. We always went into action with the hood open, because if a bullet went through the mechanism, it might not slide back. I just undid the straps and thought, right, here we go. I turned the aircraft on its back, and that was that. I don't remember much, but the next moment I knew I was out, and I could feel air rushing past my face. Then no air. I was turning over and over, spinning as I fell. I thought I'd better find that D-ring which was tucked underneath my left arm. I gave it a quick pull, and then it all went dead quiet. I felt quite happy, to be honest. I was free. I landed in the marsh, just out from Eastchurch Airfield. Although I'd been blasted by the exploding shell, I couldn't feel any pain. But when I landed, I just collapsed and folded up. That's when I discovered I had a big hole in my left leg. I looked up and saw a bloke from the Home Guard coming towards me. He got about 10 yards away and stopped. He didn't say a word, just covered me with his .303 rifle. Fortunately, an RAF truck came across the field. The blokes lifted me on, but the Home Guard chap still didn't say a word and was still covering me with his rifle. I was more frightened about him than anything else. Brown joined the growing number of wounded. The 109's bullet had put a hole in his knee, destroying the tendons. Another Spitfire pilot, along with his aircraft, had been blasted from the fray. Casualties, like Brown and his Spitfire, were not easily replaced. Speaking from their home in New Zealand, Bernard's wife had warned me her husband remembered little about the war. But once he began to reminisce during our interview, the cobwebs of time fell away, and it was as though he was back in the cockpit of his beloved Spitfire that day. Sadly, Bernard died a few months after I spoke to him, and would not live to see this book published. September 1940. Despite the fortitude of its airmen, the RAF was losing control of the skies over southeast England, and that was all the Germans needed. Surely, some in the Luftwaffe asked, they had established sufficient air superiority to cover amphibious landings along the south coast before the autumn storms set in. It was early September, and the seas were calm. Fighter Command's boss, Keith Park, understood the gravity of the situation. He issued an order to 11 Group that in the event of invasion they should prepare to fly 8 sorties a day, landing only to refuel and rearm. German pride had just taken a battering when 95 RAF bombers penetrated Berlin's defences, causing some damage and killing 10 civilians. Infuriated, Hitler acceded to Goering's request to blitz London. The RAF, Goering argued, would throw up their last fighter reserves to protect the capital. These would be dealt with, London flattened, and Britain's morale destroyed. The battle for Britain's existence was about to enter its decisive phase. It was a desperate time, and it called for desperate measures. Rugger, rock climbing, cricket, and camping holidays had been uppermost in the minds of the young sergeant pilots who had joined the RAF Volunteer Reserve in the mid-1930s. War for the likes of Ray Holmes had seemed a distant possibility when, on the recommendation of the acclaimed racing driver E.B. Ware, he joined the reserves. At that point, Holmes from Liverpool was a cub reporter on the Birkenhead Advertiser, so the idea of an intensive 10-week course learning to fly, followed by weekends in aircraft, was appealing. And the £25 annual bonus helped too, for it could buy a young reserve pilot a good second-hand car. The only other demand was that if war broke out, the volunteer reserves would be mobilized immediately into the regular RAF. So in 1939, Holmes had been rapidly drafted, but then found himself kicking his heels in Scotland while all the action was going on down south. Then in late summer 1940, the Hurricanes of 504 Squadron were suddenly sent south to protect London. Thus, on the 15th of September 1940, Sergeant Holmes was over central London among a swarm of Dornier bombers. After making one attack, Holmes banked away, then, when he came in again, found the sky seemingly empty but for a lone Dornier that appeared to be making a bomb run on Buckingham Palace. Holmes had expended most of his ammunition, helping to break up the 30-strong bomber formation heading for the city. As he went to engage the Dornier in a head-on attack, his guns spluttered to a halt. The story is picked up in an account Holmes later gave to a newspaper reporter. He was hurtling straight for the Dornier. In a moment he must break away, but the German pilot had not deviated an inch from his course. There was only one way to stop him now: hit him for 6. In the heat of battle, with his own machine crippled and in a desperate bid to smash the invader before it broke through to his target, he shunned the instinct to turn away. How flimsy the Dornier tailplane looked as it filled his windscreen. The tough little hurricane would shatter it like balsa wood. As he aimed his port wing at the near side fin of the Dornier's twin tail, he was sweating. He felt only the slightest jar as the wing of the hurricane sliced through. Incredibly, he was getting away with it. The hurricane was turning slightly to the left and diving a little. Suddenly the dive turned vertical. Holmes was heading down to the ground at 500 miles per hour. After a struggle, Holmes managed to bail out. The scene of the Dornier, hurricane and parachute coming to earth was watched by hundreds of grateful Londoners. The Dornier that seemed intent on bombing Buckingham Palace had been brought to earth. It was one of the many acts of heroism seen during the battle. The Buckingham Palace Dornier was among the 56 German aircraft shot down that day. The RAF lost half that number. It was a decisive victory. The blitz over London would continue for many months, but thanks to the bravery of Ray Holmes and his colleagues, the tide was beginning to turn as German attacks were repelled. There would finally be some respite from the relentless barrages on the home defences, giving the airfields, aircraft, and airmen a chance to reform and reorganize. Despite the devastation, London could take the hits. The use of Spitfires to tackle the fighters and Hurricanes to take on the bombers had proved highly effective. Their success sapped German morale. The Spitfires showed themselves wonderfully maneuverable, Max Helmut Ostermann recounted. Their aerobatics display, looping and rolling, opening fire in a climbing roll, filled us with amazement. Some Germans had simply had enough, and reluctance to cross the Channel in the teeth of British resistance increased. The Germans called it Kanalkrankheit, channel sickness. Goering was having none of it. He strode into the forward headquarters in Pas-de-Calais, berating senior officers and seasoned pilots for failing to protect the bombers. Meeting stony silence, Goering became more emollient and asked what they needed. One pilot replied that more powerful engines were required. The request was granted. Then the Reichsmarschall turned to the distinguished ace, Adolf Galland. "And you?" "A squadron of Spitfires," Galland boldly replied. Goering turned on his heels, speechless in rage. October 1940. The shift from attempting to eliminate the RAF to unleashing the Blitz on London and other cities provided a respite for the Air Force. But the civilian population needed its pilots more than ever to protect them. Supermarine in Southampton had already been bombed, with the loss of more than 100 skilled workers. Life for those living under German bombardment was as terrifying as for those fighting in the skies. At times there was typical British stoicism. The rising star of film, Anne Todd, was acting in Peter Pan when a particularly bad raid came in and the play was stopped. Todd went on stage to address the audience. "Mummies and daddies, aunts, uncles, and friends and children, there is a lot of fighting and noise going on outside, so I, Peter, suggest you stay safe and cozy underground with the lost boys and me till it's over." Some time later, Todd found herself in rather different circumstances, in a corridor in Gerrard's Cross nursing home, giving birth to her daughter by her fighter pilot husband, Nichol Tangy. The nursing home was packed with pregnant women, and when the Germans bombed a wartime engineering factory nearby, This was the moment my Pippin decided to arrive. The lights had all gone out. Nigel was away on duty, and I was alone. She was delivered by candlelight to a background of bombs falling out of the sky, and the doctor's voice saying severely to me, "Please concentrate on creation, Mrs. Tangy, and ignore the destruction around us." After a month spent trying to recover from the wounds he suffered in late August after being shot down, Hilary Edridge left hospital in October intent on fighting, despite his barely healed burns. His friend Tim Viggers was there to welcome him back to the squadron, albeit with some reservation. He shouldn't have come back so quickly, but he realized we were very short of pilots, and he insisted on flying again. I tried to talk him out of it, but he was an obstinate devil. Edridge thought better of telling Viggers about the vivid premonition of death he had experienced in hospital. He could not explain why it had just come to him that he was entering his final days on Earth. On one level it gave him an inner peace, a chance to say his goodbyes. He took to the skies, attacking Germans whenever he could. He helped destroy a 110, and then survived a crash landing after engine failure. It was getting late in October, with the threat of autumn gales increasing. The chance of a German invasion were receding. Edridge was sent home to Bath on leave, but a strange mood overtook him. Mournful violin tunes could be heard in his bedroom, alongside the jovial sounds of Gilbert and Sullivan. He said farewell to a school friend. Then, on the last day of his leave, he attended Holy Communion. Afterwards, he asked the priest for confession. Body and soul were now in harmony for what he felt was to come. On the 30th of October, 222 Squadron was sent towards a vicious scrap that had spiralled westwards over East Sussex. Edridge was at the back, covering the squadron's vulnerable tail. Just before they entered the fight, Tim Viggers checked over his shoulder. A sick feeling swept through him. An ugly black cloud had engulfed Edridge's Spitfire, sending it earthwards. Edridge was stricken, but not dead. He had been shot in the head, and the Spitfire's engine was disintegrating. He regained some control and brought the aircraft down fast over the neatly cropped fields of the Weald. He fought hard to keep it aloft, managing to circle the countryside around the village of Northiam, searching for a flat stretch to land. The altimeter showed he had little time in which to act. He spotted a small valley just beyond the magnificent Lutyens-designed Great Dixter House. His plane roared towards the building, but at the last moment he managed to lift it clear, crashing into the little valley behind. Staff from Great Dixter ran to the site and found Edridge trapped in the crumpled cockpit. A knife was used to cut him out of the parachute straps. Then many pairs of caring hands lifted him free. Within minutes an ambulance was rushing him to a field hospital. But it was not enough. He died 2 hours later. On hearing of his great friend's death, Tim Viggers was stricken. He sat outside the dispersal hut and wept. A wave of misery swept over me. I just couldn't get my mind to accept it. I went berserk, making myself a thorough nuisance to the enemy. Once I'd got it out of my system, I was absolutely calm again, but I still missed Hilary. Hilary Edridge was the 536th pilot to die in the Battle of Britain, its last but one fatality. Never was so much owed by so many to so few. Churchill once again captured the nation's mood. And alongside his fellow countrymen, he had found a place in his heart for the very small thing that fights like hell. The German losses were considerable and near irrecoverable. The Luftwaffe had more than 2,500 aircrew killed or missing, plus nearly 1,000 taken prisoner. The great cohort of combat experience gained in Spain, Norway, and France had been severely diminished. The material losses were also high. Nearly 2,000 fighters and bombers destroyed. Fighter Command suffered too, with 544 dead, and the RAF losing 1,744 aircraft. The human and machine losses were high, but that was not everything. For the first time, the Nazi war machine had been defeated, and defeated decisively. The Spitfire had been blooded and successful in its early battles, but the war was only just beginning. Chapter 4. Rhubarbs, Ramrods, and Circuses. When Robbie Robertson picked up a newspaper and read about the capitulation of Sudetenland to Hitler, he understood conflict was coming. It was September 1938. His mind raced over the possibilities and the desire to escape the tedium of life as a poorly paid London insurance broker. He saw the smooth lines of a Spitfire in a recruiting poster. That has to be the most beautiful aircraft in the world, he thought. Robertson's future was decided. He would become a fighter pilot and get as far as possible from the dreariness of the Ocean Accident and Guarantee Company. He applied for the RAF Volunteer Reserve in April 1939, was accepted, then told to await a medical, and he waited. War came in September, and despite recruitment offices springing up across the country, still he waited. It was the Conscription Act that rescued him from the Ocean Accident and Guarantee Company. In June 1940, Robertson was called up for interview with several other pilot hopefuls. "What are 1313s?" the interviewing officer asked seconds after he had sat down. 169, Robbie immediately replied. The man looked staggered. "That's jolly good. Did you just work it out?" "No," he replied. "I just asked the last chap who came in." The officer chuckled and ran through a list of questions. Could he drive a car, handle a yacht, ride a horse? Yes, Robbie replied to all, wondering if he'd be believed. He even agreed to become an air gunner if he couldn't be a pilot. As Britain fought for its life during 1940, Robbie joined other potential pilots training in the Devon countryside, where they had a brief glimpse of the reality of war. During a route march, a Ju-88 flew at 100 feet over the column of men, smoke streaming from its starboard engine. Despite their corporals' blasphemous tirades that they'd all be massacred, the men stood staring. Seconds later, 2 Hurricanes streaked overhead, ensuring the Ju-88's destruction. 2 years after he'd first applied for the RAF, Robbie Robertson began to fly, and he was good at it. After 8 hours and 50 minutes, he went solo. "Right, Robbie, the next time I see you, I want to see that top button undone," his instructor said, as Robertson stood grinning at the postings board. The hallmark of Fighter Command pilots was for their uniform to be left open at the neck. Out of the 5 people on his course, only 2 had been chosen to go on fighters. For those actually in the fight, there was little room for mirth. Hugh Dundas had fretted at the idea of returning to action after he had been shot down in August 1940. "I view the prospect of combat with real inner fear. The memory of what had happened last time crowded back in on me. The juvenile desire for glory which had been uppermost in my mind had been driven out altogether by the fear of death, and the personal knowledge of the unpleasant form in which it was likely to come." Dundas was not alone in warriors undone by what they had seen and experienced. The RAF's finest were beginning to wobble. It was a time for leaders in the mould of Drake, Nelson, and Wellington. It was a man with tin legs who steeled Dundas's nerves towards the end of the Battle of Britain. Douglas Bader was a man of deep resilience. He had lost both legs in an air crash when training to become an RAF pilot in 1931. First, he relearned to walk, then got back in a plane and passed all his flying tests. But the RAF administrators decided against having a double amputee in the Air Force. On the outbreak of war, Bader presented himself ready for action. Desperate for pilots, the RAF took him on. They did not regret their decision. From Dunkirk onwards, he bludgeoned his way through melees, scoring victory after victory. His strong nerve, resilience, bitter humour, and pure bloody-mindedness set him apart as a leader. "Douglas showed the way a man should behave in war," Dundas wrote. Sometimes this was through something so fantastically calm and obscure that it could salve an entire squadron's fears. Dundas and the other 60-odd pilots were turning butterflies in their stomachs as they waited over London for an armada of German aircraft that was surging towards them in September 1940. Suddenly, Bader's voice came on the radio, breaking the silence they strictly followed. He radioed base, asking them to locate a friend he wanted to play squash with on his return. Dundas grinned at Bader's terse order. That conversation had a decidedly calming effect on my nerves, and the butterflies were somewhat subdued. It was extraordinary enough that a man with tin legs should have been thinking about squash in any circumstances. That he should be doing so while leading 3 squadrons of Hurricanes and 2 of Spitfires into battle against the Luftwaffe was even more extraordinary. Here, quite clearly, was a man made in the mould of Francis Drake, a man to be followed, a man who would win. A few months later, in November 1940, Dundas suffered a devastating blow. His older brother John was killed in his Spitfire moments after downing the German air ace Helmut Wick, Germany's top-scoring fighter pilot with 56 kills to his name. "So it happened at last," Dundas wrote in his diary on the 1st of December 1940. "I suppose that it had to happen. I suppose that we were inordinately lucky to have survived intact as long as we did." He later wrote, "I think that hardly a day has gone by since then when I have not thought of John. Poor Mummy. I believe that even her brave heart will be broken." The loss made him focus on his own life choices. He committed to telling his girlfriend Diana that he loved her. "Tonight I almost did tell her, and then stopped and felt like a fool," he wrote in his diary on Christmas Day 1940. "But of course she knows, and I think she could be persuaded to love me. But then I am back full circle at the unanswerable argument that in my present occupation I can't make girls like Diana love me." He was in a generation where, aged 20, you confronted the existential questions of love, death, and life. In what many considered a disgraceful coup, the architects and victors of the Battle of Britain, Air Chief Marshal Dowding and his excellent tactician Keith Park, 11 Group's commander, were removed from command. They were considered too parsimonious and too cautious in their use of fighters. A more offensive spirit was needed to take the fight to the Nazis. "We have stopped licking our wounds," decreed Trafford Lee Mallory, the new commander of 11 Group. "We are going over on the offensive. Last year our fighting was desperate, but now we are entitled to be cockier." That cockiness, or aggressive intent, was given several playful names that underplayed their danger. Rhubarbs were low-level strafing runs. Circus was a bombing raid intended to lure fighters into the air. And Ramrod, a bombing mission with Spitfires as escorts. Like Robbie Robertson, David Denchfield had concluded that the Munich Agreement of September 1938 was a sham, and war was going to be the reality. He was also in a decidedly dull clerk's job that failed to fulfill the expectations of his grammar school education. He had been seduced by the dash of a diving Spitfire on the RAF Auxiliaries recruiting posters that went up in early 1939 and applied. His weekends had been filled with glorious days of flying, and weeknights he applied himself to study. On the outbreak of war, he had been called up, then pushed on through advanced pilot training, forever craning his neck to the action overhead during 1940. By early 1941, his time had arrived. He was a pilot sergeant, and he was in a Spitfire in the renowned 610 Squadron. A Derbyshire lad from Eckington, Denchfield felt overawed as he was driven through ancient trees and dense fields of the Duke of Richmond's 12,000-acre estate in West Sussex, base for the Tangmere wing. Sergeant Denchfield's awe quickly diminished when he arrived at the satellite airfield of Westhamptonette, where the divide between the comfort of the gentry and the rest became apparent. The ground crew, or Irks, mostly slept anywhere they could put their heads down. Goodwood had been built as a premier horse racing grandstand in 1904. In peacetime it was a premium spot, but during the war the racecourse's two-tier open grandstand, close to the airfield, was Dosser's Corner for mechanics snoring under their blankets. The Irks boasted to Denchfield how they had fashioned the cookhouse out of a shithouse, using the large circle of 5-foot-high brickwork that had formerly been the midden or dung heap. The airmen had cleaned out the cow dung and stinking straw, then filled it with trestle tables for soup cauldrons and other kitchen equipment. A form of luxury came when a roof was fashioned from corrugated iron. The mess was 10 yards away, in a large open-fronted cart shed lined with more trestle tables. Generally, the food remained warm, except when rain lashed through the open front, filling plates with water. Better waterlogged food than dead, ain't it, Sarge? The mechanics ribbed Denchfield as they pointed him towards the low-thatched cottages set aside for sergeant pilots. They lay a short distance from the officers' base, in a grand flint and ivy-clad farmhouse. Still, at least in the Spitfire, we're all equal, Denchfield thought, as he settled into the damp thatched cottage with its single coal fire and green-tinged whitewashed walls. As a pilot, Denchfield, 21, had been given a large downstairs room. Most mornings he was awoken at 6 a.m. with the first uncertain coughs of a merlin, followed by a roar as she caught. This subsided to a rumble, as the ground crew throttled back to let the engine gently warm. One by one, all 14 Spitfire engines came to life, leading to a crescendo far more effective than any alarm clock. This was soon followed by an airman bringing in a cup of tea with the cheerful words, "Readiness in 5 minutes, Sergeant." Denchfield enjoyed a few delicious minutes drinking the tea, exchanging the odd monosyllabic comment with the other sergeant pilots. Then the shocking plunge out into the freezing atmosphere beyond the blankets. A quick wash and shave, dress in the working blue, throw on the Irvine leather jacket, and then the crunching walk across the iron-hard field to B-flight dispersal. Sleep was quickly forgotten under the harsh glare of the Nissen briefing hut's light bulbs. With a grunted what-ho to fellow pilots, Denchfield picked up his brolly and slung the parachute over his shoulder. After slipping on the iced-over port wing, Denchfield got in his Spitfire and switched on the cockpit light for pre-flight checks. Check the reflector gun sight is set for 250-yard range and 60 feet span. 60 feet was about right for heavy stuff, but I made sure that for 109s I'd be a lot closer than 250 yards. Helmet placed over gun sight, with the oxygen tube plugged into the socket. Check mixture lever right back, levers up to off, and tail and rudder trims set for takeoff. Align compass grid lines with needle, ensuring red on red, so as not to fly in the opposite direction to that desired. Check fuel tanks full, oxygen full and on, air and brake pressures at recommended level, radiator control lever at fully open. Place the 4 harness straps to be instantly available and not snagged on anything, and then switch off the light, get out, shut the door and hood, and wander back to dispersal, to slump into a wicker armchair and catnap gently away with flying boots up on the cast-iron stove, along with those of the other hopefuls. At 9 a.m. they were given a briefing by the squadron leader for the upcoming operation. The intention was to wake up the Luftwaffe in France, who were apparently having an easy life after their attacks over southern England had diminished. Specifically, it was to be the 109s we were to upset. At this point, one of the pilots, who had notched up several kills in the Battle of Britain, interjected. Why bother? It was nice and peaceful as it was. The CO ignored him. The men rested in the dispersal room until mid-morning, when the CO popped in. "Right, chaps, you're to be released at 1 p.m. and off duty until tomorrow morning." Before any further thoughts of carousing could be had, he quickly added, "That's after we get back from Saint-Omer. Take off 1200 hours. Denchfield listened carefully as they were told to form up with other squadrons over Rye, then escort a dozen Blenheims to cause great alarm and despondency with their 250-pound bombs. On his way to lunch, Denchfield asked for his aircraft to be topped up with fuel after the pre-op engine run. He had been designated Rear-End Charlie in the V formation, so he'd be doing a lot of weaving and catching up on the other dozen Spitfires. He was also in a Spitfire Mark I, from one of the earliest batches made at Supermarines Works in Woolston, Southampton, in 1939. It had flown in action over Dunkirk. At this stage of the war, early 1941, all pilots flying over occupied France were well aware of the risks they faced if shot down on these offensive operations. They were given a last-minute briefing, then ordered to empty their pockets of any compromising documents. They had just been issued with tunics with a silk escape map and a compass needle sewn into the seams. Naturally, we had to check them ourselves. Consequently, our re-stitching was nowhere near as neatly done, and my shoulders were lumpy. The 3 fighter squadrons assembled over Rye. The channel to the east looked ridiculously narrow, and the skies over the snow-clad French landscape were broodingly ominous. As usual, the sun glare blinding out of the clear blue made looking to the southeast difficult. God only knew what nasties were moving into their hidey-hole. As we circled over Rye for a good 5 minutes, we certainly gave them plenty of time to get ready for us. I guess, like me, that the others had their gun sights switched to on, their gun-firing buttons turned to fire, and their hoods slid back for better visibility. And I bet they were sweating cobs too. Just after they crossed the French coast, Denchfield, weaving at the rear, spotted contrails behind and above, but they quickly disappeared. The condensation trails generally formed above 25,000 feet, when warm water vapor from the engine exhaust froze in cold air. Pilots frequently checked their rearview mirrors to ensure they were not emitting a long finger of cloud pinpointing their position. Denchfield tried to ignore the growing fear that the enemy was close, but a minute later he saw a flash far up behind. He searched the skies. Nothing. He looked ahead. A distance of 800 yards had opened up between him and the rest of the squadron. Damn it! It wasn't safe to be alone in enemy skies. He did a couple of left and right turns, then pushed the throttle open to catch up. I was about halfway back when there was a sudden staccato vibration, and sparks seemed to erupt out of my port wingtip. Bloody hell! More rounds hit the front. The rudder pedals became useless. As the nose fell away, the cockpit filled with a white mist accompanied by the foul smell of glycol and 100-octane fuel. The mist cleared, and he was able to assess the damage. He was at 9,000 feet and still flying. Then the oil and radiator temperature began to rise, followed by a strong smell of petrol. Nearly 20 gallons of fuel were sloshing about in the belly of the fuselage under my feet. I now knew why my lower legs were so cold. Inside my flying boots and my trouser legs were saturated with the damn stuff. Some 6 minutes after being hit, I was down to maybe 6,000 feet, with the radiator temperature almost in the red. I could see the Channel and the Blenheims pass about 1,000 feet above me on the way home, going like the devil. He was never going to make it over the Channel. With petrol sloshing at his feet, he undid the Sutton harness straps. Smoke followed by jets of flame came out of the engine. The nose dipped down violently. It was time to get out, fast. He shot out like a cork from a bottle. Denchfield landed in a snow-covered field, minus one boot, which had been wedged in the aircraft. He hid in some bushes even a mouse would have laughed at, and was having a pee when 2 German soldiers entered the field. They walked straight up to me, and as I stood up, one said, "For you, the war is over." And I thought they only said that in the Hotspur Boys comic. He was taken to Saint-Omer airfield, where 12 Luftwaffe pilots came out of a hut, and one by one came to attention and saluted. Of course, I had to reciprocate. There was a fair degree of mutual respect between us. He was then introduced to Major Walter Uso, the German ace who had shot him down. Denchfield sportingly agreed to sign his cigarette case in pencil for him to have engraved over. On closer inspection, he saw another 6 English signatures. So much for causing alarm and despondency. Stung by reports of the Spitfire's effectiveness over Dunkirk, Willy Messerschmitt had worked hard to find a response. The Spitfire's agility had to be matched. In late 1940, the Bavaria factories rolled out the Me-109F, which, with wings and rudder adjustments, was by far the most aerodynamically efficient of the 109 models, potentially outturning the Spitfire. It was also more fuel efficient. With light alloy 300-litre drop tanks, it more than doubled the 109E variant's range from 410 miles to 1,060 miles. It also came with a bullet-resistant windscreen and light alloy armour fitted behind the pilot and fuel tanks. Generally, Luftwaffe pilots agreed that the F was the best handling of all 109s. The developments down in Bavaria did not go unnoticed by the hard-pressed supermarine boffins working out of their sheds at the Woolston Works, under the guidance of chief designer Joe Smith, who had led the Spitfire's development after Mitchell's death in 1937. They grafted to find a design that gave the fighter speed at altitude and greater firepower while retaining its agility. Fighter Command could not continue sending up pilots like Denchfield in Mark Is for much longer. Something was urgently needed as a stopgap measure. In February 1941, Castle Bromwich began mass-producing a new version of the Spitfire, the Mark V, which had punch and power. Now carrying 2 20mm Hispano cannons, as well as 4 Browning 303 machine guns, it had true firepower. With the Merlin tuned to give 1,407 horsepower, it had a maximum speed of 371 miles per hour and could reach 38,000 feet at twice the rate of climb as the first Mark I. Later variants were equipped to carry 2 250-pound bombs, giving the Spitfire the potential to become a dive bomber. With nearly 6,500 built, it was the most produced of any Mark. Geoffrey Quill, Supermarine's test pilot, had returned from active service in the RAF during the Battle of Britain with ideas for improvement. In particular, he had advocated changing the canvas ailerons, the flaps on the wings used to roll the aircraft left or right, for metal ones, which made a huge difference to high-speed turns, greatly improving maneuverability. These were standard by the time the Mark V entered service, with one pilot describing the old ailerons thus: "When you were diving at speed with fabric ailerons, the aircraft used to try to turn to the left, and I hadn't the physical strength to straighten up." While Hugh Dundas churned gloomy thoughts of life, death, and love, fortune favoured him. In May 1941, Douglas Bader became his immediate boss, and his unconquerable spirit buoyed up Dundas through the dark days. Fighter Command sent Bader down to RAF Tangmere on the West Sussex coast to become a wing leader, with 3 Spitfire squadrons under his command. He chose to fly with the auxiliaries, or what was left of the originals, of 616 Squadron. Better still, he put himself in charge of A Flight, where Dundas was second in command. The new strategy of grouping squadrons together required new tactics. As Denchfield's plight and others had consistently shown, the RAF's 3-ship V formation was dangerously outdated. Bader, Dundas, and others put their heads together and came up with the Finger 4 formation, roughly similar to the German tactic developed in Spain. 4 aircraft would fly in line abreast, 50 yards apart, with those on the left covering the tails of those on the right, and vice versa. This did away with the exposed position of rear-end Charlie at the back of the V formation, who regularly got bounced. Like the Germans the previous summer, and as Denchfield had already found to his cost, Fighter Command was now experiencing the dangers of battling over enemy territory, anti-aircraft fire, a waiting enemy running out of fuel, and bailouts becoming POWs. Dowding's parsimony and shepherding of his force had been replaced by a view that one-for-one losses, like sacrificial chess, were acceptable. In fact, if it had been chess, Fighter Command was heading towards checkmate. Between mid-June and September 1941, it lost 194 pilots and planes, the Germans 128. Dundas, in mourning his brother's death, was not alone. Wilfred Duncan Smith, an outstanding pilot with 611 Squadron, was among those who grieved over the summer after his successful fighting partnership with Polly Pollard ended abruptly when his wingman was killed over France. The loss of a close friend in war stirs a deeper feeling of personal sorrow because of its abrupt and harsh reality. Though there is no reason to brood on the tragedy, the chances are that if his name is mentioned, it will recall the happy moments of laughter shared, and never any of darkness. Though it makes one aware of the uncertainty of life, it also hardens the will to survive. And in a strange way, the thought of death as the final enemy transforms it instead into an honorable escape. The losses were taking a toll on everyone, and pilots took small pleasures when they could. Most resorted to drink and relied on their youth to see them through the consequences. However, to get from one pub to another required transport, and more importantly, petrol. So pilots topped up their cars with precious aviation fuel. Someone tipped off the military police, and they began testing fuel tanks. Sergeant Alan Smith, Bader's wingman, was stopped in a 1932 MG Midget, brimful of aviation gas, and arrested along with several other offenders. Before they could be dragged off, Bader pulled up in his car and stomped towards the military police on his tin legs. "What the hell's going on here?" he demanded. The senior policeman stood his ground, insisting the pilots had broken all the rules. He didn't get to the end of his explanation before Bader cut in. "Get your buggers out of here and fast, or I will sort you out." The policeman did not hang around to discuss the point. Johnny Johnson had fought hard to fly. A qualified engineer from the East Midlands, he initially failed to get into the RAF as a pilot, partly on grounds of snobbery. He was finally accepted a month before the war's outbreak, but then had to overcome a collarbone break sustained playing rugby in order to fly again. He proved his worth against the Luftwaffe, although by 1941 the 26-year-old Spitfire pilot expressed a distaste for the current tactics. "I loathe those rhubarbs with a deep, dark hatred," he wrote. Something was required to take the edge off the stresses daily endured in combat. A keen sportsman, Johnson had been quick to notice the opportunities presented by the Duke of Richmond's estate near Tangmere. Within the many acres lay the 18 holes of the excellent Downs course at Goodwood. Designed in 1914 by James Braid, the legendary architect of Gleneagles and Carnoustie, it provided a refuge from thoughts of mortality after a morning hunting Germans. But to remain operational while playing 18 holes presented a challenge. Johnson developed a system whereby, if they were to be called to 30 minutes readiness, the squadron Miles Magister would go up, find the golfers, then fire off a red very light, telling them to return to dispersal. Aside from the odd weekly casualty, all seemed to be well at Tangmere. Then, on the 9th of August, the wing was ordered to provide cover for a mid-morning ramrod raid on Béthune. There was the odd bit of cumulus lingering in the blue skies as 610 Squadron took off. As they gained height, Dundas saw Barder waggle his wings vigorously and fly within 2 feet of his wingtip. "Airspeed indicator," Barder mouthed, pointing to his instrument panel. His vital flying instrument had broken. Barder pointed ahead, and Dundas took the lead to the start line, precisely on time at 28,000 feet. As they arrived over the French coastline, someone spotted a gaggle of 109s below. Both Barder and Dundas watched them for several seconds. Something seemed odd. The bait was too easy. They smelled a rat. With another squadron covering the sky above them, Barder gave the tally-ho order. The Messerschmitts flew on, straight and steady as the flight speared towards them. Dundas fixed on a target and dived, but he was still uneasy. I had the strongest instinctive urge to look round behind me. We closed fast, a little too fast. With half an eye I watched Barder, and the second he opened fire, I did the same. "Break!" At the warning of imminent danger, Dundas instinctively flipped the plane hard over, while searching the sky above and behind. He hunched his shoulders, and his grip on the control stick tightened, expecting the canopy to shatter any second at the impact of cannon rounds. The sky behind him was full of 109s and winking guns. The Luftwaffe had executed a near-perfect ambush. Dundas found himself in the middle of a hot and furious dogfight. Several times I fired my guns. Several times I was under hard pressure of attack. No time to worry about results. No time for anything except taut, insistent, concentrated effort to avoid getting in front of an enemy's guns. The penalty for getting caught in that game of tag was death and destruction, and everyone, sooner or later, got caught. Again, Dundas won through. "Dog's body, do you receive?" There was no reply. "Dog's body, come in, please." Again, Dundas used Barder's call sign and got no response. Dripping in sweat, he pushed the nose down and dived back for home, hearing others try to call up the wing leader. They returned to Tangmere in 1s and 2s. Barder was not in their number. There was an atmosphere of quiet desolation. Dundas immediately ordered a sweep. 4 of the most experienced pilots set off to search the channel to see if Barder had ditched. When they returned without success, Dundas knew he now had to break the news to Barder's wife, Thelma. He grabbed a bottle of sherry and some flowers. He told Thelma that Douglas was missing in action, then cried all the way on the drive back. The thought of Douglas Barder dead was utterly shattering to me. The Germans quickly informed the British of Barter's capture. With some difficulty, he had managed to exit his crippled Spitfire, but with one tin leg left behind, jammed in the cockpit. A German doctor examined Barter and looked relieved to see that the missing limb was an old injury. "Now we look at the other leg," he ordered Barter. Relishing the moment, Barter watched the shock register on the doctor's face when he realized the fighter pilot had no legs. While Barter's loss was keenly felt on one level, his job had already been done. Like every effective war leader, he left behind a fighting legacy. Although Dundas and many others now felt little enthusiasm for the fight, Barter's spirit demanded they carry on. To pass on to the new pilots the experience and knowledge I had gained, as well as the spirit of aggression with which Douglas had imbued us, wrote Dundas. He needed to hold on to that spirit more than most. He was the last surviving original member from 616 Auxiliary Squadron left flying, and the realization of death's proximity was intruding on his ability to fight. I subconsciously shrank from battle. The instinct for survival, the urge to rest on my laurels, was very strong. During the weeks which followed, there were a couple of occasions I shirked the clash of combat at the critical moment. This was a time of extreme danger for me, and also to some extent the men I was leading. It was the stage of fatigue, when many experienced fighter pilots have fallen as a result of misjudgment or a momentary holding back from combat. Dundas found some solace in the brandy bottle. Then a new menace emerged. In August 1941, the outline of a fighter appeared that was very different to the Me-109. The Focke-Wulf 190 was at 389 miles per hour fast. It could also outmaneuver the newly arriving Spitfire Mark Vs and carried a bigger punch. 4 20mm cannons and 2 13mm machine guns gave it unsurpassed potency. The FW-190 presented a real threat to the Spitfire's future, usurping its position as the premier fighter. A riposte was urgently required, and Supermarine's designers went back to work, this time frequently toiling through the night to retain the Spitfire's superiority. As the rhubarb, ramrod, and circus operations over France continued, pilots reported less enemy activity than usual. There was a simple explanation. On the 22nd of June 1941, Hitler used an army of 4 million, including 2,700 aircraft, to invade Russia, committing men, materiel, and reputation to conquering the Bolsheviks. A new cause was found for the RAF's rhubarb raids on occupied Europe. They were to tie up German fighters in the West. Though still in training and yet to combat the lethal FW-190s, or suffer the mourning of lost comrades, were living in a blissful world of new experiences and hijinks. The former insurance clerk, Robbie Robertson, who had waited more than 2 years to get into the RAF after applying in late 1938, had now passed his first stage of fighter pilot training and found the biggest challenge was leading his pals to find a well-stocked pub near RAF Kidlington, Oxford. After long treks down muddy lanes, they'd often reach a country inn only to find the sign, "Sorry, no beer this week." The course ended in July 1941, and Robertson's desire to fly fighters had not diminished. "What do you want to fly?" his flight commander asked. "Day fighters." "How old are you?" 23. 23? That's far too old to fly fighters. I'll put you down for instructor. A long argument ensued, and Robertson was sent for an interview with the station commander. The officer was amazed, disgusted, and infuriated that a trainee had questioned his authority. Never has anyone been so audacious as to say they didn't want to be an instructor. You should consider it a damned honor." Undeterred, Robertson coolly replied he'd take it up at the next station. But he was in luck. A trainee who had been posted to night fighters wasn't so keen. They swapped. His luck then doubled. He was put on Spitfires. After practicing on a Spitfire jacked up on blocks in a hangar, he was told to find a fighter and go up. As many others had already discovered, he found the Spitfire was easy to fly, and he too fell in love. We flew once or twice a day for an hour or so, and began to find that the Spitfire was probably the most beautiful aircraft in the world. It was a delight to be in the air in a Spitfire, when you got to know it. It was easy to fly and very quick responses on the controls. Robertson was posted to 111 Squadron in North Weald, Essex, in early autumn 1941, and given an abrupt introduction to war. "We've got a funeral tomorrow morning. You can be part of the escort," the squadron leader told him with a smile. After a fortnight of bedding in, Robertson was sent on his first rhubarb operational sortie over Dunkirk. Outwardly, he looked calm climbing into his Spitfire, but he grabbed the cockpit rim tightly to steady his shaking hands. He was given a check pilot as a wingman and told to stay close. As they approached the enemy coast, Robertson felt a surge of fear. "I felt vulnerable, being on the other side of Dunkirk, actually over France. It wasn't so bad when you're over the Channel, because you think, well, if I'm shot down, I've got a very fair chance of being picked up and brought back. But over France, it wasn't so funny. Your stomach turns over and your nerves are still twitching just flying over there." But his flying log entry on the 20th of October 1941 omitted any reflection of feelings. It read, "No flak, no 109s. Nerves got the better of the most experienced pilots during rhubarbs. On one occasion, 2 of Robertson's fellow 111 Squadron pilots flew over the Channel up into cloud, then came down and slipped over the coast. They spotted a train and shot it up before heading back home. They were surprised on return to be called into the station commander's office. What had they been shooting at? A train. Did they damage it? Yes, quite a bit. Did they realize the train they'd shot up was heading to Margate? The veteran pilots soon warmed to Robertson's humour, and after a few sorties he was accepted as one of their own. During one later operation, his squadron was returning from escorting bombers over Le Havre, where they'd experienced heavy flak, when Robertson's engine made a churning noise and glycol came pouring out. It was now winter, and the enemy landscape was cold and very bleak. Below was a churning sea with a couple of coasters ploughing through white-capped waves. "Get out! Get out!" Robertson's wingman shouted. The prospect of being lost in big seas and freezing to death did not appeal, especially as landfall was not far away. "No, I'll put down on the beach." As he limped towards Brighton, Robertson suddenly remembered that the beach was mined. "I'll put down in a field." Smoke was now coming from the engine into the cockpit. "I'd better get out." He undid his Sutton straps, then paused and called up his wingman. "Is it right you get a week's leave if you bail out?" "Get the bloody hell out!" his wingman shouted. Robertson pushed back the hood, trimmed the aircraft fully forward, stood up, and next thing he knew he was flying through the air. I looked round and found I hadn't pulled the ripcord, which I did a bit smartly, and a second later there was a satisfying thump and the parachute opened. It was a very soothing experience. The only thing was that the aircraft was still on fire and flying round and round on its own. I had visions of it colliding with me. He landed in a tree, undid his harness, climbed down and crawled through a hedge. "Would you like a cup of tea?" an old lady asked him on the other side. "No, thank you very much." He was driven to a nearby barracks. It was a Canadian dental centre, which assumed, with the second Spitfire in attendance, that he was a shot-down German pilot. The commanding officer had armed everyone with rifles, revolvers, and anything they could lay their hands on. After a whiskey, cigar, and good meal, Robertson was taken overnight to Shoreham Airport. I wasn't too popular with the lads there either. They had an air-sea rescue base with a Walrus seaplane. They'd watched me coming across the channel with smoke and everything else billowing out, and they were looking forward to doing a bit of air-sea rescue. They were most upset when I chugged across Shoreham, still emitting smoke, and bailed out farther on. On returning to base, his commanding officer at first congratulated Robertson on his escape, then added, "There is one point, Robbie. You don't have to tell all the bloody German Air Force you're going to bail out." Other fresh-faced pilots were now entering the fray. Ever since his childhood flight in a Fox Moth over Southport, Alan Scott had not let go of his dream to become a pilot. He threw out plans to be an architect and presented himself before an RAF recruitment office in early 1940. On interview for pilot training, he stumbled over the answer to 136 multiplied by 365. It was fortunate. A swift answer, and he would have been allocated to observer training. A year later, he found himself behind the controls of a Spitfire. He was full of admiration. To fly a Spitfire, you become a part of it. Sitting on the seat, it fitted like a glove. The side walls conforming to your shoulders, the controls at your fingertips and obeying every command at a touch. In combat, with a turn of the head and the eyes, it would follow that direction without deviation. Upside down, and you were held in your seat as though glued to it. All these qualities proved to be so valuable in combat, especially in a dogfight, when the easy flow of vital maneuvers meant the difference between life and death. Scott was soon on rhubarbs with 124 Squadron, arriving at Biggin Hill in November 1941. Like most of the pilots, he was entirely reliant on the combat experience of the squadron leader. If you had no battle experience, you didn't see anything. The leader could be heard reporting, 20 plus to your right, 3 o'clock coming out of the sun. But no matter how much you strained, your eyeballs out like chapel hat pegs, you could not see them. This was when we relied upon our leader's experience and sight to get us through, weaving all the harder and following him blindly. We flew in sheer terror half the time, and obviously there were losses. In just 1 week, they lost 9 pilots. War sadly cannot stop for its casualties. We just had to get on with the job, Scott recalled. He was soon in the heart of the fighting. At 19, I suddenly found myself, adrenaline flowing, coming up on the tail of a Luftwaffe twin-engine Ju-88, firing at it and wondering how the hell I had got there. That was my first kill, and there was no doubt about it. It was thrilling to down an enemy aircraft. This feeling increased with my catching sight that the German crew had bailed out. I hoped the pilot would be able to bail out, as I hoped that's how someone would think of me. By now, Spitfire production had fully recovered from the Battle of Britain and was running at pace, with Castle Bromwich able to churn out squadrons of Spitfire 5s by the fortnight. In the 3 months to the 1st of July 1941, the number of Mark V operational squadrons went from 1 to 7, with a total of 32 squadrons now of all types. If the war looked grim elsewhere, at least by the end of 1941, the skies over Britain were well defended. Robbie Robertson had to wait 8 months until he fired his guns in anger. The squadron had just completed a circus sweep over Grenay, close to Calais, on the 14th of April 1942, when they were jumped by a group of FW-190s. We were flung around in all directions. I managed to find a 190 which seemed to be a bit lost, so I fired like mad at it. Being over-keen, anxious, and a rotten shot, I didn't allow enough deflection, and all I did was waste a lot of ammunition. But it was quite exciting to get chased round and round. 10 days later he was in action again, after the squadron was jumped over France, and Robertson, along with his American wingman, got split up from the rest. And they were up against 2 formidable FW-190s. The Focke-Wulf is some aircraft. To start with, it's a lot faster than the Spitfire 5. It seems to have all the ammunition in the world, and they can start firing their cannons from miles out of range, which was frightening, especially when you can see all the flashes coming from the gun ports. The American dived after the first 190, despite Robertson yelling at him to come back, as the second German was closing on his rear. The second 190 overhauled him like mad, and although I tried to chase down after him, I couldn't get within range, and my number 2 was shot down. Fighting back the surging panic and distress at seeing his comrade taken out, Robertson decided to stay and fight the remaining 190. We went round and round in circles for a while, which was fine, as the Spitfire could outturn anything, and eventually I managed to get a few hits on him. He decided to call it a day and beetled off. But Robertson would not let him escape. I followed, still banging away, and he started to smoke and eventually was going down almost vertically at a hell of a lick. Robertson also discovered that all was not lost if you did parachute into the channel. A call went out that a bomber crew had ditched off the Dutch coast and were bobbing around in a dinghy. 5 airmen were spotted drifting off German-occupied Ostend. Robertson's flight took off to give them cover, at the same time as a rescue launch shot out of Dover. With the Spitfires overhead, they quickly located the crew. The launch got to the dinghy, swung round, grabbed the chaps aboard, all without stopping, then belted for home. A few weeks later, they received a letter of thanks from the bomber crew, enclosing a £1 note for a drink on us. What stood out most about Terry Kieran's was the dark thatch of hair that sat like a bird's nest atop his head. Otherwise, he was a quiet man from hardy farming folk in New Zealand. Kieran's and his 2 siblings had been brought up in a house without central heating or electricity. It was a Spartan life, where he constantly found ways to make the uncomfortable comfortable. Kieran's knew the long, hard hours of labouring on the farm in Woodville, North Ireland. His mother showed him how the monumental tasks of running a farm and bringing up children could be done. She made the most of her wood-fired range, producing cakes, pastries, and main meals. With no refrigeration, she was adept at preserving all kinds of meat, fruit, and vegetables. It was a rugged but wholesome upbringing, where people knew their worth and pulled their weight. Kieran's did well at school. His headmaster described him as of sound character, courteous in manner, and of a healthy physique. In the end, Kieran's gave up full-time education for his first love and became a farming apprentice. In 1939, Kieran's turned 18, and war was looming. Realizing that conscription was inevitable, he decided to volunteer to join the service of his choice. He had seen the posters, magazines, and cigarette cards of the Royal Air Force's modern fighters. Boys at school had talked excitedly about Spitfires and Hurricanes. Kieran's had often mused when watching the occasional biplane buzz over his family farm on what the ground would look like from the air and the freedom pilots had. He chose the Air Force and ticked Airman Pilot as the number 1 choice on his application form. Then he answered the flying experience question, writing, "Flown once as passenger with Middle District's Aero Club in rough weather." It was perhaps the weather reference and his list of sporting interests that led the RAF to put him onto flying training when he arrived in Britain, but only as a glider pilot. For 2 years, Kieran's learned the fundamentals of flying, including on the Miles Master monoplane, He excelled as a glider pilot and went on to instruct. But on a posting to RAF Llandau in Wales, Kierans was given the opportunity to join a Spitfire unit. He did not say much when his flying officer instructor pointed to the aircraft and told him to go up and fly the fighter. But Kierans felt a deep sense of pride in the achievement. Here he was, a farm boy from rural New Zealand, flying the world's most modern aircraft. On entering the cockpit, he placed a hand over his face to hide his grin. Then he took to the skies in a faultless takeoff, flying for an hour and 5 minutes of pure delight. He qualified as a fighter pilot and was ready for operations. He looked forward to the change. He'd been in Britain training for 2 years. It was time for something different. The Battle of Britain had put the RAF fighter squadrons on their knees, and they'd only just recovered to be knocked down again by the rhubarb, ramrod, and circus raids over France. But 1941 had seen 2 major milestone events. While Russia drew away some of the Luftwaffe's best fighters and pilots, the Japanese attack on the American naval base at Pearl Harbor on the 7th of December proved a much greater boon. Previously, a handful of American flyers had risked losing their citizenship to fight for Britain at the height of its peril in 1940. A few more had trickled over to form Eagle squadrons in 1941. But now they started coming over in numbers, and they only wanted to fly one plane, the Spitfire. Finding that he didn't know or particularly like one end of a cow from another, Harry Strawn had turned his back on a career in animal husbandry and opted for a degree in advertising at the University of Pittsburgh. That didn't appeal much either. In desperation, the tall young man with the classic good looks of a strong-jawed American took a job in Detroit at the Steel Office Furniture Company. At weekends, he increasingly found himself drawn to the local airfield, watching P-40 fighters take off and land. He fell in love with the idea of flying, and in June 1941 he joined the Air Force and was in training when the Japanese attacked. A year later, the American was among 12,000 troops on the former luxury liner Queen Elizabeth, surging across the Atlantic to Scotland. Strawn recorded in his diary the welcome they received after landing in the Firth of Clyde and boarding a train south. The people were waving to us from every window with flags. It made chills go down my spine. The hillsides were covered in flowers and green trees, and it was hard to realize we were in a war-torn country. We threw oranges to the people, for which they were very grateful. The 309th Squadron soon received a livery of 25 new Spitfires, courtesy of the Air Transport Auxiliary, the pilots based at High Urkel near Shrewsbury, Shropshire, who ferried brand-new aircraft from factories and maintenance units to front-line squadrons. Strawn now found his prejudices challenged. One pilot came in and I went up to check him out. This pilot takes the helmet off, and this beautiful blonde hair starts falling down in cascades. Women didn't fly airplanes. It shocked me so badly that I said to one of my other buddies, "My God, if a woman can fly that airplane, I know I can." He also warmed to the modesty of RAF fighter pilots sent to help train the 3 American Spitfire squadrons of the 31st Fighter Group. One thing about the British, they do the shooting first and the bragging afterwards. Strawn and his fellow pilots adored their new fighter. I really fell in love with the Spitfire. It was the most fascinating aircraft, and the easiest I ever flew. These Spitfire 5s are new and really fast planes, faster than our P-39s. I had a great time diving through the clouds and slow rolling, doing about every maneuver in the book. It made you feel like a king. It was the most gentle, acrobatic thing that I ever had my hands on. It was so forgiving. You could make all kinds of mistakes. The biggest problem the Americans had was that the engine rotated in a different direction to the U.S. Allison engines, causing it to swing in the opposite direction on the application of power during takeoff. It caused a degree of confusion and led to some accidents. By comparison, Strawn and other U.S. pilots in Britain were critical of their own fighters, the P-39 Airacobra and P-40 Warhawk. As yet, the U.S. has no fighter plane that can touch anything the British Spit can, much less the Me-109F or the FW-190, Strawn wrote. We, as pilots, know what a good plane is, but the people at home will never know that the P-40 and the P-39 would be death traps in this war. I hope to God that we will never get them here, for we wouldn't have a chance against the Germans. A few days later, the men of the 309th Squadron were banned from talking to the press. An article had appeared in Life magazine complaining that the U.S. fighters weren't worth a damn. John Blythe arrived from America and celebrated his 21st birthday in the best possible way. When the U.S. went to war, he volunteered for the U.S. Air Force operations in Britain. In late 1942, he found himself at Biggin Hill, in the company of the heroes he had read about in magazines. Within minutes of arriving, he was next to a Spitfire, chatting with Sailor Malan and Al Deer, Battle of Britain aces he had read about 3 years earlier. It felt quite surreal to be talking to them both, and it was quite an amazing birthday present. There was one hurdle to overcome before he could start flying. It was decided that U.S. sergeant pilots should become officers. Blythe went before several commissioning boards, always answering the same questions. Finally, he arrived in London with 250 other candidates, all in the same room and looking bored, until an Air Force colonel addressed them. "I've had to go through all these boards before," he said. "So today I am the board, and today you are all second lieutenants, and I hope that by next year you're all generals. Sorry I had to get you down to London to tell you that." Blythe was posted to the 22nd Squadron for reconnaissance missions as part of the American 7th Photo Group, based at Mount Farm near Oxford. But each day when they got into the cockpits of their P-38 reconnaissance fighters for another mission, the American pilots looked on in envy as RAF Spitfires bounced down the airstrip and danced into the air. "Why aren't we in Spits?" the pilots frequently moaned. No one was happy with the P-38. Operating in the European climate, frequently the turbo superchargers would freeze up, with catastrophic results. The Americans also complained bitterly that the U.S. fighters did not have the power or agility of Spitfires, and were vulnerable against German fighters. Blythe forced himself to trust his P-38 as he took off for missions. But the Spitfire was always there in the background, niggling away at them by its very presence. Still, when he did get back to base, at least as an officer, he had a room to himself, half-decent food, and the opportunity to go out dancing with Oxford girls. It was at one such dance that he came across a dark-haired beauty called Betty. She looked very different from the rest of the girls. She was a classic English lady, an English rose, puffing up his chest in his smartly cut officer's uniform, and putting on his broadest grin. Blythe introduced himself. The pair instantly hit it off, and were spending a lot of time together. Betty fell for Blythe's easy American charm and manner, and was intrigued by his English roots. For the next few weeks they went out to pubs together, more dances, and even the odd dip in the River Thames. Betty was well-spoken and clearly well-connected. She took her beau up to London, where they went to dine in the Savoy and then on to a nightclub. It was all a new and wonderful experience for the American airman. Then, one day, Betty announced they were going to lunch with her uncle. As Blythe went to sit down, he almost got straight up again, thinking he'd got the wrong table. Opposite him was a man in a smart blue RAF uniform with lots of gold braid. His eyes fixed on the rank insignia band on the lower arm of his sleeves. "An Air Vice Marshal." "Sir," he responded quickly as Betty introduced him as Uncle Richard, then added, "Air Vice Marshal Richard Peck." The officer was quick to put Blythe at his ease, and they were soon chatting amiably. Peck, who had no children of his own, clearly approved of his favourite niece's choice of companion. After lunch, Blythe found himself being driven by Peck in his car. Here he was, a mere lieutenant, being chauffeured by an Air Vice Marshal. As they drove, Peck asked about Blythe's work. "The flying was okay," Blythe responded, "but it was pretty rough going in the P-38s. Peck's eyebrows raised. 22nd Squadron, was it? Blythe nodded, then listened in astonishment as Peck told him they'd all be getting Spitfires very soon. Back in Oxford, Blythe knew he was privy to some sensational information. Everyone was itching to get onto Spitfires, and if he broke the good news, he might be among the first on them. He sought out his station commander. "We're going to get Spitfires, sir, and I'd like the opportunity to fly them," Blythe said. His boss looked astonished. "Where in the hell did you hear that?" he fired back. "Air Vice Marshal Peck, sir." His boss shook his head in despair, only half believing Blythe. Blythe had to pinch himself again when, a few days later, he sat in a Spitfire cockpit with the propeller spinning, his hand resting on the throttle lever. There was little instruction, he recalled. "We just got in the Spitfire and went flying." The Americans were thrilled. Blythe, Strawn, and their fellow pilots' view on American fighters appeared to be reinforced when the RAF rejected the P-39 as unsuitable for warfare in Western Europe. The Spitfire was to remain the Air Force's premier fighter. Chapter 5. Spitfire Women. If ever an aircraft was built for a woman to fall in love with, it was a Spitfire. Of course, the ladies could admire its fine curves and elegant nose, but actually flying the thing was surely beyond them. Female aviation pioneers like Amelia Earhart and Amy Johnson had already proven that women could fly equally as well as men. At the outbreak of war, pilots were needed to ferry aircraft from factories and airfields. It would have been a waste of resources if, like the French, combat pilots were used. The Air Transport Auxiliary, ATA, was introduced, and it didn't take long for some influential female flyers to argue for a role in the war effort. After a brief struggle, permission was granted for 8 women to join the ATA, albeit only flying Tiger Moth trainers. They demonstrated their hardiness and skills flying to Scotland in open cockpits in winter weather. Every day the ATA pilots would wake up not knowing what aircraft type they would fly. Fortunately, they had an invaluable aid. The little blue book had notes on more than 70 different aircraft types. Printed on both sides of postcard-size paper, it gave helpful hints, such as if a plane had a tendency to swing on landing. The pilot would find the aircraft she was piloting, often for the very first time, read its notes for 30 minutes, then take to the skies. By summer 1941, the ATA women had proven their worth. They would be allowed to fly operational aircraft, and a great prize awaited, the Spitfire. Perhaps more so than men, women fully appreciated the graceful lines that suggested a glorious flight. To sit in the cockpit of a Spit, barely wider than one's shoulders, was a poetry of its own, said Lettice Curtis, one of the first ATA women. The same flying circus that had taken Alan Scott on his first flight in 1932 had done the same for Mary Ellis 2 years earlier. She was also aged 11 when she took off in a 2-seat Gypsy Moth biplane, and she too was immediately smitten by flying. It was the most wonderful experience I'd ever known. I simply had to do it again. She was gripped by the idea of being a pilot. Aged 16, Mary was allowed time off from school for flying lessons in Witney, near the 1,000-acre Oxfordshire farm owned by her father. And in 1941, Mary heard a radio announcement asking for women with a flying license to join the ATA. Her father acquiesced on one condition. "I don't mind the flying, but I don't want you to go to war." After a brief test flight in a Tiger Moth, Mary, now aged 22, was accepted into the ATA in October 1941. The idea now took hold that one day, maybe not in the too-distant future, just maybe, she might fly a Spit. When Mary arrived at 9 one morning to get her flying chit, she was quietly delighted and proud that it read Spitfire. The destination was RAF Lynham, a short hop from South Marston near Swindon. She'd be landing the shiny new plane in front of the RAF's finest pilots. For the last 12 months she had devoured the blue book of flying notes, paying particular attention to those on the Spitfire, in anticipation of the moment. Thus, on the 13th of October 1942, trying to look neither overly anxious nor overexcited, she carefully walked around the Spitfire's wings, nose and tail. Remaining professional, she went to climb into the cockpit. As she did so, an engineer tapped her on the shoulder. "Your parachute, miss," he said, handing up the pack. "Hope you enjoy your flight." She gave a brief nod, saying nothing. "How many have you flown?" he inquired. "This is my first Spitfire," Mary said in a voice she hoped conveyed confidence. The engineer looked momentarily horrified. Mary jumped in the cockpit and quickly waved the chocks away with a hand signal to the ground crew. She fired up the engine and taxied over to takeoff point. My little heart was beating very fast, but I was off, and somehow I managed an excellent takeoff. Once I was in the air, I did a few maneuvers to make sure I knew what I was doing, and then I set off for RAF Lynham, a 30-minute flight. Thankfully, it was a very nice day. The Spit handled beautifully. It was thrilling. Mary did a few laps round the aerodrome, looking for a space between other aircraft coming in. I made a perfect landing. All my anxiety disappeared completely. From that day on, I fell in love with flying fast and furious aeroplanes. She returned to South Marston via the transport aircraft to ferry her second Spitfire. As for those guys on the ground who watched me take off, I think they were horrified that this little fair-haired young girl was flying a very valuable war machine twice in one day. But they seemed happy when I got back to ferry the second one. One guy even gave me some of his sweet coupons as a reward. Diana Banato Walker had learned to fly before the war at Brooklands, Surrey, where as a child she watched her father, Wolfe, speed round the motor racing circuit. Diana shared her father's skill for speed. After a mere 6 hours flying, her instructor climbed out of the Tiger Moth and told her to get on with it on her own. Diana taxied to the takeoff point, then was abruptly waved to a standstill. A pair of gnarled, ugly hands reached into the cockpit, followed by a hideously scarred face. The man implored me not to fly. He had been a flyer and had crashed, and the burning aeroplane had seared and burnt his flesh. He didn't want this to happen to anyone else, far less a pretty young girl. I didn't take any notice of his words and took off. Diana turned up for her ATA flight test, wearing her stepmother's leopard skin coat. and was told that she looked far too attractive to know much about flying. She flew flawlessly. It was late 1941, and after her ski jaunts, fashion shopping, and a failed attempt to become a Red Cross nurse, Diana had at last found a way to contribute to the war effort. Her competence was such that soon she read Spitfire on her flying chit. It was a clear, bright day. She was delighted to discover she was to fly a photo reconnaissance, or PR variant. The advantage of having up-to-date photographs of the battlefield and enemy deployments had been long recognized. The Spitfire was a perfect vehicle to give commanders near real-time intelligence. She was small, unobtrusive, and could fly high and fast. A handful had been deployed to France in 1940, with a camera fitted to each wing. Photo reconnaissance was also becoming increasingly important to assess the damage following Bomber Command strikes. Guns made way for fuel tanks to give the Spitfires greater range. With no guns or armor, the PR Spitfire was light, agile, and glorious to fly. It was also easy on the eye, with smooth lines and a pleasing azure camouflage. "Love at first sight," thought Diana as she took the controls. The flight took her 40 minutes, perhaps a touch longer than it should have done. No one would have blamed me for those extra few minutes of familiarization, not to mention pure pleasure in that, my very first Spitfire. Being an independent-minded woman, Diana Bonato Walker was not always going to play strictly by the rules. With no instrument or navigation training, and flying exclusively in daylight, most ATA pilots could only ferry planes when visibility cleared to 1,500 yards, and there was 800-foot cloud clearance. If the weather deteriorated, they were to put down or turn back. In Diana's case, the choice usually depended on whether a date awaited back home, or on the star rating of accommodation at the destination aerodrome. Monday, the 6th of April, 1942, was a particularly gusty day, so she followed the rules and put down her Miles Magister trainer at RAF Debden in Essex and waited for the storm to pass. During lunch in the officers' mess, she sat next to the blue-eyed, thick-set commander of 65 Squadron, noting he had one of the worst hairstyles she'd ever seen. None of it seems to stay put. Despite the unruly mane, she was soon chatting easily with Squadron Leader Humphrey Gilbert, a capable pilot who had accounted for several Luftwaffe during the Battle of Britain, flying in his blue-nosed Spitfire. After lunch, the wind dropped. Diana said her goodbyes and went to fire up the Magister. It did not start, and she was forced to stay. Gathering in the mess with some old acquaintances, along with Gilbert, they made a night of it. The next morning, the Magister again refused to start, and despite several attempts, failed to do so the rest of the day. Gilbert placated Diana's irate commanding officer in a phone call, and she was allowed to stay another night. Romance soon blossomed with the Spitfire commander. Diana made regular visits to Debden, with one of Gilbert's junior officers ferrying her back and forth. Within a month, they were engaged. A few days later, Diana dropped in for a brief visit, but could not find the blue-nosed Spitfire anywhere. An ashen-faced officer took her aside. Gilbert had been killed the previous day in a Spitfire accident. Diana was devastated. This was the first time that someone who really meant something to me was no longer around. She carried on flying, letting out a howl whenever she flew over Debden. It was only a few days later, when she spoke to one of Gilbert's friends, that she found out the real reason for her 3-day delay at Debden. After their initial lunch, Gilbert had ordered a mechanic to remove the Magister's spark plugs and sworn the ground crew to secrecy. Diana had just presumed Humphrey Gilbert had been shot down. She was given a day off to attend his funeral and was out ferrying planes the next day. Some time later she found out the true cause of his death. Gilbert had once flown in the single-seat Spitfire with a friend on his lap to get to a party in London after their two-seater light aircraft had broken down. It appeared he had repeated the performance, but this time with a large, heavy male RAF aircraft controller, and they crashed. Joy Lofthouse, along with her sister Yvonne, were among a generation whose friends were not surviving beyond their teenage years. 3 years into the war, and 8 had died. Among them was Yvonne's childhood love, Peter Cumley, 19, shot down over the Channel in 1940. The uncertainty of life intensified relationships. When her pilot boyfriend Tom Wheatley proposed in late 1941, after less than a year's courtship, Yvonne readily agreed. Something told me, as young as I was, that I had to spend as much time as possible with Tom. The war itself made you hurry. Better to make a decision and do something, because tomorrow you might be gone. It was a strange time for decision-making. In a way, you didn't really think you'd be spending your life with someone, not when all around you, people you knew were being killed. At one point I'd gone to see a boy I knew at his base, only to be told he'd had an accident and been killed. The whole thing made you feel as if the ground was constantly shifting under your feet. Yvonne had been married for less than a year when a church minister and woman volunteer turned up at her door. She knew instantly that it was my turn for bad news. Tom hadn't come back from his first mission over Germany. He was piloting a Halifax bomber when it was shot down by a German night fighter over Holland. Tom went down with the plane while the crew bailed out. The first thing Yvonne did was call Tom's mother. She'd just lost her son, but she'd also lost her husband 6 months before. He was killed at El Alamein, and they never did find his body. When Yvonne met with his mother at York Station, the widow's first words were, "I can be brave, if you can." They went back to Tom and Yvonne's Kent home and stayed the night together, the mother sleeping in the same bed her son had slept in the night before. I would often go for walks in the country and just lie down, looking up at the sky, watching the planes. After Tom died, I was always thinking about what had happened to him in the last few minutes when he knew the plane was going down. Again and again I'd think, did he know it was hopeless? You can't help asking yourself those questions. Yvonne stayed for a while with Tom's mother. It was a difficult time, especially when she walked Tom's dog Buffy. If Buffy saw anyone in uniform, he'd gallop up to them eagerly. Then as soon as he saw it wasn't Tom, he'd trot back to us. Soon afterwards, in early 1943, Yvonne saw an advertisement for women pilots in Aeroplane magazine. She told her sister Joy, and they both volunteered. Joy and Yvonne knew absolutely nothing about aircraft. However, they were both bright and sporty, winning scholarships to Cirencester Grammar School. Out of 2,000 women who applied for the ATA, they were 2 of only 17 accepted. Joy left her job at a bank and entered the rigorous 3-month training program, flying numerous aircraft. 6 months later, she was in a Spitfire. I went to the corner of the airfield, and there was my first Spitfire. Oh, it was so powerful. After everything else you'd done before, this was like someone kicking you up the backside. It was so light, compact, and incredibly easy to maneuver. You almost had to breathe on the controls, and they moved. Yvonne agreed. Flying the Spitfire was a kind of freedom you never got any other way. More than anything, with the Spit it was if you had wings sewn on your back. It was so manoeuvrable. Once, on a cloudy, rainy day, I ran my right wing through a rain cloud. Rain on the right wing. On the left, there was sunshine. You could do almost anything with those planes. While they faced many dangers, at least the ATA did not have to confront the gnawing worries of the dispersal hut, awaiting the order to scramble. Diana Bonato Walker described a more relaxed atmosphere as they awaited flying orders at Hamble near Southampton. A jumble of chairs and tables, and a few well-arranged flowers first meet the eye, which scans to see Jackie from South Africa turning her morning somersaults at the far end of the room. A radio provides the background to a cacophony of voices. In the midst of these can be seen the more domesticated type, cutting out a frock on hands and knees, with the material stretched beneath her on the rather uneven linoleum floor. A backgammon game is going on, and Maureen is trying to do a jigsaw puzzle. Suddenly, the loudspeaker blares. Will all pilots report to the operations rooms for their chits? Everyone immediately drops what she happens to be doing and goes to the hatchway to be briefed for her job for the day. Then follows a scurry into the lockers for maps and helmets, followed by a visit to the Met for the weather. If a pilot gets a type of aircraft she has not flown before, she goes to the book of pilot's handling notes, which will tell her all she requires to know about how to fly the machine. The taxi pilots study their carefully worked-out itineraries and go out to the Anson or Fairchild, transport aircraft, to get the engine started and warmed up. The day's work has begun. As the pilots plod out one by one across the grass, lugging parachutes and overnight bags, none knows what the day may bring, or whether she will manage to get back to base in time for that long-standing date of a lobster dinner at the Bugle Inn on the edge of the Hamble River. In an age when most women stayed at home, or at the most worked in the factories and fields to aid the war effort, Diana, Joy, Yvonne, and the other ATA women were trailblazers of their generation. They were at the forefront of a feminist revolution, years before the term had been coined. But there were still important matters of the time to be dealt with, like socializing. Diana had spent a long time in the 400 Club. The Leicester Square venue was filled with its usual smoke, banter, and close dancing. After all, the club was, according to the press, the nighttime headquarters of society. And they were probably right. On one side of Diana was Max Aitken, fighter pilot and son of Minister of Aircraft Production, Lord Beaverbrook. On the other was old Etonian, Oxford graduate, British international skier, stockbroker, and hurricane ace, Billy Clyde. The two men were listening intently, and with a degree of jealousy, as Diana described what it was like to fly the latest Spitfire. "What's it like for blind flying?" Aitken asked in passing. He referred to the pilot's necessary skill for poor weather, when they had to rely on a few key instruments to stay aloft: the altimeter, artificial horizon indicator, airspeed, and the climb and descent indicator. "Oh, we're not taught how to blind fly," Diana said blithely, sipping a martini. "We're told if we stay in sight of the ground, we should be all right." "What?" They both looked dumbfounded. "Oh, yes," Diana replied, warming to the often-talked-about theme in ATA dispersal. "We don't have radios or any ammunition either." She chuckled. "They say if we should come into contact with the enemy, we would normally be low enough for ground defences not only to recognize us, but to engage and shoot down our enemy marauders. People in authority do come up with some wonderful theories, don't they?" "Bloody hell!" Splashes of Clyde's whiskey and soda frothed onto the tablecloth. "But blind flying?" Aitken interjected. "Not teaching it is damn near criminal, especially with our lousy weather." "Well, I have to tell you, Max," Diana found herself laughing slightly nervously, I have absolutely no idea how some of the blind flying instruments even work." She giggled at his stunned expression. Aitken then grabbed one of the 400 Club's pink napkins and began to draw diagrams explaining blind flying, followed by a lecture on how to deal with cloud. "Straighten up first," advised Aitken, "and think. You usually go into cloud sideways if you're trying to avoid it." "Watch your safety height, so climb up high enough," interjected Clyde, "and get back on your original course. Then turn slowly round. Keep that turn ever so shallow. Leave your throttle setting where it was when you went in, then let down in as shallow a dive as you can," Aitken added. Then they lectured her on the safety break-off height, the minimum height to avoid high features such as hills. Aitken took Diana's hand and looked her in the eye. "If you get to your break-off height and you're still in cloud, then forget it. Get up again, high, and quick. Then bail out." Flying in a brand-new Spitfire, Diana smiled to herself as she recalled Aitken's urging of, "If in doubt, bail out." Despite the late night, she was in excellent spirits. In blue skies above the rolling Cotswolds, in the truly front-line fighter, she relished the evening's memories. She yawned, then looked down at her smart uniform skirt and jacket. Running late after her night out, she had not had time to get dressed in flying fatigues before being flown to her pickup point. Her thoughts turned back to Aitken's words. He was right, of course. The ATA girls were told that their flying skills were far more valuable than any aircraft, even the latest Spitfire. The order was, save yourselves and forget the plane. In the interests of getting pilots quickly qualified, the ATA did not teach blind flying. The idea was ATA pilots only flew when visibility and cloud level were optimal. Diana continued in beautiful weather towards Cosford in Shropshire, enjoying the freedom of flight, when she looked up from her map and suddenly found herself engulfed in thick cloud. She was mystified. There was no Met forecast of a weather front. Although the Met reporting was a bit haphazard, they would not have missed a whole front. Well, would they? At first, Diana thought she'd flown into a patch of cloud, so she followed the advice of the night before. I straightened out, got back onto my course, and thought. I didn't seem to climb up, but when I glanced at the altimeter, it was at 6,000 feet, with thick clouds still outside. I was faced with two alternatives, bail out or turn round, then led down towards lower ground behind me where I knew the sun had been shining. But there was a problem with bailing out. She was still in her skirt. My black stockings were a bit short, too, leaving off just above my fat knees, so my wartime panties, being made of silk from old parachutes, didn't come down to meet the stockings, leaving a large gap of me in between. The parachute harness also chafed the inside of my legs anyhow, so I thought that not only will it hurt when I bail out, but it will really look silly floating down in a hitched-up and very tight navy serge uniform skirt. I was very modest. Diana simply could not accept putting her bare legs and knickers open to view. She settled on the second alternative, to very slowly turn round and head back, setting a minimum safety break-off height at which to abort. Diana put this at 800 feet, then began a very gentle descent. After a few minutes, the altimeter showed 800 feet and she was still in zero visibility. She pulled back on the stick. Skirt or no skirt, it was time to abandon the brand-new Spitfire. So that was it. Poor little Spitfire. That could be the end of you or me. I'll have to go up again and do some more thinking about bailing out. Oh, if only I wasn't wearing a skirt. In the back of her mind, she knew she was seconds and a few feet from impact. The Spitfire lurched in turbulence, and the altimeter jerked alarmingly to 600 feet. She stiffened. By her dead reckoning, ground level was supposed to be 750 feet. She was seconds away from death. At that very moment, I came out of cloud at treetop height. The trees flashed by with clouds sitting on the topmost branches and rain simply pelting down. As I crabbed in and out of the stuff beside the trees, I caught a glimpse of an aircraft on a bit of grass. She pulled a tight turn, then her spirits sank. The landing strip was flooded. Nose-heavy Spitfires had a tendency to flip over in puddles. 3 days earlier, a very tall ATA pilot had done just that and drowned while strapped into his open cockpit. But Diana had no choice. I was thinking of all this, but I knew I had to put down there, no matter what, because I wasn't going to be able to anywhere else. Mud and water spewed over her as the Spitfire slewed and dragged through pools of rain before finally coming to a halt. She taxied over to the parked aircraft she had seen. As she stepped out of the cockpit, her legs collapsed beneath her. A tall RAF man in a rain cape came over. Still shaking, she pretended to be kneeling, looking in the cockpit for maps. "I say, miss, you must be good on instruments," he said, gallantly covering her with the rain cape. "I can't blind fly," she croaked. The airman threw back his head and roared with laughter, thinking she was joking. Not wanting to disappoint by asking where she was, Diana walked with him into the base hut, where she found the answer on a sign: RAF Windrush, Navigation and Blind Flying Establishment, altitude 560 feet. Windrush was somewhere between Oxford and Cheltenham, and 6 miles from her destination of Little Rissington. She phoned the ops room at White Waltham and was put straight through to the commanding officer. "Stay there," he said curtly. Then, after a pause, he quietly added, "I'm glad you got down safely." He explained that there had been an unusually high dew point, the moisture content in the air, with central England swallowed by rain cloud. Several ATA aircraft had crashed. 2 pilots had been killed. With the help of Aitken and Clyde's advice and a large slice of luck and skill, Diana had managed to survive. But it reinforced her view of the authorities' poor decision not to train them in blind flying. "I think the powers that be made a hash of that decision. I'm certain more ATA pilots would have survived had blind flying been a requirement of training. If nothing else, we would have grown far fewer grey hairs above our worried brows." By coincidence, Ray Holmes, who had brought down the German Dornier heading to Buckingham Palace during the Battle of Britain, found himself temporarily attached to the ATA during the harsh January of 1941. Hundreds of aircraft had been rolled out of factories, but could go no further due to the weather. Packed together, they presented a perfect target for the Luftwaffe, who with a stick of bombs could wipe out a month of factory production. When the weather cleared, experienced RAF pilots were seconded to clear the backlog. Holmes, who was flying Hurricanes with 504 Squadron, reported to ATA headquarters at Whitchurch near Bristol on the 5th of February 1941. Our duties were clear-cut. We would collect an aeroplane from A and fly it to B, though we had never even seen that type of aeroplane before, let alone flown one, did not matter. This was the challenge of the job. My first day there, I climbed into an Avro Anson with 12 other pilots, clutching a chit authorizing me to collect a Spitfire Mark II from Yeovilton in Somerset and deliver it to Landau in the Vale of Glamorgan. It was an ideal opportunity for him to compare the 2 iconic British fighters. My forms authorizing me to collect my Spitfire were in triplicate, because I could have been a shot-down Luftwaffe pilot stealing an aircraft to escape back to France. It was my first introduction to the Spitfire. Basically, it was similar to the Hurricane, and half an hour studying the pilot's handling notes sorted out the differences. The Spitfire handled beautifully. It was lighter to loop than the Hurricane, yet heavier to roll. This was a proud moment, and will give me the laugh on the boys at 504, none of whom had ever flown a Spit. While men ferrying planes was regarded as perfectly normal, the ATA girls came in for a degree of sexist comment, usually along the lines of, "The hand that rocked the cradle wrecked the crate." But it was rare. With the Nazis knocking on the door, gender had become an irrelevance. This was war, and everyone was in it together. The ATA women went some way to promoting equality. They were initially paid £230 a year, considerably less than the £310 enjoyed by male ATA pilots. The point was firmly made that if both sexes were flying the same planes to the same places, why were the women getting less? The authorities agreed. In 1943, the ATA women became the first in British history to receive equal pay. By flying aircraft from factories to their bases, the ATA freed up pilots needed for combat, relieving the pressure on frontline squadrons. Lord Beaverbrook, Minister of Aircraft Production, had high praise for their work. The ATA sustained and supported the RAF in battle. They were the soldiers fighting in the struggle, just as completely as if they had been engaged on the battlefront. And that support was vital. Both Spitfires and aircrew were in high demand in ever-increasing numbers around the world. Chapter 6. Malta. The aircraft carrier's cavernous hangar vibrated to the roar of the Spitfires above. Michael Lebas might have amassed 182 hours flying the fighter, but nothing had prepared him for this. In a few minutes he would be raised from the gloom of the ship's bowels into the sunlight of the deck, and make his first ever takeoff from an aircraft carrier. His destination was 660 miles away, at the end of the Spitfire's range. His route would require him to fly close to enemy air bases teeming with fighters. He'd have little fuel and even less ammunition for a dogfight. And at the end of his flight, he was to land on a small Mediterranean island surrounded by the enemy. Malta. It was the 20th of April, 1942, and the island was nearing the end of its resistance to the Nazi-led onslaught. Spitfires were needed urgently. A Merlin engine increased its revs above him. The first Spitfire was about to take off. Lebas, 25, felt his heartbeat quicken. Already there had been one fatality. A mechanic had stepped backwards into a Spitfire's spinning propeller, which had sliced through his upper torso, removing his head and shoulders. As the remains were gathered up, the blade was simply wiped clean, checked for damage, then cleared for flight. This was war. There was no time for sentiment. Lebas could not see what was going on behind, but he could hear his boss's engine burst into life before being rolled onto the flat, square platform of the aircraft lift. Lebas was happy to be behind squadron leader John Bisdee, the man he'd heard described as a cheerful blonde mountain of confidence. Bisdee, 25, had fought relentlessly during the previous summer, recording 6 kills. Lebas was next in line. His Spitfire Mark V, fitted with its new 90-gallon drop tank, was heavy with all the extra fuel. Along with the other 46 pilots, he had heartily tucked into the USS Wasp's generous supply of Coca-Cola and ice cream. He was struck by a sudden thought. Bisdee weighs 3 stone more than I do. If he gets airborne, I'll be all right. He craned his neck round in time to see Bisdee's aircraft move backwards onto the lift. U.S. sailors in denim trousers gathered on Lebas's wings and pushed him to where Bisdee had been seconds earlier. They stepped back, and one ordered the engine started. No sooner had the Merlin settled than the lift was on its way back down. Lebas was pushed on and descended towards the sunlight of the flight deck. A foot before the top, he received the signal to taxi forward. The deckhand timed it perfectly. As the lift slotted into place, the Spitfire's tail wheel was off, and the great slab of steel was already descending. Ahead, Bisdee's aircraft was climbing. The deck officer rotated his checkered flag. Lebas pushed his Spitfire's throttle forward to maximum revs. For 3 months, 3 weeks, and 3 days, 641 Knights Hospitaller had fought off 30,000 Turks during the Great Siege of Malta. It was 1565, and the Ottoman Empire was trying to seize control of the Mediterranean. 4 centuries later, a similar campaign was being waged in the same place for the same reasons. Strategically important, Malta was located in the perfect spot in the Mediterranean, where Axis shipping crossed from Italy to supply Rommel's campaign in North Africa. Hitler's grand strategy of sweeping through Egypt, cutting off the eastern half of the British Empire, and seizing Arabian oil fields was being held up by an island of 290,000 people and an assortment of RAF aircraft. By the end of 1941, air and naval attacks from Malta had sunk 64% of ships carrying fuel, tanks, and personnel destined for Rommel's Africa Corps. Malta was a menace and a sore, and had to be eliminated. Hitler had originally entrusted the task to Mussolini and his bombers of the Regia Aeronautica. Infuriated by the island's obduracy and the Italians' inability to succeed, late in 1941, Hitler ordered Goering to do whatever necessary to take Malta. Confident that the Luftwaffe would not be required for much longer in subduing Russia, Goering sent a frontline force of 600 fighters and bombers to Italy, under the command of Generalfeldmarschall Albert Kesselring. Bull-faced, determined, and forceful, Kesselring was the man to get the job done. An artillery officer in the First World War, Kesselring had been entrusted with building up the Luftwaffe. He had learned to fly at the age of 48. He was a general who genuinely cared for his troops, and the ranks gave him their devotion in return. Taking Malta should have been straightforward. The early Maltese air defences had pretty much shrunk to 3 Gloster Gladiator biplanes nicknamed Faith, Hope, and Charity. Somehow these obsolete biplanes, flown by flying boat pilots and others, managed to shake off the first Italian attacks in 1940. They had been reinforced by handfuls of Hurricanes, either requisitioned when en route to North Africa or flown in from aircraft carriers. But the Hurricane, which had had a hard fight against the E version of the Me-109, was outclassed by the F Mark. Only the Mark V Spitfire could meet the 109F on equal, if not superior, terms. Britain was not having a good war in early 1942. Aside from the Rhubarb, Ramrod, and Circus losses, there were setbacks in almost every theatre, culminating in the disastrous loss of Singapore to the Japanese in February 1942. Ominously, Erwin Rommel was beginning to make inroads towards Egypt. Only belatedly had Britain's commanders woken up to Malta's importance, that it gave the Navy a fighting chance of getting convoys through to Egypt, saving freighters 15,000 miles and 45 days off the journey round South Africa. Malta was also a vital, unsinkable aircraft carrier that could be used as a naval and RAF base to strike against Axis supply lines. If Malta fell, North Africa would most likely follow. Then the Middle East would be threatened, and the consequences after that were unimaginable. India, Turkey, Russia's southern underbelly. It was clear. Malta had to be saved, whatever the cost. And yet again, the Spitfire would be called to the forefront of the action. The islanders' allegiance to Britain had endured since Admiral Lord Nelson ousted Napoleon's haughty French troops and made Malta part of the British Empire. That loyalty was about to be tested as Kesselring ordered his men to smash Malta's air defences as the prelude to invasion. The Germans stuck to their well-used script, flattening homes and damaging Malta's 3 airfields in a wave of bombings. The aging Hurricanes were simply no match for the agile Me-109Fs. At times, Luftwaffe pilots deliberately flew their fighters in front of the Hurricanes to demonstrate their superiority. They needed a fighter that could hold its own. A frantic signal was sent to London. Spitfires needed stop, most urgently stop. The call for Spitfires was heeded, and the first batch of 31 fighters was flown off HMS Eagle on the 7th of March, 1942. They immediately entered the fray, giving an instant boost to morale, but they were hopelessly outnumbered. The most heroic sight was to see about half a dozen of these fighters in the air, taking on all comers. One anti-aircraft gunner wrote, "They were frequently shot down, but seldom without first having scored a success against their opponents. The enemy, used to easier pickings, were distinctly unnerved by the new arrivals." One RAF listening post on Malta reportedly heard a Luftwaffe fighter leader's dismay on spotting the fighter. "Christ, Spitfires! We weren't told that there were Spitfires on Malta. Back we go." Handfuls of Spitfires were not enough. Malta was approaching the point where it would have to surrender, and was too weak to resist invasion. The basics of wheat, flour, oils, coal, fodder, and ammunition were urgently required. Meanwhile, German paratroop commanders, in preparation for a possible invasion, were examining maps of southeast Malta, where they planned to jump in. Warships and landing vessels were readied for the main assault. The bombing was relentless. The tonnage that fell on Malta in March and April 1942 exceeded that of the bombs dropped on London during the whole of the Blitz. 1,000 civilians were killed in air raids, and 10,000 homes destroyed. More Spitfires trickled in, but they were not enough. When the Germans mounted 80 bomber raids with fighter escort, all that could be thrown at them were between 4 and 6 Spitfires. The pilots were tiring against insurmountable odds. By the end of March, a ragtag collection of between 20 and 30 British fighters was the only air defence that stood against the 600-strong German and Italian Air Force. On some days, the island was entirely defenceless. Undeterred, the veteran fighter controller Group Captain Woody Woodhull, whose soothing voice had provided much-needed reassurance to pilots during the Battle of Britain, developed a clever ruse. With a shortage of aircraft, but an excess of airmen, Woody came up with the idea to put pilots in cubicles with transmitters, simulating flights of Spitfires, giving each other false targets while on the German wavelength. Officer Humguffery, as the ploy became known, caused considerable uncertainty among Luftwaffe pilots and intelligence gatherers. When one bomber force approached, Woodhull put a Canadian with a distinctive voice on a spare microphone and began issuing false orders. The Canadian responded convincingly, and it was not long before a cry of "Achtung, Spitfire!" came over the radio. In the resulting chaos, 2 German pilots shot each other down in the mistaken belief they were firing at Spitfires. But it was the Germans who were proving the masters of the air, if not the airwaves. In early April 1942, Churchill was told that the Navy had no carriers available to transport Spitfires for at least another month. To avoid disaster, there was only one course left: the Americans. Churchill wrote a long personal telegram to President Roosevelt, giving details on why there were no British carriers available. He then concluded, "Would you be willing to allow your carrier Wasp to do one of these trips? With her broad lifts, capacity, and length, we estimate that Wasp could take 50 or more Spitfires. Thus, instead of not being able to give Malta any further Spitfires during April, A powerful force could be flown into Malta at a stroke, and give us a chance of inflicting a very severe and possibly decisive check on the enemy."
Roosevelt proved a worthy ally. The British could use USS Wasp. It would arrive in Glasgow on the 10th of April. Over the next few days, pilots and aircraft were assembled. The operation was almost scuppered after it was found that the streets to the Clyde were too narrow for the Spitfire's 36-foot wingspan. Nerves were calmed when a mechanic suggested they remove the wingtips, and eventually 47 fighters were moved by truck through Glasgow and stowed in the Wasp's spacious hangar. A hodgepodge of hastily gathered pilots came aboard. They were formed into 4 squadrons as they stood on deck, being picked like a school football team. Within 4 days, the Wasp was steaming towards the Mediterranean. 6 days later, on the 20th of April, she turned into the wind and came to full speed. Michael Laban was grateful to the captain for giving the flyers a good headwind for takeoff. As his engine vibrations increased, he glanced skywards. Squadron leader Bisdee's plane was climbing, despite the drop tank bulging under its belly. Laban's thoughts again turned to his weight. The extra fuel meant the Spitfire was 770 pounds overloaded. But Bisdee got off, and he's 3 stone heavier than me. He was out of time to dwell on the possibilities. The American deck officer was rotating his checkered flag. He pushed forward the throttle, revving the engine to a screaming 3,000 RPM. The Spitfire juddered, impatient to be airborne, only the brakes holding her back. The checkered flag dropped. Laban instantly released the brakes and threw the throttle forward to emergency boost. The extra 34 miles per hour could make all the difference. Freed from her traps, the Spitfire charged along the deck, picking up speed as she whipped past the white markings. Laban saw the bows approaching and glanced down at the dials. 75 miles per hour. Christ, not enough airspeed. He was too fast to stop, too slow to take off. If he went over the bow, there was little chance of survival. The nose-heavy Spitfire would quickly plunge into the depths. Then he was over the edge. The wave tops lapped just 60 feet below his wings. He retracted the undercarriage. Still there was not enough airspeed for flight. He had to pick up speed. Gently he eased the stick forward. The Spitfire's nose dipped towards the wave crests. Down the Spitfire went, now out of sight of those on board the Wasp. In just a matter of seconds he would hit the water. At 15 feet, Laban felt a slight lift in the wings. He checked his speed. It was hovering over 85 miles per hour. He took a breath and eased the stick back towards him. For what seemed like an age, the fighter just stayed level. Then, slowly, it lifted, parting with the swell below. Laban thanked the heavens for R.J. Mitchell's clever wings. As he climbed away, gaining height, Laban switched over from the main to the drop fuel tank. The engine coughed once, then the fuel kicked in. At 10,000 feet he joined the rest of his squadron of 12, and they set off for their new home, throttling back to 1,800 RPM to cruise at an economical 200 miles per hour. The extra fuel in the 90-gallon external slipper tank gave them a 940-mile range. It was 660 miles to Malta, so there was some margin, allowing for headwinds and enemy aircraft that might launch from Pantelleria, the island 150 miles northwest of Malta. It would have to be a brief dogfight. Just 2 of the 4 20mm cannon were armed with 60 rounds, enough for a short squirt. The sky was cloud-free, and to the south he could make out the intriguing reddish-brown peaks of the mountain range that ran along the Algerian coast. Laban reflected on the peaceful lives of the people below. How different would it be to the cauldron he was approaching? He recalled the response of Wing Commander Jumbo Gracie when asked what the odds were in Malta.
40 or 50 to 1, he replied. Gracie also mentioned that when he had left the island the previous month, there were only 3 serviceable Spitfires left. Laban swept the skies behind, below, and above. His mind drifted. He had to concentrate for every second of the 3.5-hour flight. The sun climbed, the haze swallowing the mountain view. Cloud built up below, hiding the sea and the important navigational point of Cap Bon, northeastern Tunisia. Then he spotted a pall of smoke on the horizon. Malta. Laban's squadron made a perfect formation landing at Takali airfield in the center of the island, stopping just short of several smoking bomb craters. "You've just missed the 9 o'clock raid," a fitter told Laban as his precious Spitfire was pushed into a blast pen, made from local stones. Airmen scrambled onto the wings to begin laboriously refueling by hand, using 21 4-gallon petrol tins, while cursing the Germans for blowing up their precious fuel bowser. Of the 47 Spitfires that had taken off from the Wasp at dawn, 46 arrived in Malta, with 1 crash landing in Tunisia. A windowless bus, decorated with postcards of the Virgin Mary, drove the tired pilots up the hill to the officers' mess. As they prepared to sit down for lunch, the air raid siren sounded. The bombers would arrive in 15 minutes. Cloudbursts of anti-aircraft gunfire directed the intercepting force of a dozen Hurricanes and Spitfires onto a score of Ju-88s. From the mess balcony, the new arrivals watched huge fountains of dust rise up from the aerodrome, where the German bombs burst. In 2 places, there was a thick column of black smoke billowing up from where 2 of the newly arrived Spitfires had been parked. "The Spits are getting into them," someone with a pair of binoculars shouted. The pilots followed 4 Spitfires chasing the Ju-88s. Puffs leapt from a fighter's cannons. Seconds later, dark smoke streaked from a bomber's engines as it plunged towards the sea. Then the protecting Me-109 streaked down and a dogfight ensued. "Look out, Spit! 109 coming down on you! Turn, man, for God's sake, turn!" The veranda erupted in shouts and curses like a crowd at a football match. "Good show! Now you've got him!" Then, "Thank God for that!" as a fighter turned just in time to avoid a stream of 109 shells. The Malta veterans, both Spitfire and Hurricane, then demonstrated just how determined they had become. One attacked a 109 head-on. Neither broke off, and they collided. The German lost an entire wing, the Spitfire its wingtip. As the fighter made a belly landing, with Hurricanes struggling to provide overhead cover, the pilot jumped out and dashed for cover. As he did so, bullets kicked up the ground around his feet. The Germans were intent on destroying the new Spitfires before they could get into the air. 300 Axis bombers struck Takali airfield on the 20th of April 1942, the day they arrived. Many of the new arrivals had not heard the whistle of a bomb before, and some had not even seen an enemy aircraft. They were soon to have their fill. At tea time, the Germans came to Takali again, then at dusk too. It was quite a change from the relatively peaceful skies over England. Air Vice Marshal Hugh Lloyd, the air officer commanding in Malta, noticed the shocked looks. There had never been such an exhibition of concentrated bombing. The newly arrived pilots were speechless. They had never seen anything like it. Because there were more pilots than planes in Malta, Michael Laban had to wait 4 days before his first sortie. He was grateful to be in a flight led by Laddie Lucas, 26, the excellent left-handed golfer who had been flying both Hurricanes, then Spitfires in Malta for the last 2 months. Laban hung onto Lucas's wing as they lifted off from Malta in a steep climb to get to 20,000 feet as quickly as possible. He felt the excitement of the chase.
They had just been scrambled to meet a formation of Ju-87 dive bombers, and they were coming in with fighters. Just ahead of him, Lucas began waggling his wings. He gave a signal that his engine had failed and dived back down. Lebas suddenly felt less confident. Lucas was a man of poise and experience and a true leader. Now he was gone. The flight carried on up to 20,000 feet. Then someone spotted the Stukas below. Lebas's worries were left behind as he dived down on the Germans. He glanced at his airspeed. It was approaching 400 miles per hour, surely too fast. For a split second, a Stuka came into his sights, and then it was gone. The dive had been too quick for him to get a steady shot. He looked over his shoulder. Now a horde of Messerschmitts was sweeping down on them. Jesus! Lebas dived to the sea and began weaving furiously, as Lucas had told him. Fortunately, the 109s did not hang about for too long. Getting back to Sicily with enough fuel was always a worry for them. Lebas was drenched in sweat as he climbed out of the Spitfire and walked unsteadily towards the mess transport. Someone handed him a mugful of the dark red local wine. He took a sip. A coarse film of liquid slid over his teeth and tongue, leaving behind a bitter taste. The back of his throat felt drier than before the liquid had entered. He took another gulp, hoping for a better reaction. It was the same. No wonder people referred to it as Stuka juice. The next morning he scrambled out of his tent to the sound of an Me-109's cannons. He got outside in time to see the German fighter close on a hurricane's tail and give it a final coup de grace of gunfire. Smoke began pouring from the engine, followed by fire. Then the canopy came open. He watched spellbound as the pilot climbed out of the hurricane's smoking cockpit and jumped from 800 feet. The well-meaning cheers for his survival were abruptly cut short. The parachute steamed forlornly behind the pilot, refusing to open. The only sound in the following silence was the crump of a body striking the ground. He walked back to his tent, his pace quickening as he fearfully passed a 1,000-pound bomb that had failed to detonate. Craters caused by those that did explode had been filled in overnight by soldiers working under arc lamps. Then, under cover of darkness, the only surviving steamroller emerged from its cave and flattened the strip, making it ready for aircraft by daybreak. But Malta was in a losing battle. There was simply not enough aircraft. Within 2 days of the WASP mission, 9 of its Spitfires had been destroyed on the ground, 8 in the air, and 26 damaged by bomb shrapnel. There was just a handful left that could fly. The WASP Spitfires had heralded a false dawn. It also soon became apparent that many of the new pilots lacked experience, with several Spitfires lost through accidents. Some wondered if the 72 squadrons currently defending England's tamed skies had taken the opportunity to offload green or unwanted pilots. Hugh Lloyd sharply rebuked the chiefs back home. Malta is no place for beginners. While not noted for his air tactics, Lloyd at least provided some backbone and resilience for the airmen under his command. At his underground headquarters, he hung a sign outside his office that read, "Less depends on the size of the dog in the fight than on the size of the fight in the dog." If RAF resolve was stiffened, some Maltese seemed to be losing heart and stooping to low crimes. One pilot on his first operational sortie had crash-landed and later died in hospital. He had not bailed out because a local had allegedly stolen his parachute to sell the silk on the black market. On hearing the news, Wing Commander Gracie ordered a gibbet erected on the aerodrome to warn of what would happen to anyone who stole parachutes. Aircraft spares were also undermining efforts to get planes airborne. Mechanics pored over wrecked Spitfires, stripping them of anything that might prove useful. Engineers also had to work in stifling heat, without proper workshops or heavy equipment, lacking even basic tools such as hammers and wrenches. By the end of April, only half a dozen serviceable Spitfires were left on the island. A telegram marked "Most Secret" was sent to the Chief of the Air Staff. It warned that there could be no guarantee of safe air coverage of convoys coming to Malta. If the island was to be properly defended, a surge of 100 Spitfires was required. Churchill used the information to ask Roosevelt for another WASP trip, warning that otherwise Malta will be pounded to bits. News of the island's frailty also reached German high command. The Fallschirmjäger, paratroopers, repacked their parachutes and studied the island topography with ever keener interest. Despite their losses, they had prevailed in Crete the previous year. This time, with their defences destroyed, they would do so again. Furthermore, Sicily now boasted 3 new runways ready for glider towing. The airborne invasion was ready. Morale was affected in an unforeseen manner. With the air battle fought directly over the island, the death of friends and comrades was witnessed firsthand. One cannot deny having rapidly built up a shell to insulate one's feelings, as lively and cheerful friends disappeared with the utter finality of death, wrote one pilot a few weeks after arriving off the Wasp. A somewhat numbed perseverance took over. Laughter came a little less readily as time went on. There was no question of bolstering up our spirits in wild mess parties. There were no bar stocks. Malta was at its darkest hour. The island was being pressed to the last gasp. Churchill recorded as he made a second personal request to Roosevelt for another good sting from the Wasp. It was granted. Plus, the British carrier Eagle had been fixed. Spitfires were coming, 64 of them. Squadron leaders and flight commanders in Malta looked at each other in disbelief when briefed with the news. 64? That's 10 times our operational Spitfires. When the excitement subsided, another realization dawned. Jerry will try his damnedest to destroy the lot. German radar could pick up the fleet of Spitfires at least 100 miles out, and would put up every available fighter and bomber. There was more news. Churchill realized that Malta required the sort of backbone that could tolerate the madness of annihilation and still fight on. Field Marshal Lord Gort knew how to tolerate pain and carry on. His Victoria Cross citation in 1918 noted that on being wounded, he carried on leading an infantry attack. He was then carried away from the fray, but recovered enough to get off his stretcher and lead another attack. Churchill judged he was a man to get things done. Gort flew into Malta on the 7th of May, 2 days before the fighters' expected arrival. He gave 2 orders. Use the army to ready the new Spitfires for action within 20 minutes. Throw a smokescreen over the harbour. Then he let it be known that the island's George Cross, awarded for acts of conspicuous courage in extreme danger, which had been awarded to the Maltese people on King George VI's personal direction, would shortly arrive. Wing Commander Gracie added his own planning detail. As soon as a Spitfire landed, it would be directed to a blast pen, where fitters and riggers waited with fuel and bullets. Bren gun carriers would be on hand to drag damaged Spitfires aside. Stretcher-bearers would take away the wounded, and platoons of soldiers stood ready to fill in bomb craters. The turnaround had to be treated like a pit stop in the middle of a Grand Prix race where every second counts, Laddie Lucas wrote. On the 8th of May, a horde of Stukas struck. With just 12 Hurricanes and 6 serviceable Spitfires, few pilots could take to the skies. Lucas grabbed a Lee Enfield rifle and began firing single rounds as the screaming Stukas dived down at them. Around him, people scurried for cover, but other pilots joined in, hoping their knowledge of the deflection shot, aiming well in front of a fast-moving object, might bring down a Stuka. They had little effect other than making the spare pilots think they were not a complete waste of rations. When dusk closed in, thoughts turned to how much damage a Staffel of 12 Stukas could do to packed airfields. As daylight broke on the 9th of May, the anti-aircraft gunners broke open case after case of ammunition. On this day there would be no restriction to the standard 15-round daily ration. On the high ground, radar operators stared at their screens, willing the first Spitfire blips to appear from the west. There had been a rumor that the first aircraft would arrive around lunchtime. At 10 a.m., pilots spotted black dots on the western horizon. Worried glances were quickly replaced by grins as the familiar throb of Merlin engines approached. "Thank God, the Spitfires are coming!" someone shouted. There were cries of thanks and joy, clapping and a few backslaps. The island was on its knees, in desperate need of reinforcements, and now they had come. The sleek shadows of Spitfires lifted off the sea and circled the airfields. When they landed, a resident Malta pilot jumped on the wing and guided the pilot towards his pen. The propeller had barely stopped rotating before the plane was engulfed in personnel, bearing fuel, bullets, and oxygen. Michael Lebas guided one to its blast pen, telling the pilot to unclip and give up his aircraft. "That's jolly good. Now, where's the war?" the pilot shouted. "The war hasn't started for you yet, mate," replied Lebas, who had only flown one operational sortie since arriving 3 weeks earlier. "Now, get out and be quick about it." "You won't be seeing her for a while," other pilots were told as their planes taxied out, just 6 minutes after landing. The Luftwaffe was coming. Lebas was among those ordered to go up against a formation of Italian Kant bombers accompanied by Macchi 202 fighters. 5 enemy aircraft were shot down. People from around the island watched the action overhead. They knew the difference between a Spitfire and the enemy. Every time an Italian or German plane went down, there were cheers, whoops, and clapping. By the end of the day, there was a tangible change in the island's mood. The Maltese went streaming back to their homes, wearing large grins and shouting up to neighbors' windows about the victories they had seen. At the RAF aerodromes there was some backslapping too, along with excited hand gesticulating, as the Spitfire men related their own aerial accounts. The German commander, Kesselring, could almost detect the optimism sweeping off the Mediterranean. Radar had shown the relief force slip unhindered into the besieged citadel. The Generalfeldmarschall was not a man accustomed to being outwitted. He ordered every available bomber to pound Malta. At dawn the following day, the plucky Royal Navy mine-layer HMS Welshman crept into Grand Harbour with her priceless cargo of ammunition and Spitfire spares. Pounding at her top speed of 40 knots, she managed to avoid warships and U-boats in the dash from Gibraltar. At 11 a.m., a force of 30 German bombers with fighter escorts made for Grand Harbour. A solid cone of flak came up to meet them, tearing into men and machines, sending several plummeting into the sea. For a moment, the Luftwaffe thought they had got through the worst of it, as the AA guns went silent. The more experienced pilots knew this meant only one thing. They began urgently scouring the skies. It did not take long to see what was heading for them. A force of 37 Spitfires and 13 Hurricanes tore into the German force. Kesselring was incensed, and now threw everything he had at Malta. RAF pilots flew sortie after sortie during the fiercest aerial combat seen over the island. Maltese civilians again refused the sanctuary of shelter to watch the overhead battle, cheering whenever a German headed down to destruction. That night, the Axis-run Rome radio broadcast that 37 Axis aircraft had been lost to 47 Spitfires. In fact, just 3 Spitfires were downed, with the loss of a single pilot. The next morning's headline in the Times of Malta read, "Battle of Malta, Axis losses heavy," followed by, "Spitfires slaughter Stukas." One good day was not an assurance of campaign victory. They were trapped on a tiny besieged island, which at 17 miles by 9 was smaller than Greater London. But unlike the Battle of Britain, there was no steady replacement of aircraft, and troops had to fight on near-empty stomachs. Malta's population, which now exceeded 300,000 with military included, was approaching starvation. No convoys had got through in April or for the rest of May. Aside from the Welshmen's fast runs, the only other supplies came from the submarine Clyde, which had been converted into an underwater supply ship. Steel and cordite were no substitute for calories. While the Axis aerial attacks lost their ferocity, the blockade was throttling the island into submission. Malnutrition began to have a debilitating effect on the troops. Scores of pilots went down with Malta dog, a violent form of dysentery caused by contaminated water. To put it crudely, the definition of the dog was being able to shit through the eye of the needle 50 feet away, at least 15 times a day, wrote one pilot. There was little sustenance for those who could eat. "The rations are terrible. Just 2 slices of bread a day and some biscuit duff, which is the mainstay of the diet," wrote an RAF fitter in his journal. "It can be flavoured, like mash. The tea is discoloured because the water is filled with chlorine. Some men think bromide is added to their tea to reduce their sexual longings and safeguard the local maidens. On our rations, it is very debatable whether anyone could sustain an onslaught on the local ladies." Churchill recognised the peril, urging in a personal note to his Foreign Secretary that it was vitally urgent to keep the island supplied. In June, the Admiralty sent 2 convoys simultaneously from the east and west. Only 2 freighters out of a total of 17 got through, delivering 25,000 tons of supplies. The planes were running desperately low on fuel. Malta was again on the brink of disaster. After his excursions on rhubarbs, Alan Scott, who had lost his twin sister in the 1920s influenza epidemic, had come a long way from flying in a Fox Moth as an 11-year-old and was eager to get on with the job of fighting in a Spitfire after ditching his career as an architect. Thus he was delighted to find himself on HMS Eagle in July 1942, steaming eastwards towards the besieged island of Malta with dozens of badly needed Spitfires. At dawn on the 21st of July, Scott nervously took his place on deck, alongside 29 other pilots. He marvelled at the sight. He had never seen so many Spitfires crammed together in such a small area. It was a potent force. Now all they had to do was get off the damn carrier and find their way to Malta. He looked out over the ocean, and again was assailed with doubt over whether he would be able to build up enough speed in the short distance to get off the deck. They had all heard stories of nose-heavy Spitfires that had failed to get into the air, and had simply plunged into the depths, just a few bubbles marking their passing. It had kept Scott awake long into the night. It was a fear harboured by many pilots, and some lost their nerve. The morning did not start well. A few minutes earlier, Scott and the others had watched in horror as a pilot failed to pile on enough power on takeoff. The Spitfire had reached the end of the carrier runway, then simply tumbled over the ship's bow straight down into the sea. A wake showed momentarily, then aircraft and pilot were gone. The sight left the next pilot, an Australian, thoroughly shaken. Halfway down the deck, without enough power, he slammed on the brakes. The Spitfire skidded and wrapped itself around a Bofors gun. Burying thoughts of disaster, Scott fixed his eyes on the sailor wielding the takeoff bats. A circling sign was made. Scott opened the throttle. More circling. He poured on the power, watching the needle climb towards 3,000 RPM. He had to trust the deckhand implicitly. The sailor had the knowledge and experience to know the precise moment when there were enough revs for the takeoff run. The needle pushed over the 3,000 RPM mark. The Spitfire's tail shuddered. It was desperate to fly. Scott's stare remained fixed on the battens and the arms attached to them. The batten shot forward. Scott released the brakes and threw the throttle fully open. The Spitfire bolted. To stay on a straight line, he kept the white center markings under the cannon on his left wing, building up speed as he rapidly approached the bow, partially obscured by the Spitfire's long nose. The needle nudged 85 miles per hour as he staggered over the bows, dropped a few feet, then powered upwards. He was off. Scott joined the formation of 28 Spitfires and set course for Malta. It was the 10th Spitfire mission off a carrier that year. The Luftwaffe Staffel, based in Pantelleria, by now knew that with only a few rounds of ammunition and limited fuel, the Spitfires were a vulnerable target. On the 3rd of June, an inbound flight from the Eagle had been detected, and the fully armed and fueled Messerschmitts were waiting. 4 Spitfires were lost. Tense and sweating, Scott scanned the blue for dark specks. It was clear. An hour later he arrived over Malta to a sky full of 109s attacking Takali, the very airfield on which he was meant to land. Then a 109 loomed in his rear-view mirror. Scott screwed up his eyes and thought through the options. Short of fuel, desperate to land, and with a 109 on my tail, there was no time to put the undercarriage up. I heaved the Spit into the tightest turn I have ever made in my life, the adrenaline gripping my body and helping me to evade his attack. He missed. I was able to outturn him and shake him off. Only then could I attempt another landing. Scott dumped the Spitfire on the ground and tore towards the protected pen, parked, leapt out, and headed for the nearest slit trench. He looked over the lip to see his Spit already being refueled by a string of men, Army, Navy, and Air Force, passing tins of petrol from hand to hand, and then up to the Urk, who was straddling the fuselage as though on horseback. Desperate to get the aircraft ready for the next scramble, he was pouring the petrol into a large funnel to fill the tank. Welcome to Malta. With almost 60 new Spitfires arriving from the Eagle during July, Kesselring knew he had to strike quickly to have one last chance at gaining air supremacy prior to invasion. Fleets of German and Italian bombers were assembled over Sicily, then sent the 50 miles south to pummel the 3 RAF airfields. The Spitfires were now really under pressure to see off the threat. Orders went out to the pilots to take down the enemy. Alan Scott had been on the island for just 2 days when he was ordered onto a scramble against a formation of bombers escorted by Italian Reggiani fighters on the 23rd of July. His mouth was dry with tension as he sped up through the sky to engage the enemy. The Spitfire's orderly formation evaporated as aircraft broke off to seek their own individual targets. Scott began looking frantically around to find his own enemy aircraft. In a split second, the sky was filled with weaving and turning aircraft. I managed to get on the tail of a Reggiani fighter, but at first could not fix my gun sights on him, as he violently maneuvered to avoid me. But as he broke to dive and turn for home, I did manage to let fly a quick burst of cannon shells. Scott felt frustrated as he came back to land. He also felt some guilt at expending precious fuel and ammunition without landing a blow on the enemy. In England, after the Battle of Britain, dogfights, something most pilots thirsted for, had been a rarity. In Malta, between snatched moments of sleeping under his wings and Malta dog lavatory trips, they soon became part of the daily routine for Scott. The sky would be filled with aircraft, all of them twisting, turning, and diving, my head jerking with them, eyes flitting from one flick of a movement to another. All actions became instinctive and so rapid from brain to body to maneuvering the aircraft that it is hard to imagine them separately. Ultimately, the machine became an extension of the mind. One pilot machine against an enemy pilot machine, each trying to outwit the other, each determined not to be defeated. Maneuverability was vital, and it was here that the Spitfire had the advantage. It was up to the pilot to use it skillfully. Called to scramble, the squadron would climb at full throttle to gain as much height as possible, as quickly as possible, in order to be above the approaching bombers. We knew and accepted that the escorting 109s would always be above us. Nevertheless, on sighting the bombers, we would individually pick our targets and dive to attack. At this point, the Me-109s would target the Spitfires. My tactic was to go for the bomber in a turn, as I knew this would give the turret gunners difficulty in getting the correct deflection on me. It would also give me sight of any 109 preparing to attack, as he would have to turn inside me in order to get deflection. The firepower I had was 4 machine guns and 2 cannons, each firing 20 rounds a second, which in a 3-second burst would deliver 600 rounds, usually sufficient to destroy a bomber. In those brief 3 seconds, it all became one movement: fire and break left. It was in the break that I could pick out an Me-109 attacking, at which point the dogfight would start. Head-on attacks with 109s were the most fearful. Not only did they have a closing speed of 800 miles per hour, but the Germans had the advantage of being able to shoot through the Messerschmitt's nose cone, allowing them to fire sooner. These encounters happened in a flash and were far too close for comfort. Not only did their hair stand up on end, there was always the risk that a new pair of trousers would be needed on landing, as well as a cigarette or two. Scott soon found himself at the wrong end of the altimeter when he was engaged by 2 109s at sea level. He had shot down one bomber, but in doing so had expended all his ammunition. Then something extraordinary happened. I was sitting on the tail of one of them and unable to shoot. The German pilots realized this. All I could do was use the Spitfire in its defensive role and keep out-turning them as they came down. After several tight turns of getting nowhere, they decided it was a stalemate. To my utter amazement, they came in and, at a reasonable distance, took formation on either side of me and waggled their wings. For that brief moment, we were no longer enemies, but fellow aviators. I often found that the Luftwaffe pilots had the same outlook as our own. Of course, we were at war, and our take was to destroy enemy aircraft. But as far as I was concerned, I was shooting at the aircraft the pilot could bail out. Not all the combat above Malta was so chivalrous. Indeed, at times there were acts of murder by the Germans and retribution by the British. Laddie Lucas believed that machine-gunning a parachuting pilot was the exception to the rule in the hard, clean, ruthless fighting in the air. But he was eyewitness to one instance of dirty fighting earlier in the year. Dougie Lego, a Rhodesian pilot of 249 Squadron, had successfully bailed out over the sea after being hit by a German ace who was in turn downed. Lego rolled his Spitfire onto its back and parted company. His parachute opened immediately. As he descended earthwards, a lone Messerschmitt, apparently seemingly from nowhere, sprayed the canopy with tracer bullets in a callous gesture of murder. It was over in seconds. There was no chance of retaliation.
No discipline will hold the blind fury of a squadron which has witnessed such cruelty to a comrade. I knew it could only be a question of days before one of the pilots surreptitiously would find a chance of leveling the score. It came within a week. A Junkers 88 had been shot down. The aircraft had ditched in the sea, and now the crew of 3 were in a dinghy. Their chances of being picked up must have been good. As we headed home for Takali, my eye caught sight of a single Spitfire away to my left, at the bottom of a shallow, fast dive heading straight for the dinghy. A sustained burst of fire sent geysers of seawater creeping up on the tiny inflated boat. Not content with one run, the pilot pulled up into a tight climbing turn to the left and dived again. In war, one bad act will always beget another. The continuous dogfights were exhausting both pilots and machines, and draining the island's fuel, and by early August, Malta was down to a fortnight's aviation fuel. It wasn't just fuel for the aircraft. Food was again in increasingly short supply. Alan Scott had only been on the island for a month, but had rapidly seen the mild excess of flesh around his belly pinched to nothing. As the pilots washed and shaved in the mornings, he looked at men whose ribs clearly showed. He saw extra notches added to trouser belts that now spilt out excess material over thinned-out waists. At other times he watched as pilots with Malta dog ran at full tilt into the toilet block, and then heard the groans of pain as they emptied their bowels for the umpteenth time that day. "Bloody well lost 4 stone since March," one angular-looking pilot croaked between loo trips, enforced by the painful and debilitating diarrhea. There were further groans of dissatisfaction when it was announced that rations were to be reduced from 4 to 2,000 calories a day. Scott soon discovered that a maggot-infested fruit and nut chocolate bar was considered a delicacy. "If it's good enough for the maggots, it's good enough for us," one pilot said. "Boil the weevil-infested chocolate in water, skim off the bugs, then drink the rest." Bombing had destroyed water pumps. All livestock had been slaughtered. The threat of starvation was very real. All the island's efforts to date would be for naught if supplies ran out. Malta's biggest resupply convoy was assembled off British waters for what was codenamed Operation Pedestal. 14 merchantmen were loaded with fuel, aircraft spares, ammunition, food, and medical supplies. In their midst was the modern American oil tanker, the Ohio. Crewed by British sailors, the tanker, capable of 16 knots, was carrying 170,000 barrels of fuel, enough to supply Malta's Spitfires for 3 months. The Royal Navy escort was phenomenal in size and power. A fleet of 4 aircraft carriers, 2 battleships, along with 39 cruisers and destroyers, would guard Operation Pedestal. Both sides knew the stakes were immense. Every available Axis warship sailed to meet them. Heavy cruisers, motor torpedo boats, a dozen submarines, and a force of nearly 300 bombers. Operation Pedestal set out from the Strait of Gibraltar on the 11th of August. Within hours, the attacks began. The ever-reliant Eagle was the first victim, sunk by submarine. The attacks became relentless. Ship after ship went down, and with them their life-saving supplies. Within 3 days, there were only 5 of the original 14 merchantmen left, including the Ohio. The Germans knew they had to sink the tanker. At 10:45 a.m. on the 13th of August, the Ohio, which had suffered a torpedo strike amidships the previous day, came to a standstill 60 miles west of Malta. A Stuka lay on her deck, its bomb still unexploded. Elsewhere, the damage was severe. The ship had been lifted out of the water and slammed back down when straddled by bombs.
Another hit was scored on the same hole made by the torpedo, virtually breaking her back. The crew had to fight boiler fires to get the stranded ship's engines going again. The big prize was in reach. Sink the Ohio, and Malta was sunk. The order went out to Kesselring's bombers. The first wave of Stukas came in shortly before 11 a.m., a bomb sending burning liquid over her decks. Another 3 echelons of bombers approached. The Royal Navy destroyers, lashed to the tanker to keep her afloat, went to full speed, deliberately snapping the 10-inch hemp tow lines. The Ohio's captain listened to the approaching drone of bombers, knowing all their sacrifice was about to become an irrelevance. Across his decks came the reek of burnt oil and rubber. Suddenly, he heard the approach of another engine roar over the stifling Mediterranean waters. The crew shouted in delight and defiance as fighters tore into the bombers. 16 Spitfires from Malta were hurtling towards the enemy. Unnerved by the oncoming fighters, the first echelon of aircraft broke formation, followed shortly by the second. But a section of 4 bombers held firm and headed for the Ohio, determined to sink the tanker no matter the consequences to themselves. The Spitfires pushed their throttles fully open in a dash to rescue the tanker. Among the pilots was Alan Scott, who latched onto a bomber. As we came within range, I spotted a bomber doing a run-in, carrying a full bomb load. I fired a beam shot at it. My fire from nose to tail shot it out of the sky, and I flew through its debris. Other Spitfires joined in, along with the Ohio's own AA gunners, firing off with everything they had. Flak clouds clogged the sky around the RAF fighters, but they carried on firing on the enemy planes, taking down 2 more. But one German had made it through the wall of flak, and the Spitfires snapping at his heels. As he flew over the ship, a 1,000-pound bomb slipped out of its cradle down towards the deck. Crippled and traveling at just 5 knots, the Ohio was slow, but not too slow. The bomb landed in the wake just behind its stern. The force of the blast threw the tanker forward, buckling its plates and creating another great hole, but still she remained afloat. Further attacks were beaten off by the Spitfires, and Malta's shore batteries, now within range. The Ohio, lashed once again between 2 destroyers, limped towards Grand Harbor. Crowds gathered to watch the scene. Some cried, nearly all cheered. They all knew the significance of the oil tanker's arrival. Scott had jumped with other pilots onto the bus that was heading down to Grand Harbor to witness the Ohio's arrival. He wanted to see at close quarters the near-broken ship he had seen at sea. The efforts to protect its precious cargo and to get it into port had been heroic. Frantic in their relief, the jubilant crowds came out to wave the Ohio into port, knowing only too well that had this convoy not got through, Malta would have fallen, and the course of the war been dramatically changed. Smarting from Malta's defiance, Kesselring launched a final bludgeoning attack on the island. For 17 days over October, Luftwaffe bombers once again came in waves, and the Spitfires rose to meet them. But with the fuel from the Ohio, the Spitfire and Hurricane pilots were able to push their throttles wide open to gain height. On the 12th of October, Alan Scott's squadron rapidly climbed to 10,000 feet above a formation of 100 Ju-88 bombers. Seeing the bombers below, we immediately dived down to engage. I got my sights on a Ju-88 and opened fire with a good 3-second burst. Bits flew off it, and an engine was hit, smoke pouring out. I had to brake hard then to avoid an Me-109 on my tail. A dogfight was in progress, with Spitfires and 109s weaving all over the sky. I managed to destroy a 109 and damage another. With the need for the attacking fighters to reserve enough fuel to get back to base, these dogfights did not last long. It was not often 3 could be bagged in one sortie. It had been a very successful outcome. Within a week, the game was up. Our losses were too high, Kesselring admitted. The German commander scaled back the attacks as more Spitfires, equipped with 170-gallon drop tanks, arrived in Malta after a 5-hour, 1,100-mile direct flight from Gibraltar. Victory had significant implications for both sides. Rommel's desert forces would contract, and the British Eighth Army would thrive. It had been an exceptionally close-run thing. Before the Spitfire arrived, Malta was near to surrender. While the fighter's presence by no means guaranteed success, it bludgeoned the Luftwaffe and lifted morale, an intangible benefit in war. During the siege, the Axis lost 309 planes, compared to 259 British fighters, destroyed in the air and on the ground, the majority of them Spitfires. A total of 120 RAF pilots were killed. Laddie Lucas succinctly grasped the implications had Malta been lost. In short, a chain reaction of hideous proportions would have attended the garrison's fall. Once again, the Spitfire was on the side of the victors. The fighter's iconic reputation grew once more. Chapter 7. Dieppe, August 1942. Alan Peart glanced at the veterans' faces, eyes alert to the prospect of a serious dust-up. He felt for the tattered cigarette card in his pocket to convince himself that he really was here, in England, flying Spitfires with 610 Squadron, and the renowned ace Johnny Johnson as his squadron leader. It was the 18th of August, 1942. Almost exactly a year earlier, Peart's boyish features had appeared before the appeal board of 3 officers. He wanted to be a fighter pilot rather than fly bombers. Looking at their reactions, Peart did not quite have the stomach to tell them that actually, I want to become a Spitfire pilot. Ever since the day he had seen the picture of a Spitfire on a card from his father's cigarette packet, he had been spellbound. Although he lived among the mountains, lakes, and glaciers of New Zealand, Peart had never seen anything quite so beautiful. During the appeal, he had thumbed the dog-eared card in his pocket, resisting the temptation to pull it out and slam it on the table. At the end of elementary flying training, his dream had been shattered. Assessed as an average pilot and above-average navigator, to his horror he had been categorized as suitable for flying bombers. His request for an appeal hearing had been granted. Bollocks! He placed the cigarette card on the table, the beautiful curved lines of the fighter instantly recognizable. That's why I want to fly single engines. I want to fly the Spitfire. It's that or... He shrugged his shoulders and took a step back. The 3 officers looked at each other and nodded. Seeing the shaking hands of 610 Squadron's flyers as they lit their cigarettes brought back to him his mother's pain as he said goodbye a year ago. After a long drag, the shakes stopped. Peart stared a moment longer at the group of men he'd recently joined, wondering what fears or horrors they had confronted in past battles. His thoughts again went back to his final farewell in New Zealand, at Hamilton Railway Station. My poor mother was convinced, not without good reason, that she would never see her son again. She said goodbye with stoicism, but I never forgot the look of agony on her face as I parted from her. While I simply dismissed the dangers ahead, my mother certainly knew. And the shakes were there for good reason. Before dawn the next morning, 610 Squadron were to fly over the French port of Dieppe and draw as many enemy aircraft up to the fight as they could. It was going to be the fiercest air battle since 1940, and 25% casualties were expected. That's 1 in 4, Peart thought, as he glanced around the dozen or so heads in the room. Worse, as the squadron sprog, he was to be at the rear of the formation, the most vulnerable position, reserved for the most inexperienced pilot. I looked along the line of chaps next to me and wondered who was due for the chop. The awful truth dawned on me that from now on, things were for real. Will I be an easy target for some German ace before I could get enough experience to look after myself? All my past reading confirmed the likelihood of that scenario. It was a traumatic and sobering thought. His mind cast back to a few weeks earlier, on his first flight in the Spitfire. It was not what he'd expected. As Piet sat in the small but comfortable cockpit, he felt the excitement built over years of dreaming for this moment overpower him. It felt like he was looking at the switches and dials for the first time. A momentary panic gripped him as he tried to remember what to do to get the plane airborne. He took a deep breath and reached for the throttle lever, pushing it forward. The engine noise increased significantly. Then the Spitfire was moving, but not in the direction he wanted it to go. It spun round in a complete circle. Piet felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment as he used the rudder pedals to control the tail and keep the Spitfire straight. It was his first lesson in the power of the Merlin engine. He opened the throttle again and hurtled down the runway and into the air, experiencing the Spitfire's agility and its joy of being freed from the ground. The Spitfire proved much more powerful and faster than anything he had flown before. It would need to be. The Mark V might have been a match for the 109Fs over Malta, but it was really struggling against the Focke-Wulf 190. The RAF desperately needed to find out what made the FW-190 so good. Supermarines test pilot Geoffrey Quill was drawn into a plot by Philip Pinkney, an enigmatic SAS commando, to drop into France and steal a 190. The plans, marked most secret, were well advanced when a Luftwaffe pilot mistook the Bristol Channel for the English Channel and subsequently became totally lost, finally landing his FW-190 intact in South Wales in June 1942. Quill and others flew the captured 190 to discover its attributes. An official RAF report found that the German fighter was superior in speed at all heights and could outclimb as well as outdive a Spitfire 5. The designers at Supermarine had been working hard to come up with a riposte. The answer was simple: improve on what we have. They developed the Spitfire Mark IX, arguably the greatest variant to come out of the Supermarine workshop. When Geoffrey Quill viewed the Mark IX for the first time, he was not that impressed. Yes, she had the same sleek outlines as previous Spits, and yes, she had the dual cannons, and he knew the new Merlin 61 engine lay under the cowling. But what else did she bring to the party? Well, quite a lot, as it proved. The performance and handling of this aircraft in its present form is quite exceptionally good at high altitude, Quill wrote after 57 hours flying the new model. It is considered that this machine will be a very formidable fighter. The Mark IX also added 70 miles per hour to the Spitfire's top speed and 10,000 feet to its fighting altitude. The performance of the Spitfire 9 is outstandingly better than the Spitfire 5, the official test report read. Spitfire is considerably faster, and its climb is exceptionally good. The only structural alteration from the Mark V had been to elongate the body by 9 inches to accommodate the Merlin 61. But what a difference those 9 inches made! With its 2-stage supercharger, in which air was doubly compressed before entering the carburetor, the Mark IX was given an astonishing 20% increase in power. Brian Kinkham, who at 24 was one of the RAF's youngest wing commanders, and had been fighting in Spitfires since Dunkirk, was among the first to discover its powers. The effect was magical, I'd expected an increase in power, but nothing to match the reality. To enhance the dramatic effect, the second stage cut in automatically without warning. 1 minute there I was, relaxed and peaceful as I climbed at a leisurely pace towards 15,000 feet, anticipating a small surge of power as I hit the magic number. The next minute, it was as though a giant hand had grabbed hold of me, cradled me in its palm like a shot putter, and given me the most terrific shove forwards and upwards. The shove was so great that I almost bailed out. It literally took my breath away. It was exhilarating, a feeling that I could never forget. I yearned at once for a chance to demonstrate the astonishing new tool to the Germans. However, the new aircraft very nearly fell into the Germans' laps before it even fired a shot. Keen to share its qualities, Quill flew the brand-new Spitfire down to Hornchurch in Essex to let his friend, Group Captain Harry Broadhurst, have a go. Charismatic, independent, and unconventional, Broadhurst took the supermarine test pilot at his word. As Quill went into the Hornchurch ops room to watch a fighter sweep's progress over France, Broadhurst took the latest Spitfire for a flight above. While the wing headed towards Boulogne at 25,000 feet, Quill noticed a single aircraft on the plotting table some distance behind. "What's that plot there?" he asked the controller. "Oh, that's the station commander." "God damn it, he's in my aeroplane. Do you realize that's the most important prototype fighter in the country right now? What's more, the guns aren't loaded." "Well, there's nothing I can do about it," the controller tartly replied. "But right now he seems to be at well over 35,000 feet. "Thank God for that," Quill said, then resigned himself to an anxious wait as dozens of Luftwaffe fighters flew up to meet the Hornchurch wing. Quill wondered how to explain to his boss that he had taken off from the supermarine test base at Worthy Down, Hampshire, that morning in a vital trial aircraft, and before the day was out, it had been shot down in France. "Magnificent aeroplane," Broadhurst told him on landing. "Get as many as you can as quickly as possible." Then his dark gaze settled on Quill. "By the way, you might have told me that the guns weren't loaded." Quill stifled a reply. On the same day Piet received his briefing, there was some nervous laughter among the American pilots of 309th Squadron as they listened to the Dieppe plans amid the lush, rolling hills of West Sussex at Westhampton Airfield. The medium-sized port of Dieppe had been chosen as the place that an Allied amphibious force would land and hold a piece of occupied France for a day, proving that seaborne invasions were possible. When they withdrew, the 6,000-strong ground force would destroy the port's defences and hopefully leave with useful intelligence. What was more, the British public would see the impunity with which the Nazi continent could be breached, and that Britain was committed to liberating Europe. The summer of 1942 would be good for morale. In the skies above would be squadron after squadron of Spitfires, protecting all below. This time, an umbrella of fighters would cover the sky. It would not be another Dunkirk. The mission for the newly arrived American pilots of the 309th Squadron, about to be tested in battle for the first time, was clear, if somewhat contradictory. "We are going to destroy the entire town and hold it for one day," wrote Harry Strawn, the pilot who'd had careers in farming and advertising, before finding his vocation flying Spitfires. "Of course, we will be fighting FW-190s all day. It should be a big show and my first fight. I'll need strength tomorrow." The RAF was about to unleash more than 600 Spitfires, although nearly all Mark Vs, as only 4 squadrons of Mark 9s were currently operational. The Fighter Command Chief Trafford Lee Mallory was convinced that a good opportunity lay in the Dieppe plans. The rhubarb, ramrod, and circus attacks into France were at a stalemate, and Jerry wasn't playing ball. In fact, he was drawing them ever deeper into France, only to strike when the planes had a few minutes' fuel left. It might have seemed a deadlock, but in fact the RAF was losing. In the first 6 months of 1942, it had lost nearly 5 times as many aircraft as the Luftwaffe, 245 to 59. And despite heroics among some French, nearly all British bailouts ended up in capture. Intelligence had suggested that if a French port was seized, the German protocol was to assume it was the prelude to a full-scale invasion. The Luftwaffe would be ordered to mount a major operation to control the skies. RAF commanders saw an opportunity to give the Hun a bloody nose. There was pressure as well from the army, particularly the Canadians, fed up with exercises in the damp British countryside, while there was a gargantuan clash of arms in Russia. They wanted to prove themselves in action. There were demands, too, from Joseph Stalin, the Soviet leader, to open up a second front in Europe. With German forces penetrating deep into the Caucasus in summer 1942, he argued that the Germans would move 40 of their 180 divisions off the Eastern Front to fight in France. The Dieppe invasion, by a division of 6,000 men, had the modest ambition of seizing a French port merely for the duration of at least 2 tides. To provide overhead cover, Lee-Mallory had a total of 70 squadrons, almost double the number at Dowding's disposal at the start of the Battle of Britain. His squadron leaders and flight commanders were also all seasoned fighters from the previous 2 years of conflict. Opposing them was a force of skilled German fighter squadrons, with almost 200 of the deadly FW-190s, a handful of 109s, and a fleet of more than 100 bombers. With the odds in his favor, Lee-Mallory was content for the battle of attrition to begin. The final briefings on the evening of the 18th of August gave pilots no room for doubt. They were told to fight it out, to maintain air superiority over the beaches, even if you are to remain alone there to the end. A few hours later, the task force of 237 ships sheltering in harbours along the south coast weighed anchor and headed into the Channel for the 75-mile crossing to occupied France. It was the middle of the night when Alan Peart felt a gentle tug on his shoulder. "Cup of char for you, Sergeant. It's 2:30. He sat up and pulled on his still-new battle dress. Around him, others donned faded uniforms and old best blues. Peart tied a silk scarf around his neck, followed by his New Zealand wool jumper. His hand went to his face. Should I shave? He tramped to the washrooms and splashed water on his face before applying shaving cream. A few minutes later, he stepped back from the mirror and nodded to himself. Ready for action. A light, warm wind brushed across West Malling Aerodrome, nestling among the woods of mid-Kent as he strode to the breakfast tent. Those who had not shaved were already emptying their plates of a rare feast: real eggs, chips, fried bread, and margarine. Stars still shone brightly as Peart walked to the dispersal hut. He glanced at his watch. 3 a.m. Over among the green hills of the South Downs that looked down on West Hampnet, the American pilots shared the same thoughts. "I guess this is the big day in my life," Harry Strawn had time to note in his diary after his 3 a.m. wake-up call. "The planes are warming up in the dark. Others are already in the air, heading towards Dieppe for the big day. Most of us are joking and laughing, but I rather imagine it's to cover up nerves. I feel a bit on edge and a little shaky." At sea, 3 a.m. was the cut-off time to cancel the invasion. British commandos and Canadian infantry waited in ships to embark on the new landing craft, specially designed for putting ramps down on beaches to allow fast disembarkation. Their fears of being cut down were somewhat assuaged by the knowledge that alongside them lay 58 of the new, powerful Churchill tanks, also using new landing craft. Before dawn they would all be storming up Dieppe's shingle beach, over its seawall and into town, rounding up those Germans wise enough to surrender. Within 24 hours they would be back home, with the opportunity to brag in bars and pubs of how they had set foot in occupied France, given Jerry a bloody nose, and come back to tell the tale. The ladies, no doubt, would be swooning for a Dieppe hero. The majority bobbing in the Channel did not want to hear any cancellation order, and no such order came. The signal was given, and rope ladders went over the sides, and the infantry began clambering into the gently rolling landing craft. At 3:06 a.m., the first boats chugged towards the sloping shingle beaches of Dieppe. Overhead, 4-inch shells from the destroyers crashed into German concrete emplacements. Undaunted, the landing craft ploughed on. As the minutes passed, troops could hear aircraft overhead. A few minutes later, bomb blasts accompanied flashes on the cliffs and shoreline around Dieppe. The soldiers grinned and nudged each other. Jerry's gun batteries were clearly taking a hammering. But so was the RAF. Among the first to suffer casualties were the 8 squadrons of Hurry bombers, Hurricanes converted to dive bombers, to drop 250-pound or 500-pound bombs minutes before the amphibious assault came in. 8 Hurricanes were lost, with a further 20 damaged. At 3:47 a.m., 12 Spitfire squadrons were sent up. Pilots could see streams of tracer bullets pass to and fro from soldiers on the beach and German positions looking down on them. It was difficult to concentrate when so much was going on down below. The Spitfires pushed around the sky, largely unnoticed by the Canadians, now pinned down in a merciless crossfire on the beaches. The idea that Dieppe was going to be a walkover was quickly dispelled. German machine guns, concealed in solidly constructed pillboxes, sprayed belt after belt of bullets into the hapless infantry. Artillery from the surrounding area joined in, sending splinters of beach stones and metal among the troops. Some infantry got to the cover of the sea wall, but few ventured over it. Waves began to wash in, flecked with red. As demonstrated by his daring flight in the Spitfire 9 to observe the fighter sweep into France, Harry Broadhurst was no shrinking violet. He also had a good nose for finding facts while absorbing detail, and a reputation as an acrobatic daredevil. Those attributes had served him well during the France debacle, the Battle of Britain and the Rhubarbs, where even a man of his skill had been badly shot up. He was already an ace, and had the decoration ribbons across his chest to prove he was not shy of a fight. Aged 36, he was not going to be pushed around. But he had just taken a beating. During the Dieppe planning, he argued against using stepped-up wings of fighters set at designated heights, low-level, mid-level, and high-level, patrolling over the beachhead. Broadhurst contended that it would be too unmaneuverable against the small, agile formations of German bombers or fighters. His view went against that of the majority, and led to Broadhurst venting strong disagreement. The matter had, in his words, left me in the doghouse. Doghouse or not, he was not going to be stopped from flying. Early in the morning, Broadhurst borrowed a Spitfire 9 from RAF Hornchurch and went to have a look over Dieppe for himself. Just after 6:30 a.m., flying at 20,000 feet, he spotted groups of FW-190s in pairs or fours, climbing up into the sun, then diving through the stepped-up wings onto the aircraft and ships below before beetling back inland at low level. Broadhurst studied the attacks from afar for some time before his experienced eye picked out 2 FW-190s approaching. Maneuvering rapidly, he latched onto the number 2. He used the Mark IX's boosted power to close in on the German, and then opened fire in a single destructive salvo. The kill did little to soothe his discontent over ill-guided tactics as he landed at Biggin Hill. Broadhurst strode out of his Spitfire to the operations room, and its direct line to fighter command. He did not keep his mouth shut. The bloody useless stepped-up tactic was not working. Why? A senior commander wanted to know. Why? Why? Broadhurst was not going to hold back now. Because I've seen it with my own eyes. That's why. At 7:05 a.m., shortly after Broadhurst landed, radar plotters on the south coast began picking up large Luftwaffe fighter formations, heading in a constant stream towards Dieppe. The wished-for battle of attrition was on. A series of terrific dogfights began. The two Norwegian Spitfire squadrons, 331 and 332, were up high and ready to take on the Nazis who still occupied their country. The Spitfires dived down on the mixture of 109s and FW-190s. But they were still in Mark Vs, and it was proving increasingly inadequate against the FW-190. Despite their bravery, Norwegian-piloted Spitfires splashed into the sea, but they also took a few Germans with them. The stoicism of the Norwegian CO, Wilhelm Mohr, was evident as he walked with a fellow commander around the dispersal area to see what aircraft were available for the next sortie. When Mohr mentioned he wouldn't be going on the next flight, the British officer looked surprised. Mohr set him straight. "I'm sorry, but I am afraid I have a bullet in my body." He pointed to a hole in his boot. During a melee, his aircraft had been hit, and the round had burrowed into his right leg. Since 3 a.m., Alan Peart had been fighting back fears and doubts about what might happen in his first fight. Was he up to the job? Would a German ace spot his inexperience and go for an easy kill? If his plane was hit, would he be unhurt? If he had to bail out, would he be able to get the canopy open? As the hours passed, he began to wonder if 610 Squadron had been overlooked. Reports came in of others getting kills, but also suffering losses. There were mutters about 190s and, "Why the hell haven't they given us Mark 9s?" The dispersal room chatter stopped when Squadron Leader Johnny Johnson's calm voice addressed them. "Time to get up there, chaps." Peart tried to look nonchalant as he walked to his aircraft, but he could see the tension in his ground mechanics as they busied themselves around him, ensuring he was securely strapped in with parachute and Mae West life jacket. At the signal to go, Peart gave a thumbs up and watched his flight sergeant mouth a "good luck," then grin and make a motion of firing a machine gun with both hands. Peart felt a surge of elation and pride as the entire squadron took to the sky as one. He felt safe, too, among so many experienced and respected pilots. For a brief moment he embraced the idea of the coming battle, and was curious about how he would react under fire for the first time. Would he be hit? Would he fly home in terror? Or just sit there and take it? Then his mind settled on the concentration needed for rear-end Charlie. The squadron climbed to 7,000 feet, and Peart was struggling to keep up with the other 11 Spitfires as they made their way over the channel. "Come on, Red 12, stay with us." Peart applied more throttle to catch up as he swept left and right, tracking the sky. As tail-end Charlie, he was in danger of drifting away from the formation and being picked off singly. For a brief second, Peart looked ahead and spotted a heavy pall of smoke towering over the coast. Dieppe. He could see flashes and explosions, vehicles at crazy angles, some in the water, some out. Tanks with dark smoke pouring out of their turrets. Anonymous shapes littered the beach. Bodies. Dead men. Our men. He had never before seen death and destruction on such a scale. He looked away. Below were two other stepped-up squadrons, one at 3,000 feet and the other at wave-top level. 610 were there to provide top cover. Peart concentrated on doing the best job he could. Johnny Johnson ordered them higher to 10,000 feet. Shit. Fuck. Peart heard expletives, then started desperately searching the sky overhead. Bandits, 50 plus, coming down, 190s and 109s, stand by. Aircraft began weaving about madly. Fight your way out. He recognized the anxious voice of the wing leader. Get out! Watch those 190s above at 6 o'clock. All Elfin aircraft, get out! Red 12, break port. Peart immediately obeyed the command and turned the stick, diving hard left as Messerschmitts and Fokker-Wulfs came down from astern and the flanks. He banked left and right, trying hard to stay out of enemy sights. Jamie, strong enemy reinforcements coming in, about 50 plus. Over. Johnson's calm voice warned a squadron leader down below. Red 12, you're under fire. Under fire. Peart instinctively flung his Spitfire, hard right and down. Still he couldn't see the enemy, let alone fasten onto one to fire his guns. Around him, Spitfires carried on fighting in pairs and fours. Down below, he could still see the desperate fight for survival raging on the beach and in the waves. Men were dying down there, but he had to focus his mind on the job in the skies. He spotted a Spitfire hurtling at speed just above the wave tops towards a destroyer. Peart was puzzled. They had been carefully briefed not to fly under 4,000 feet around shipping. The Navy gunners would shoot at anyone who came close. Flak flew towards the fighter. Another aircraft was not far behind. At the last moment, the Spitfire shot up and over the destroyer. The enemy aircraft veered away in a tight turn, unwilling to challenge the Navy gunners. To shake the superior FW-190 from his tail, Johnny Johnson had resorted to the near-suicidal tactic of flying into his own flak by heading towards a Royal Navy destroyer. After fighting the FW-190 at close quarters, he knew that the Mark V was really struggling. Our Spitfire 5s were completely outclassed by the FW-190s, and on this occasion I was certainly lucky to get back, Johnson recorded. The 5s simply did not have the power to take on the 190s. Only the Mark IXs could, and it seemed the only person flying one was Harry Broadhurst, still monitoring the course of the battle from above. Group Captain Harry Broadhurst was determined to do something about that soon after landing back at RAF Biggin Hill, after his second Dieppe sortie. He telephoned Lee Mallory at 11 Group HQ and requested that Mark IXs be sent up in pairs or fours to counter the 190 threat. The reply he received was not encouraging. There were only 4 Mark IX squadrons available, and they were detailed to escort the raid on Abbeville Air Base by the American 8th Air Force. Broadhurst just about restrained himself from using an expletive against a senior officer before the phone was back in its cradle. When 610 Squadron landed back at West Malling, Peart gratefully accepted the mug of tea handed up to the cockpit, along with a spam and cheese sandwich. Suddenly, he felt ravenous. "Got your first taste of it today, Alan?" His section leader leaned on his wing. "Yes," Peart quietly responded. "Lucky that 190 missed you. Seemed he was giving you everything he had." Peart nodded, then took a large bite of sandwich. "I didn't even bloody well see him." He had to spot enemy fighters at a distance, otherwise he'd be dead. "Fuel your belly up," the officer patted his shoulder. "We'll be back up shortly." Ground crews worked hard to turn around the aircraft. It was like the Battle of Britain again. Rearm, refuel, polish the cockpit windscreen, then patch up bullet holes and return the aircraft to duty, all within half an hour. Peart looked on in admiration. "Come on, I heard they're serving something called nearly spam and chips in the mess." Peart felt a slight wobble in his legs as he got down. He was grateful for his luck, and grateful to have experienced combat for the first time and survived. Even if I didn't see the bastard. Harry Strawn waited for 6 hours before the scramble order came. As he lifted his Spitfire into the sky, he felt certain, along with his fellow Americans of the 309th Squadron, that he was about to be tested in combat for the first time. Despite the aircraft around him, it felt lonely in the cockpit. He tightened the flap of his flying helmet, trying to cut out the sound of wind rushing past. His mouth and nose were enclosed in the mask containing his microphone transmitter. His broad shoulders brushed the cockpit's sides as he glanced around looking for his fellow flyers. He felt shut off from the rest of the world, cocooned yet vulnerable. Soon they would be in a fight. Someone trying to kill me. Certainly there would be flak. He tried to recall the lecture given by a veteran. White puffs on the ground meant AA was shooting at you. If puffs appeared in the air with red in them, they were very close. All you can do is ignore the fact that a shell 3.5 inches across and traveling at speed could make a severe mess of the cockpit. Best to remember you're in a small space occupying a tiny piece of sky. That piece of sky was not small enough for some in the 309th. Strawn watched as 3 of his fellow American flyers, men he'd been having breakfast with only that morning, were sent streaking downwards in flames in their Mark V's. The only silver lining was hearing someone shout in glee over the radio, "Got him! I've got him!" and seeing an FW-190 head down, emitting smoke. Strawn swooped low over the Dieppe beach. It was not a sight he wanted to dwell on. Bodies floated in the surf or straddled obstacles. Men were clearly fighting for their lives as gunfire pummeled them from all sides. Seeing the bloodbath on the beaches made the dangers of flying easier to accept. Thank God I'm in the air, for there it comes quickly and easily. At least you don't have to witness wholesale slaughter. Because the tanks arrived late, the infantry were forced to press ahead. Some of the Churchills had flamethrowers, which could easily have wiped out the machine gun nests and gun emplacements in the cliffs. Instead, it had become a scene of carnage and mayhem, with officers and men cut down. When the tanks finally arrived, only 29 got ashore, but a dozen were then bogged down on the soft shingle under their tracks. Then the British commander unwittingly made the decision to reinforce failure. At 7 a.m. he launched his reserves of 2 battalions into the hell of the beaches. As the landing craft approached, the Germans opened up with everything: machine guns, mortars, and grenades. The slaughter ashore grew by the hour. The idea of holding Dieppe for 2 tides was simply not feasible. At 10:50 a.m., the decision was made to withdraw. At 11 a.m., the RAF unleashed a heavy attack on German defences around Dieppe prior to laying a smokescreen. Landing craft, supported by destroyers, began the hazardous operation of retrieving those who had survived the slaughter. As the ships came in close to shore and within range of German machine guns, the order was given to abandon all equipment, including the brand-new Churchill tanks. The Royal Marine landing craft crews, hearing the clatter of bullets strike against their hulls as they pulled up the shingle, felt some relief. Their job had just been made marginally easier. The German gunfire grew in intensity as they fired blindly into the smokescreen, knowing the British were on the back foot. Soldiers clambered onto a landing craft, only to find themselves back in the water after it capsized or sank. The wave crests were streaked red. Then the smokescreen began to thin. Gaps appeared, and the enemy machine gunners poured everything they had into them. A handful of Blenheim and Boston bombers came thundering across the channel to lay down more of the precious smoke. Sensing their chance, the Luftwaffe threw bombers and fighters at the ships and ground troops. The Spitfires engaged in a bitter battle to hold them off. For those at 3,000 feet above the shipping, there was little room in which to maneuver from attacks above. Miles Duke Woolley, at just 26, was a pugnacious Battle of Britain ace and leading his squadron on its 3rd sortie of the morning. He felt like they were waiting to be picked off. Being able to spot an enemy fighter from far away was, as Piet was beginning to learn, a skill that required a lot of practice. The Duke was good at it. He wouldn't have survived this long if he hadn't been. Yet in the turmoil of Dieppe and from his low position, even he failed to see a lone German fighter that dived on them from a great height and out of the sun. Skillfully, the pilot steadied his dive until he was coming at the Spitfires head-on with a closing speed of 800 miles per hour. Confident in his marksmanship, the enemy pilot opened up from 600 yards away. It was then that Duke Woolley spotted him, and he was too late. With the German fighter closing at 400 yards a second, he simply did not have the time to react in the second and a half at his disposal. He shot down 2 aircraft in the squadron I was leading, and both pilots were killed. We could do nothing but carry on, and the squadron most commendably did not waver. The Germans' attack was skillful, and came right from the eye of a blazing sun in a cloudless sky. And in those conditions, quick, positive identification is very difficult. I lost 2 pilots for nothing in return. It was bad and a sad business, but part of the sort of price you incurred by being pegged on a leash with a small fixed area in which to work. We were sitting ducks, really, and unfortunately were singled out by a first-class poacher. At 12:30 p.m., the Allied beachmaster controlling the Dieppe shore was given the order to leave. He'd got a few more off the beaches than expected, given the enemy fire. Some men who had been pinned down for 7 hours behind large rocks or the beach wall had made a run for it. The beachmaster watched as men dashed down through the smokescreen to the promise of a landing craft and the thought of getting out of their nightmare and back home to safety. Some ran without weapons, some without helmets or any equipment. Some ran straight, others weaved. He watched as the German machine gun fire cut through the smoke, snapping at the stones, then thudding into flesh. Soldiers were sent sprawling onto their faces with bullets in their packs. They whimpered and cried for help. A few got through, their pinched faces telling a story of a harrowing morning of carnage and chaos. Gratefully, they splashed through the blood-tinged surf and up into the landing craft. Even then, they knew they were not safe, as they waited anxiously for others to board before the engine roared in reverse and the boat backed away, all the time under fire. Others simply stayed put under cover, forsaking the chance of dying while escaping for survival as prisoners of war. As the last landing craft putted away from the blooded shingle, the RAF Hurry bombers dived in to suppress the German guns. Now it was a question of getting the flotilla back across the 75 miles of sea to home and safety. The Luftwaffe was not going to make it easy. More than 6 hours after his first flight over Dieppe, Harry Broadhurst found himself on his 3rd sortie shortly after 12:30 p.m. He immediately spotted the destroyer HMS Barclay under attack from German dive bombers. She had lost steerage and was drifting, at the mercy of the swooping aircraft. He radioed for the covering Spitfire squadrons to take position at the rear of the convoy. They were not in time to stop 2 190s dive towards the destroyer, one scoring a direct hit on its stern. Broadhurst emptied almost all his ammunition into one 190, but it got away. The Barclay began to sink, but others got alongside, rescuing survivors. For an hour, there was no sign of the enemy, but all involved knew the Luftwaffe would return once they had rearmed and refueled. The indefatigable Broadhurst set out on his 4th sortie of the day at 3:15 p.m. and flew directly to Dieppe as the clouds closed in. He was tired, having been up since 3 a.m., and was aware he was pushing his luck. But he knew he flew a Spitfire superior to anything the Germans had, which was just as well, he realized, when he spotted 2 FW-190s diving out of the sun. Despite his exhaustion, Broadhurst was able to pour on the power, and the Merlin 61 supercharger did not let him down, which was a good job, for very quickly the FW-190s doubled in number, eager to find one last prey before their day of plenty ended. With 4 FW-190s on his tail, Broadhurst knew that in a Mark V he would have been dead or dangling from the end of a parachute. Instead, using the Mark IX Spitfire's high speed at altitude, he managed to keep out of range long enough to evade all of them by roaring up into cloud. The 190s did not follow. A few minutes later he came out of the murk and found himself close behind a Blenheim trailing smoke. Its 3-man crew doing their best to limp home. The twin-engine bomber would not have stood a chance against a German fighter. Broadhurst came alongside and waggled his wings, giving the crew a thumbs up. The looks of gratitude softened some of the anger that was burning inside him, after a day of poor tactics and misjudged leadership. He took up station above and behind the Blenheim, staying close until it landed at the coastal hub of Tangmere. Broadhurst had flown 8 hours during 4 sorties, destroyed 1 FW-190 and damaged 3 others. He was given a bar to his distinguished flying cross, awarded for bravery in the face of the enemy. "I was no longer in the doghouse," he noted dryly. In contrast to Dunkirk, the Navy was effusive in its praise of the Air Force. "The RAF gave us a wonderful defense, but for them there would have been more casualties and greater loss of shipping," said one naval officer. "They put up a grand show." For the Germans, it was more than a grand show. "It was one of the happiest days since the Battle of Britain," recorded one Luftwaffe pilot. He had a right to be pleased. In just 12 hours, the RAF had flown 2,500 sorties and lost 108 aircraft, including 62 Spitfires. The Luftwaffe lost just 48 aircraft, and only 20 of those were FW-190s. At the time, the RAF claimed 96 enemy aircraft and a significant victory. It was not the case, and the Luftwaffe was back at full strength a few days after the raid. After the rhubarbs of the last 2 years, there was still no knockout blow against the Luftwaffe. On the ground, the losses were appalling, with 900 dead, 500 wounded, and nearly 2,000 captured among the 5,000-strong Canadian force. A quarter of the 1,000 British commandos were also lost. By dusk, the last ships limped towards the coast, watched by crowds who lined the cliff tops from Eastbourne to Newhaven. Some cheered, while others looked on somberly as the exhausted troops came ashore alongside the wounded. To some it seemed like a grim reminder of Dunkirk from 2 years earlier. However, in the press it was reported as a great, albeit short-lived, victory. One of the boats contained a scene that spoke of those strange moments of peace sometimes found amid the brutality of war. Peter Scott, a renowned naturalist and artist who had joined the Navy, commanded a gunboat that had picked up both a German Luftwaffe and Norwegian RAF pilot. As he approached England, Scott went below decks to check on the flyers. The German was sitting with the ship's cat on his lap, next to the Norwegian pilot, who only hours before would have quite happily killed him in the air. The German's armed guard was sitting on the other side of his prisoner, fast asleep with his head on the pilot's shoulder. It is sights like this that makes one wonder why people go to war with each other in the first place, Scott noted. Most of those involved thought Dieppe had been a victory, at least for the RAF. But a number felt the frustration that, without the most modern Spitfires, they weren't fully in the fight. Chapter 8. North Africa. As he sped in his Spitfire over the Mediterranean towards the Algerian port of Oran, in the late afternoon sun of the 8th of November, 1942, Harry Strawn smiled broadly. Even if it was the Spitfire Mark V, rather than the latest Mark IX model, he was still in a glorious aircraft, and about to enter a campaign in the exotic deserts and mountains of North Africa. It would be something he'd tell his offspring round log fires back in the States. Indeed, the idea of children made him grin again. In his pocket was a letter from the lovely Marjorie Asquith, the stunning brunette with sparkling eyes and a coy smile he had met during flight training in Oklahoma. She promised she would wait for him. His smile did not change when he saw something glint over the harbor at Oran. He squinted and spotted 4 aircraft a short distance away. Must be our Corsair fighters from the carriers. Strawn gave them a second glance, then concentrated on following his section leader onto the airfield. As he pushed back his canopy and lined up for landing, the unmistakable rat-a-tat-tat of machine gun fire filled the air. Clearly one of the more nervous guys had goofed up and let go with his guns. Then he heard the sound of gunfire again, much closer this time. He turned round and saw his wingman, Joseph Byrd from Texas, plummeting towards the ground, trailing smoke. Jesus, where did that come from? He looked again. The Corsairs were in fact a flight of French de Voisin 520 fighters, and they were looking for easy Spitfire kills. The Vichy French clearly did not look upon the Americans and British as allies. The Spitfire-flying American pilots of the 309th had as yet to experience a sustained campaign, the few short hours over occupied France during the Dieppe raid being the sum of their experience. Along with U.S. ground troops, they were about to be tested in the unfamiliar terrain of North Africa. They were entering a crucible where they were pitted against unpredictable weather, the hardened men of the Africa Corps, and the Luftwaffe's latest planes. But they did not expect to be fighting the French. Strawn frantically considered his options. He was committed to landing. He just prayed the other flight coming in had seen the French ambush. He pushed the Spitfire hard down onto the tarmac and braked even harder. He spotted a ball of fire at the other end of the airfield where Byrd had gone in. Then he looked up to see the flight of 4 American Spitfires streak down on the French. 3 de Voisin were sent down in flames. Strawn smiled grimly. As part of the French surrender in 1940, the Nazis allowed the government to administer the southern half of France and the colonies in North Africa under the Vichy regime. Before the invasion, covert contacts had been established with the Vichy French, and the Allies were under the impression Algeria would be taken without a fight. Clearly some of the French thought otherwise, and were unwilling to break with the Nazi regime. As Strawn walked over to meet with the pilots who had landed, he heard the crack of gunfire and a bullet zipping overhead. Jesus! He dived under a Spitfire, trying to shelter as best he could next to its wheels. Other rounds thumped into the runway around him. They were coming from the scrub a few hundred yards away. The French snipers, it seemed, did not want the Americans there either. He heard a chatter of machine gun fire and an infantryman shout, "Got him!" While Malta might have diverted a few hundred German aircraft, and the 8th Army's campaign in Libya was tying down the Africa Corps, the Soviet leader Stalin demanded much more. With 180 German divisions pressing down on Russia, he wanted diversions elsewhere to relieve the pressure. Fending off bullish U.S. commanders demanding an invasion of Europe, Churchill and his generals had argued instead to seize the French-held territories of Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. If the entire North African coast were in Allied hands, this would tighten the Navy's grip on the Mediterranean and allow for an invasion of southern Europe in 1943. It would also be a good testing ground for U.S. troops going into action in a Western theater for the first time, among the shrubland, forests, and deserts of North Africa, set to the dramatic backdrop of the Atlas Mountains. The plan was for the Anglo-American force to push from the west while the Eighth Army drove from the east. Between them, the Afrika Korps and Italians would be squeezed. Shortly before dawn on the day after the invasion, Strawn was ordered back into his Spitfire at Algeria's Oran airfield, close to the city's Mediterranean port. It was the 9th of November 1942, and a signal had been received that a column consisting of a score or more French Foreign Legion tanks was heading up from the desert in the south to retake the airfield. At 5:30 a.m., Strawn was revving his Merlin behind 3 other Spitfires ready to take off. He was eager to get at the French. The shooting down of Byrd had been a dastardly act. The scores had to be evened. He released his brakes and shot down the runway into the lightning sky. The French column was not difficult to find. A large plume of dust thrown up by the tank tracks signaled their position at a pass a few miles short of the airfield. The Spitfires carefully lined up on the column, then one after another dived down, pouring fire into them as they went. They were little bitty one-man tanks in the front. They looked like World War I vehicles. They just flew apart in pieces. We got those in their supply trucks and oil tankers and motorcycles. We caught them in a little narrow pass, and it was like shooting duck pins. It was that easy. I saw this motorcycle guy coming towards me. He jumped off the motorcycle and hid behind it. His flimsy machine would provide little defense. When you've got 8 303s with converging fire, that thing just went sky high. The Spitfires swept down again and again, coming in extremely low, so low that when Strawn got back to the airfield, he found telephone wires wrapped around the fuselage. It took another day for the Vichy French forces in Algeria and Morocco to realize that continued fighting against the U.S. and British force of 100,000 troops was pointless. To Hitler's great fury, the French surrendered. His anger was such that he ordered his troops into Vichy France, taking over the whole country. German and Italian reinforcements were rapidly sent to Tunisia. But for Strawn and his pals, it was a time to celebrate. Despite not changing clothes or shaving for 4 days, they went into Iran and bought some wine off the Arabs for 25 cents a quart, plus oranges and tangerines. A pig was killed, and pork tenderloins joined the feast. The German presence was not threatening enough to stop the men of the 309th from having a good time. A week into the operation was long enough to go without a party. Christmas was looming, and who knew how long they would be around. Strawn had heard that a few of his ground crew had served alongside some of the American big bands. He was delighted to discover that several of them had played with the likes of Glenn Miller and Henry Bussey. There were saxophonists, drummers, trumpet players, enough to form a 15-man band of their own. Inside the former French officers' mess, a row of tables and chairs was formed at one end of the room, and a small stage built for the band at the other. Strawn and a few other officers grabbed a couple of French trucks and drove into the city of Oran. They found it well stocked with both drink and women. They packed the trucks with crates of champagne and fine wine, then came back for the women. At least 40 Allied nurses and 30 French women giggled coyly as they found themselves trucked into the airbase. The French women were in pretty polka-dot dresses. The Allied nurses had time to throw on a bit of lipstick, but were still in their smart white uniforms. Everyone was in good spirits. The Americans certainly knew how to throw a party. The band played the latest numbers from across the Atlantic, while the aviators quaffed champagne from the French flutes and chatted to the women. As the night wore on, people found their partners and danced. With most of the French now throwing in their lot with the Allies, a handful of French officers sheepishly joined in the fun. Everyone had a good time, Harry Strawn reported. The next morning, Strawn's fog quickly cleared when the mail came through and he spotted a letter from his sweetheart, Marjorie Asquith of Muskogee, Oklahoma. "It was a swell letter, and I believe she still likes me some," he wrote, thinking back again to her lovely smile and the short dance they'd had after they'd first met. It had been a blind date, but they'd hit it off straight away, even if some of his flying tales had been a little embellished. He certainly had some stories to tell Marjorie now. "I shall have to keep writing, for I think a lot of her. She would make a swell wife for me. I know I could love her more than enough." He knew the thought of seeing Marjorie again would sustain him, and push away memories of the loss and destruction he'd witnessed, and would inevitably witness again. But as the Americans parted, the Allies were slow to push forces eastwards to take Tunisia. Hitler was determined not to let Tunisia go, and began pouring troops in by air and sea over the short hop from Sicily. Alan Peart was still itching for action. His only combat experience had been over Dieppe, and even then he hadn't seen the FW-190 firing at him. North Africa was not going to disappoint. 81 Squadron was ordered to provide support from the coastal town of Beaune, now Annaba, which had just been taken by the Allies. Beaune was a delightful Mediterranean port city, lined with boulevards overlooked by French colonial architecture, and the Roman ruins of ancient Hippo Regius lay on its outskirts. It was 50 miles to the Tunisian border, and hence much closer to the front line. Peart carefully packed his personal possessions and clothing into the Spitfire's ammunition bays and the storage behind the cockpit. He flew down the Algerian coast, delighting in the changed landscape of desert, mountains, and sea. Aware that he was still the squadron novice, he carefully aligned the Spitfire's nose on the long, rain-darkened strip at Beaune, with the odd shell hole either side of the runway, and made a perfect landing. No one took any notice as he jumped down into the mud and headed towards the dispersal tent. He had taken only a few steps when a Bofors anti-aircraft gun fired 2 rounds. He needed no second warning that a raid was inbound and sprinted to a slit trench 50 yards away. Peart looked over the lip in time to see 3 enemy bombers appear out of the clouds with their bomb bay doors already open. They leveled out, and then the bombs fell. A crump of explosions was followed by a blast of heat as Peart cowered in the bottom of the trench, hands over his head, willing the stick of bombs to stop short of his position. The attack was over in less than a minute. As the drone of German engines faded, Peart stuck his head over the parapet and saw that the Spitfire he'd just flown into Beaune was now a burning wreck with all his kit inside. He was shocked at the proximity of death. The bomb hit the cockpit. I'd brought that Spit all that way, and now it was gone. A few seconds before I'd been in the cockpit. This was the narrow gap between life and death I was learning about, and one of my closest brushes with death. We had been pitchforked into real activity, and this phase was to be the most vicious form of fighting I would encounter. It was indeed an abrupt introduction to frontline squadron life. The promise of African sunshine, palm tree oases, and dashing Arab warriors had also not yet materialized. Instead, rain pounded down on the bleak and featureless aerodrome, where the only shelter was an old, dull, concrete passenger terminal. The pilots huddled inside, trying to stay out of the rain and wind that blasted through the windows. Chatting was the only pastime, until a raid came in. Then it was a race for the nearest waterlogged slit trench. The only relative comfort was sitting strapped into their cockpits. Peart and 81 Squadron were also still flying the outclassed Spitfire Mark V's, painted a desert sand color, and fitted with a large, ugly protuberance under its belly. The fine dust of desert conditions meant that aircraft had to be fitted with a filter to stop engines clogging up and so preserve them. The engineers came up with the Vokes filter, an intake mounted under the nose that prevented much of the sand getting in, but badly affected aerodynamics and led to at least an 8 miles per hour drop in speed. Sitting in a replacement Spitfire, Piet looked up ruefully at the low clouds overhead. Just like home. For a moment his thoughts went back to his mother, carefully arranging a neat row of dough to bake in the oven at their house in New Zealand. He had just turned 20 and was 12,000 miles from home. Operations were tough. His family and friends were at a great distance, and there was no certainty he'd ever see them again. There had been very little news, just a handful of letters in the 2 years since he'd left New Zealand, full of excitement, drive, and hope. He pushed the thoughts of family and home away as he caught the familiar hum of the Spitfire warming up. He examined the clouds again and felt rising excitement as he waited for the signal to take off in pursuit of enemy bombers. It was the 1st of December, 1942. How the hell they were meant to find the enemy bombers somewhere up above was anyone's guess. He felt cold and hungry. They were surviving off the 14-man ration packs, whose delicacies included tinned meat or fruit and a powdered milk and tea mixture, with the edge taken off by chocolate and cigarettes. But he didn't mind. He was in his beautiful Spitfire, fully fueled and loaded with bullets, ready to take on the enemy. At the signal to go, he opened the throttle, thundered down Bone's bumpy airstrip, and quickly entered the clouds. Less than a minute later, he came out into glorious sunshine. And virtually smack into the middle of a formation of 5 Italian SM-84 bombers. Piet opened the throttle and dived towards the clouds into which the Italians had just disappeared. As he came out of the grey mass, he saw the bomber immediately ahead. It was time to track down his prey. Piet carefully placed his fighter in the mist at the base of the cloud, then steadily began to overhaul the triple-engine bomber. The gap closed to 400 yards. He concentrated furiously as the turbulent air bounced him around, threatening to expose the hunting Spitfire. Then he began to pull in the SM-84, getting the distance below 300 yards. He knew within a few seconds he would be able to open up. He got to 250 yards. Still he held off. This would be his first kill, and Piet wanted to make certain. Closer and closer he crept, until he was just 50 yards behind, clearly able to see the rivets on the fuselage and helmeted heads of the rear crew bobbing in the compartment, completely unaware of the guns trained on them. Piet's thumb went down on the firing button and pressed hard. I opened fire with cannons and machine guns at point-blank range from dead astern. Great pieces flew off, and the bomber appeared to stop in mid-air so that I nearly collided with it. The nose went down, and I followed in a near-vertical dive, giving it another burst to make sure. I later felt rather bad about the second burst when the bomber was doomed anyway. As he watched the bomber crash into the sea, Piet pulled back on the stick and hurtled skywards to try to bring down a second bomber he'd spotted. The crew were now alert to their comrade's demise and readied themselves for the incoming attack. The SM-84 poured on the fuel too, but with a top speed of 268 miles per hour, there was no chance of outrunning the British fighter. But this time, the gunners were ready. As Piet came up close, the Italians opened fire from the tail and side machine guns. The Spitfire flipped out of the way, then swooped back to attack. By now, Piet had expended all his heavy 20mm cannon rounds. Instead, he had to pepper the Italian bomber with a long, raking burst from his 4 Browning 303 machine guns until they too ran dry. Smoke was pouring from one engine. Reluctantly, I had to leave. As he turned to fly back to base, Piet reflected on the fact he had for the first time taken another human's life. This was the reality of aerial warfare, shooting down enemy bombers, which also sometimes meant killing the half-dozen men inside. Fighting another fighter, it was just a machine, and you didn't think about the man inside. It was machine versus machine. But shooting down a bomber was when I realized I was killing people. There was no sense of guilt at all. I felt sorry for them, but this was what warfare was about, and it was our job. By now, Piet was beginning to realize that the men fighting in the do-or-die combat of the skies came in 3 categories. The first was the type who simply wanted to stay alive and tried to avoid situations where that was put at risk. They didn't achieve very much. Secondly, there were people who had a job to do, did it to the best of their ability, but they fought within the rules and had humanity, understanding for the enemy. Then there were the killers. They were ruthless and killed without much thought. But they were the best, the aces. I think I was probably in the second type. I had a job to do and had to do it. Yet despite the killing, Piet was still eager to get into the action and follow to the letter the policy of attack at all times. A few days later he was patrolling in clear skies close to Beaune, with the Mediterranean shimmering below, as number 2 to his flight commander when he spotted a dozen Me-109s. Taking out the Italian bomber had been straightforward, and it had also given him confidence that he could do the job. "Green 1, this is Green 2, tally-ho!" He felt a rush of excitement as he opened the throttle and dived down on the Messerschmitts. He did not even wait to see if his wingman had followed. He had not. Indeed, he had ignored Piet's battle cry, shaken his head, then turned back to base, firm in the opinion that the young pilot had committed an act of suicide. The lone Spitfire now headed into the middle of the German pack. Before he could get a shot in, the wily Luftwaffe pilots had already broken formation, possibly sharing the same incredulity as Piet's wingman in being attacked by a lone Spitfire. Their disbelief rapidly turned to delight as they realized that at least one of their number was a few short minutes away from adding a Spitfire to their tally of kills. Piet was in very deep trouble. Me-109s were coming at him from all sides, and there was nowhere to hide. The only good card he held was that he knew he was in a highly agile aircraft, that if they worked together could possibly get him out of the almighty scrape he had just got them both into. The only other comfort was that he was behind his own lines. Even if he didn't have much chance of survival, at least they'd find my body. At first he stayed at the same level as the 109s, using the Spitfire's incredible turning ability to keep inside his opponents. There might even be a chance that he could get a few shots off at them. As the first pair approached head-on, he squeezed off a few rounds, then broke away. But this bunch had some really experienced and capable pilots. I soon found myself in dire trouble. Piet felt sweat pour down his face. He had no time to wipe it off. He was using every skill and piece of aerial combat knowledge to keep the enemy fighters off his tail. He pulled turns tighter than he'd ever made, feeling the G-forces press in on him. The sheer physical strain and mental application began to drain him. He knew the end was not far away. The Luftwaffe boys were far too good to let him get away with it. Then a calm descended as he recalled the words of a First World War friend of his father's, who had become a mentor to the young Piet. "When cornered, son, give them everything you've got. Sell your life, dear. They'll remember you after that." Piet was now set on one course. I decided that none of these bastards was going to get me without well and truly earning their victory. He used the Spitfire's agility to the full, pulling and wrenching it into extreme rolls and dives. The 12 fighters came at him in pairs, but could never quite get him squarely in their sights. A pair of 109s would execute an attack, while the next pair got in position to follow on. Piet dived under their noses, watching the cannon fire streak from them and praying it would not hit. The twisting and turning went down and down, until the 20-year-old pilot found himself close to the ground, knowing now there was very little room left to use the Spitfire's superior maneuverability. On one level he was pleased that he had managed to hold off the dozen Germans for so long. He had indeed sold his life dear. As he broke to starboard to slip away from another pair of Messerschmitts on his tail with guns blazing, he felt sweat drip down through the sleeves of his shirt onto his wrist and hand. He did not want to die. He was good at this. He enjoyed it. He flicked the Spitfire in a dummy roll to port, then hauled violently over to starboard, glancing around as he turned. His mouth went dry. The sky was empty behind. Where the hell are they? He braced himself for the inevitable onslaught of rounds pouring up through the cockpit after a 109 had finally got underneath him. Instinctively he rolled the Spitfire again, searching the sky and ground as he did so. Something caught his eye, higher up. At first he could not take it in. A formation of 12 fighters heading east. German fighters. The 109s were going home, probably short of fuel and astonished at the Spitfire's ability to elude them. Piet panted with elation, blinking the perspiration out of his eyes. He threw back the cockpit canopy, feeling the rush of air brush against his face. He had been given a second life, a second chance. Of that he was certain. And he would not waste it. It then occurred to me that the German CO would have some scathing things to say about his pilot's marksmanship, because apart from my initial opening fire, I'd had no chance to use my guns without leaving myself wide open to a burst myself. Piet looked around to get his bearings, then set course for Beaune. For the first time he wondered where his senior wingman was. He got his answer when he landed and walked into the dispersal area. The pilot officer at first looked shocked to see him, then launched into a tirade at Piet for acting irresponsibly and endangering his own life and his aircraft. The invective continued until one of the more experienced pilots held up his hand and signaled for the officer to stop. "Tone it down, sunshine," the Canadian flyer said. "It's a damned pity we don't have a few more like him." Piet's humility was momentarily salved, but then he was summoned to appear before the squadron leader. "We have not been sent out here to become a shabby load of individual cowboys. Do you understand, Piet?" The CO growled from behind his desk, as Piet stood to attention. "Yes, sir." "In future, you're to follow your section leader's orders before going off charging into attack. Got it?" "Yes, sir." The CO then waved him away, but not before giving Piet a big wink. Grinning to himself, Piet headed back to his tent. He arrived to find his personal kit being lined up for auction. It was tradition that with such severe equipment shortages, if a pilot was killed in action, his military clothing and other flying kit was shared out among surviving pilots. His section leader had told everyone he had certainly been killed, and here were his possessions about to be sold for pennies. Alan managed to persuade his friends he was indeed alive, took to his cot and shut his eyes, trying to block out the images of diving and swooping Messerschmitts firing at his tail. Within seconds, he was asleep. Since helping rescue the bomber crew who were ditched in the Channel in early spring 1942, Robbie Robertson and 72 Squadron had generally had a quiet time. When he received an arm-numbing batch of inoculations in November, he was somewhat grateful. They were clearly off somewhere exotic. Freezing in a flimsy tent, wrapped in a thin blanket, was not how he'd imagined North Africa. 72 Squadron had arrived at the airstrip of Souk El Arba on the 20th of November 1942, a week before Piat shot down the Italian bomber. British paratroopers had captured the airstrip, 80 miles west of Tunis, the capital of Tunisia, just a few days earlier. It didn't take the Germans based around Tunis long to find 72 Squadron's base. Robertson was deflecting the usual digs as he sat down to write a letter to his girlfriend Connie, whose name was lovingly painted on his Spitfire. He had taken some ribbing for his constant references to her, but he couldn't care less. Connie keeps me safe. His eyes drifted skywards at the dozen fighters in line astern, circling overhead. Clearly it was the new squadron that was meant to join them. The planes descended as if coming into land. 109s, someone shouted. The pilots glanced at their parked aircraft. There was no way they'd be able to reach them in time to take off. There was only one option: run for it. Robertson scattered with the rest, diving onto his belly as no slit trenches had been dug. American 50 caliber machine guns stationed around the aerodrome blasted away, but the Germans still came on. The 109s screamed down, pumping cannon shells as they came. Bullets thudded into the dirt, running in a line up to the petrol and ammunition dump. In an instant, the area ignited with a terrific whoosh. Lying on his stomach just 150 yards away, Robertson could feel the blast of heat burst over his face. Then he heard the fighters circle back round for another run. He cowered fearfully out in the open. After the first run, I was scared stiff. It's no fun lying in the middle of the field where you can hear the bullets hitting the ground and ricochets going right, left, and center. You can't tell whether they are coming across you or through you. He shut his eyes as he heard the scream of engines and violent throb of gunfire puckering the earth around him. Then the sound of enemy engines faded. He got up and saw men at the petrol dump using mud and dust to put out the fire. Someone had a bucket they were using to scrape up the earth and chuck it on the flames. Others used shovels or their bare hands. The smell of burning petrol and cordite was joined by another. It was the distinct, bitter odor of burnt bacon. As Robertson tossed another handful of dust into the flames, he saw the grim outline of two withered arms, bent at the elbows, hands pointing upwards. The flames licked at the skin, sending slivers of fire along it. Two of their Arab labourers had unwisely hidden among the 4-gallon petrol tins when the strafing began. Robertson turned away from their grisly remains. While aerial combat had its dangers, the war on the ground was dark, unforgiving, and had a nauseating stench. This is certainly not the African desert of bright sunshine, rolling sand dunes, and palm-fronded oases, Flight Lieutenant Greggs Farish thought as they trundled over a landscape deadened by dark clouds overhead and pools of mud where insects hovered. At least the rain, which everyone thought had been left long behind in England, had relented after days of downpours. Farish was the officer in charge of 72 Squadron's ground crew, responsible for ensuring the Spitfires were serviceable. They had been travelling east for 2 days, keeping the Algerian coastline on their left and the interior on their right. The Allies had pushed rapidly into Tunisia, and the RAF squadrons had to move up to keep the pressure on the Luftwaffe and protect Allied ground troops from air attacks. They were moving 72 Squadron 100 miles east from Beaune to the front line. In the last few hours he had felt his spirits rise as the cloud base lifted to reveal the tall, dramatic sentinels of the Atlas Mountains lying to the south and distant pine forests. Ahead, he could just make out Spitfires landing at their new base of Souk El Arba, in a land of rugged mountains separated by the fertile plains of northern Tunisia. Farish was tall, studious, and a man who cared for both machines and pilots. For the pilots like Robbie Robertson, who had flown into Souk El Arba a few days earlier, he was a welcome sight. They knew that under his supervision they could fly with complete confidence in their aircraft. Sporting thick, round glasses, Farish, 22, was to be found at most times of the day studiously examining a Spitfire, usually with his unlit pipe close to hand. Farish, nicknamed Spanner, had applied to become a pilot, but his eyesight meant he was declared unfit for flying duties. Undeterred, he still joined the Air Force. With an engineering degree from Imperial College London, he was commissioned into the RAF's engineering branch in 1941. As they set out on convoy from Liverpool for North Africa, he had an inkling that he was in for interesting times and kept a diary. Arriving at Souk El Arba, Farish encountered the RAF Commandos, a group of rugged mechanics who had kept the muddy, puddle-littered airstrip and planes running before the squadron's mechanics arrived. These men, in tattered bits of uniform, dirty, long-haired, unshaven, tools sticking out of their pockets, were either cooking food over fires among the planes or dashing out to service aircraft as they landed. These were the RAF Commando Servicing Echelon. 2 flights of them, about 200 men, keeping flying 4 squadrons of Spitfires, 1 of Beaufighters, and some Hurricanes. They came in with the original assault, and today are preparing to move out now that the squadron's personnel are coming up. They had done a damn fine job. These men are different from the average RAF airman, much more independent and don't care a damn who you are sort of attitude. They are tough, too. I like working with them. Exhausted after the long drive, Farish had fallen onto his cot, only to be awoken again by the sound of rain thrashing against his tent. He managed to drift off to the sound he found comforting under canvas. When he woke, there was 6 inches of water in his tent. It was not turning out to be the adventure he'd expected. But fighting through the rain, mud and bombing, Farish ensured 72's fighters were kept aloft to help push the Germans further back into Tunisia. And among those whose aircraft he serviced was one of the most rakish men to hold rank in the RAF. Harry Chaz Charnock was a character who would not have been out of place in a Flashman novel. Having missed out on the Great War, he joined the RAF after Harrow School in 1924, aged 19. 6 years later, he was booted out, ostensibly for a low-level flying incident over Tangmere. The fact he had pushed a senior officer into a pond had not helped. For 9 years, little was heard of him, until 2 days into the outbreak of war, the shortage of pilots persuaded the RAF to forget the past and allowed Charnock to return as a non-commissioned sergeant pilot. He claimed 3 Germans during the Battle of Britain and was shot down once. This Charnock used to his full advantage. Despite landing on friendly ground, he managed to persuade the RAF to pay out compensation for the loss of his entire kit bag, as well as pocketing the gold sovereigns kept by pilots to facilitate their return from hostile territory. Charnock was awarded the Distinguished Flying Medal. It also had a taste for action and wanted more. His request for transfer from Britain was granted, and he joined 72 Squadron. "If ever you saw a dissolute-looking fellow, here was one," wrote Farish. Even in his worn flying clothing, one felt Charnock would be better placed propping up a nightclub bar. He usually contrived to have a bottle of whiskey in his hand when on the ground. He was over 30, by far the oldest pilot in the squadron. He had flown everything and had broken Spitfires up in the air with aerobatics. He was the maddest pilot I ever met, completely round the bend. And yet one felt he had seen the whole world. Perhaps he had, and in his wisdom found only flying left. And he flew only to kill and be killed. No one knew what demons drove Charnock, whether it was violent hangovers or something from his past. As Alan Peart had noted, fighter pilots fell into 3 categories: the avoider, the get-the-job-done type, and the killer. Charnock most certainly fell into the last category. When he arrived over the steep mountains and occasional green trees of Algeria, he went on a killing spree. Over a 3-week period from the 25th of November, he claimed 5 enemies shot down, an FW-190 and 4 Me-109s, and 1 Me-109 probable. For a time, the rampage was put in abeyance, after Charnock was himself shot down on the 18th of December 1942. Furious at the Luftwaffe's effrontery, Charnock was in no mood for niceties when he bailed out of his Spitfire and descended by parachute into no man's land. He found himself among thin bushes and dusty tracks, up in the hills, and some distance from the nearest town. Anxious to get back to his own lines, and the bottle of whiskey under his bed, which under the circumstances he was entirely justified in seeing off that night, he set out on foot. But Shanks's pony was simply not quick enough. After walking a few miles, he came across an Arab leading a donkey and saw an opportunity for a swift ride back to his whiskey. "Can I borrow your donkey?" Charnock asked bluntly, pointing at the animal. The Arab showed no understanding, so Charnock repeated himself. This time, the Arab wagged his index finger vigorously and shook his head. Charnock moved in close, his hand resting on the pistol in its holster, and repeated his demand. The Arab remained unmoved and pulled the donkey's rein tighter into him. At that moment, a stray dog came past them, eyeing the scene. Charnock pulled out his revolver and shot the dog between the eyes. He then turned back to the Arab, smoke drifting from the gun barrel. With shaking hands, the man handed over his donkey. Charnock mounted the animal and trotted towards British lines. Within a few hours he spotted the sandbags and trenches of the British positions, and with a kick sent the donkey trotting back home. Charnock scrambled over the sandbags and tumbled into the friendly trench. He dusted himself down, then looked for the nearest officer and the chance of a liquid reward for his efforts. "I see you're a member of the rival establishment." A clean-shaven captain in an ironed uniform emerged from a dugout. The words were spoken in a cut-glass accent by someone who could only have been to bloody Eton. Charnock always wore his old Harrovian scarf when flying in his Spitfire, in the knowledge that in his permanently unkempt state it would be a snub to the establishment in general, and rival Old Etonians in particular. The officer handed over a canteen. Charnock took a swig, half in expectation that his throat would be delightfully lit with the sting of something strong. It was water. He turned on his heel and left, still swigging the canteen. At the rear lines, Charnock found a truck heading in the direction of Souk el-Arba and got a lift. His irritation at the lack of a proper drink abated when an idea struck him as they drove past a monastery. "Stop!" he shouted at the driver. He jumped out of the cab and, wearing his best grin, knocked on the monastery door. A monk opened it, and in the ensuing conversation, in a mix of French, Arabic, English, and a smattering of Latin, Charnock discovered what he had suspected. Monks make booze, so they must have some spare. With the nose of a practitioner well-versed in foraging for alcohol, he struck up a rapport with the wine-making Christian monks and promised to return. Charnock reappeared the next day in a 1,500-weight Bedford truck with a dozen washed 4-gallon petrol cans in the back. The whole lot was filled with the monk's red wine, and back at 72 Squadron he invited everyone to a party. By this time, Robbie Robertson had become his wingman, and felt a degree of trepidation with Charnock, both on the ground and in the air. His fears were to prove correct, and Charnock poured out mugfuls of the dark red liquid. The only thing we had to drink from were large, white-enamelled mugs, and if you pour red wine in those, you have to pour a lot before it looks as though you've got any in at all. We half-filled these mugs and sat around enjoying ourselves. Charnock had bought a prodigious amount of wine and insisted everyone should celebrate his safe return. Toasts were made to the Spitfire, monastic orders, donkeys, Arabs, and finally the Luftwaffe for making it all happen. The toasts were inevitably followed by singing around a fire made from wood, debris, and aviation fuel. Then Charnock stripped off and began a gyrating dance with Indian-like ululations. As darkness headed towards dawn, Robertson managed to find his tent and slumped down on his cot. For once the sun was out, and its blaze turned his hangover into something he had not experienced before. I woke up in the morning not really with a headache, but my head just wouldn't leave the ground. I felt like death. Red wine wasn't for us, if we were to go on flying. A few days later, Robertson was on patrol with Chas Charnock for company, escorting Boston bombers on a raid on German positions in Tunisia, when 20-plus fighters appeared out of the sun. The rest of the squadron failed to spot the diving 109s and FW-190s. Robertson looked at the Spitfires, then back up at the diving enemy. "Go for the bastards!" he heard Charnock shout. "Roger," Robertson replied. Rather than present their backs to the enemy, the Spitfires turned and sped upwards to meet the wad of enemy aircraft. Robertson pulled hard on his stick and opened up the throttle to stay as close as possible to his flight commander. Charnock steamed ahead, letting go a full burst at an FW-190 as it closed within range. Robertson watched as the aircraft went from a clean dive into a flat spin. Robertson overtook Charnock. Then, suddenly, without any apparent reason, his speed suddenly dropped off, and he went into a spin. Trying to correct the spin so high up would have left him a dead duck with so many enemy around. Despite the growing dangers of spinning all the way down into the ground, Robertson saw it as the best of bad options. I continued spinning down until I got closer to the ground. Fighting hard and seeing the ground looming, he managed to pull out of the spin and regain control, but he was still being closely followed by two 109s. My engine was coughing and spluttering and not going as fast as I'd have liked it to go, so I got right down on the deck and was belting for home as fast as possible, weaving like mad in and out of valleys, frightening the life out of camels and odd bodies I passed over, still pursued by the 109s, who were taking pot shots at me every now and again. All I could do was keep turning the minute they came within range. Eventually, after one of these turns, I managed to get a fairly good shot in at the leading 109, and he shot straight past me onto the deck. I thought by this time the other one would have cleared off, but he was a bit of a keen type, and he went on chasing me all the way back to within a few miles of the aerodrome. He finally gave up, but did manage to put 7 bullet holes in my aircraft. When I finally landed at Souk El Arbor, I had no ammunition, very little petrol, and was absolutely drenched in perspiration. Most of it, I must admit, due to heaving the aircraft about at low level, and doing all sorts of things that the Spit wasn't meant to do. But probably quite a percentage was due to the fact that I was scared stiff. Sergeant Robbie Robertson lay back in a slightly damaged wicker armchair, enjoying some rare sunshine at Souk El Arbor. His thoughts were sometimes gripped by memories of his spinning Spitfire heading downwards, with 2 Messerschmitts on his tail. But he had learned to put them out of his mind by dreaming of England and his girlfriend Connie. On the gramophone next to him, Vera Lynn's beguiling voice sang "Do I Love You?" Warmed by the winter sun, he felt at peace with the world, looking forward to some Christmas cheer in 5 days' time. He sipped his tea as his gaze took in the empty skies. Then he looked across to his parked Spitfire. Its sleek line had an addictive quality, demanding to be flown. It was time to go, so grabbing his parachute, he joined another sergeant pilot for an overhead patrol. They had been airborne for just 5 minutes, when a 20-plus raid was reported heading towards a nearby aerodrome. Gaining height, the 2 Spitfire pilots knew they had a chance of getting a good bounce on the Germans. Just before they got within range of the bombers, Robertson spotted an Me-109 creeping up towards the vulnerable underbelly of his wingman's plane 200 yards away. "Break! Break! Enemy below!" There was no response. As the Jerry started shooting, I could see the flashes all over the place from his guns. I pulled in to try and head him off, and with luck have a crack at him. I'm not sure whether I hit him or not, but the next thing I knew, there was a hell of a bang, and I got hit in the head and started bleeding like a stuck pig. I couldn't see out of my right eye, and was feeling a bit groggy, so the only thing I could do was crash land. It was 4:40 p.m., a Sunday, and I was at 1,500 feet, so I pushed the aircraft down. It was doing about 180 miles per hour by that time. I landed with the wheels up and the engine still going. I came to a grinding halt, and by the time I'd finished, the engine and fuselage were pointing off to the left, and I was staring from the cockpit out over nothing. Robertson could smell the distinct odor of high-octane fuel. For a moment he flailed around the cockpit, trying to focus on what was important with his one functioning eye. He knew at any moment a spark could ignite the entire aircraft into an inferno, which no amount of fire tenders could put out in time. His hand reached up to the hood, and he managed to pull it open. Then, as blood flowed down his face, he felt for the pilot's door handle at his side and opened it. I crawled out, and crawled as far as I could from the aircraft, because the Huns were great ones for coming back and shooting you up on the ground. Ground crew then came running to pick him up and get him into an ambulance to the field hospital. Like many pilots who had performed a belly landing, Robbie had discovered that the Spitfire was resilient in protecting its pilots as it broke up. Only his shoulder was bruised from the crash. The Spitfire could take an enormous amount of punishment without any damage to the pilot. But Robertson's right eye had been lacerated with shrapnel from the German bullet. The surgeon told him it would have to be removed. I pleaded with them not to, and asked if they could take the bits of shrapnel out that were in and around my eye, but keep the eye in. If I could just keep the eye in and look normal, I might wangle myself back on flying. The doctor reluctantly agreed. For the next 2 days the wound was treated, and Robertson was given morphine to keep the pain at bay. But the throbbing in his head became unbearable. A screaming, constant headache made sleep near impossible, and the only relief came for just an hour after his morphine. He finally realized that his eye, vital for a fighter pilot, would have to be removed. Resigned that his Spitfire days were over, he asked the surgeon to carry out the operation. And he was lucky. The excruciating pain in his right eye had been caused by it becoming infected by the shrapnel. Septicemia was spreading to his remaining eye. If he had waited much longer, the surgeon would have been forced to remove both eyes. He sank into a morose state. He would be taken away from his good friends on the squadron, and he would never fly the Spitfire again. And of course, his face was now disfigured. The full onset of the miseries was complete when he realized what Connie would see. A scarred, one-eyed ex-fighter pilot with few prospects. For a brief moment the miseries lifted when an official letter with RAF-typed letterhead arrived, informing him he had been awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross for his bravery. He smiled grimly. There was one letter that he now had to write. It was only proper to release Connie from their commitment. It was hardly fair to keep her to our engagement. It is one thing to be engaged to someone who is all in one piece, and certainly something else to be engaged to someone who is hardly 100%. She could call our proposed marriage off, and there'd be no hard feelings. Connie would not hear of such a thing. Within a few months of Robertson's return to England, they were married. As the early days of New Year 1943 passed, the British and American forces that had thrust into Tunisia, coming to within 40 miles of the capital Tunis, suddenly found themselves confronted by fresh German divisions. Reinforcements had been rushed over from Europe from mid-November 1942, across the 90-mile stretch of water between Sicily and Cap Bon, elbowing out from the Tunisian coast. The plan to sweep into Tunis had been largely thwarted, after the French commander there had failed to prevent the Germans using the ports and airfields to rapidly reinforce. Now the Germans were able to launch a counterattack against the poorly prepared Allied positions. The Luftwaffe had been reinforced too. On the back foot, the RAF, still equipped with the battle-weary Spitfire Mark Vs, were taking a battering and struggled to provide the army with adequate air support. When Greg's Farish arrived just inside Tunisia, at Souk El Arba a month earlier, 72 Squadron had formed part of a wing totaling 48 aircraft. Against the Axis onslaught, the wing had now been reduced to just 12 serviceable Spitfire 5s. They were also up against superior Me-109Gs and FW-190s, which had the advantage of flying off the tarmac road between Tunis and Carthage rather than muddy strips. The relentless bombing, dogfights, and sorties were beginning to have strange consequences. Following the dressing down after his solo charge at 12 Messerschmitts, Alan Peart had seen 81 squadron numbers decline at their airfield, outside the coastal city of Beaune, from 30 pilots to 10, and only a few serviceable planes. Half a dozen had been killed. More had been wounded, and a number had reported sick. But the intensity of operations against superior aircraft and living in austere conditions was proving too much for others. Some pilots were cracking up, either through exhaustion or the stress of waking up each day knowing it might be their last. It was not only seeing friends killed or absent that made Peart more cautious. After his experience of taking on a dozen German fighters, Peart was understandably wary. Thus, when in the circuit preparing to land at Beaune, he was aware of the Luftwaffe penchant for attacking aircraft at their most vulnerable. He was not ready for a fellow Spitfire pilot's aggressive moves. As Peart settled to come into land, with flaps down, speed indicator showing 85 miles per hour, and altimeter 300 feet, he took one last look to check for enemy. There was no Luftwaffe plane in sight, but less than 100 yards behind him was a Spitfire, and its pilot's intentions were clear. He's bloody well lining up to take a shot. Peart pulled up the flaps, poured on the power, and wrenched the stick back and to starboard, immediately aborting his landing. As he climbed back up into the sky, he heard over the radio a pilot in a 242 Squadron Spitfire shout, "Johnny, what the hell are you up to?" On landing, Peart wanted to ask the very same question, and strode over to 242's dispersal area. But the pilot, an experienced flight commander, had already been whisked away for medical evaluation after hallucinating that Peart was an enemy aircraft. A few days later, Peart witnessed a more horrifying incident. He was chatting to an army lieutenant supervising 3 men filling in a bomb crater when a Spitfire came into land. Peart, the officer, and 3 men all stood on the side of the airstrip as the fighter lined up for landing. Its wheel bounced on the soft ground. Then Peart watched as the tail lowered and the plane settled onto the runway. As it approached their position, he instinctively took a step back. Suddenly, from the corner of his vision, he saw the Spitfire lurch round as a wheel hit a poorly covered crater. The scream of the propeller, along with a rush of wind, brushed past his face. Then he heard the sickening whack of a wing slicing through flesh. Blood splattered down his front. Peart stared at the blooded wings and nose of the Spitfire. Bits of human body, including what appeared to be an ear, hung from a gun port. He felt his gaze drawn to where the 3 soldiers had been standing. On the ground were 3 men in uniform, all missing their heads. "Jesus! You bloody idiot!" The army lieutenant was screaming at the pilot. "You bloody damned fool!" He began walking menacingly towards the aircraft. Peart put a hand firmly on his shoulder. "Calm down, mate. It was an accident. Calm it down." Men came running, along with an ambulance. Peart jumped onto the Spitfire wing among the blood and gore. The canopy slid back, and he looked upon the pilot's ashen face. The realities and intensity of warfare were draining morale. It was clear he would not be flying for some time. It was not the first time Peart had seen pilots be taken off frontline operations after the stresses of constant warfare got on top of them. This was a nerve-wracking period, and quite a few pilots suffered nervous breakdowns, which manifested themselves in a reluctance to get into combat, irrational behavior, mental disturbances, and hallucinating. Peart wrote, "These pilots were rapidly moved away." Some of them were given the label LMF, lacking moral fiber, essentially accusing them of cowardice at a time when they were suffering a mental breakdown through combat stress. All of us were under considerable nervous tension, and like frontline soldiers looked upon the dawn and wondered if we would see another tomorrow. Small things like the sunlight, trees, birds and other living things assumed an unusual importance, clarity and value in our limited world, and helped us to keep a sense of what was normal. I suppose it could be called sanity. One felt seriously vulnerable and mortal. We all understood what LMF could mean, though it was rarely mentioned. We were losing people hand over fist, and a few people had nervous breakdowns. It was the worst time for losses, and we all felt it. It was a real period of stress and strain, and it took a toll on all of us. The question of mortality took a tighter grip as the Luftwaffe counterattack developed from their bases in Tunisia and advanced into Algeria. The RAF had little in the way of riposte. Greg's Farish used bulldozers to ram wrecks off the airfield as every flyable aircraft was put in the air. Pilots flew 5 sweeps a day. Some mornings the wing would start with 14 aircraft, and by dinner time they were down to 2. Replacement planes arrived and were adopted by whichever squadron area they taxied into. Their acceptance check for combat was straightforward. They were declared airworthy simply by being refueled and having a letter chalked on the fuselage. To cut down the number of Spitfires nosediving into the mud, Farish ordered airmen to climb onto the tail during taxiing. In the course of one scramble, a pilot forgot about his tailman as he opened the throttle at the bottom of the airstrip. The poor bloke must have been too frightened to fall off as the Spitfire gathered speed, and the next thing, they were airborne, Farish wrote on the 20th of January 1943. Imagine the pilot's consternation when he, unable to trim the aircraft, looked in the mirror and saw an airman waving in the breeze around his rudder. He managed to stagger round the circuit on full power, while the terrified man hung on like grim death. On touching down, the airman was thrown clear and broke his leg. That was all.